Besides Yi Futian, Xie Qingyuan, and the little condor, Ying Qing was the only one that remained alive in the surrounding area of Xie Qingyuan's palace in Senluo Manor. All the other people were killed by Yi Futian, including the rest of the Renhuangs standing behind Han Lin. Yi Futian reigned in the will of the emperor, but his body was still radiating brilliantly. The rest of the people in Senluo Manor looked at Yi Futian with great fear and trepidation. Since the chief of the manor and all of the top cultivators were dead, Senluo Manor was virtually wiped out by Yi Futian. The cultivators who were still alive were not a threat to Yi Futian at all. The sword will was flowing in the sky and covered the mountains in which Senluo Manor was located. The entire area was sealed off by the sword will. People who wanted to escape were killed immediately. Is there any innocent Renhuang in Senluo Manor? Yi Futian asked Ying Qing. Her answer would determine the fate of the few Renhuangs who were still alive. Everyone in Senluo Manor is either an offspring of the Han family or an outsider who decided to join. The offsprings of the Han family are all engaged in refining corpse puppets. Needless to say, the outsiders are accomplices as well. No one is innocent, Ying Qing replied. Yi Futian nodded. His divine consciousness covered everyone. The sword will burst out of his body and dashed to different directions. One person leaped into the air, attempting to escape. Yet the sword will streaked through space and beheaded him straight away. The same thing happened everywhere else. Following a series of buzzing sound, all the Renhuangs in Senluo Manor were slaughtered in the twinkle of an eye. The cultivators who were below the Renhuang plain were filled with terror. The silver-haired young man seemed like a monster and the real reaper in their eyes. Han Lin brought the god of carnage back to Senluo Manor. Take my demonic beast with you and deal with the people below the Renhuang plain, Yi Futian said to Ying Qing. Ying Qing understood that Yi Futian had given her the authority to decide if other people could live or die. Ying Qing had been cultivating in Senluo Manor, but she seemed to be brought here against her will. She was very familiar with people in Senluo Manor and knew who should be killed and who was in a similar situation. In addition, although Ying Qing had been hesitating if she should help Yi Futian, her behaviors in the past led Yi Futian to believe that she was more or less sympathetic toward him. She didn't want him to be brought to Senluo Manor the first time she met him. Yi Futian supposed that she was a good person by nature. Therefore, she should be the best person to make decisions. Okay. Ying Qing nodded. She didn't turn down Yi Futian's request. It might be sinful to take people's lives, but she was willing to play the bad guy this time. She witnessed many of the crimes in Senluo Manor and had been suppressing her anger all these years. This kind of group shouldn't exist in the world, they needed to be destroyed a long time ago. She just didn't expect that everything would happen so suddenly. A dying man who was picked up on the road and was about to be transformed into a corpse puppet somehow exterminated Senluo Manor. Ying Qing felt like she was in a dream even now. Little condor, follow her and take care of this, said Yi Futian. The black-winged condor nodded. He spread its wings and leaned forward with a menacing look. He had been burning with indignation for the past few days. His master was almost turned into a corpse puppet. He would kill off every single person in Senluo Manor if this were up to him. But he would follow Yi Futian's instructions. Yi Futian landed on the ground after Ying Qing and the black-winged condor left. He looked at Xie Qingyuan and said, "Thank you very much." Xie Qingyuan nodded slightly. Yi Futian spent days regaining his strength and didn't even have a chance to talk to her. The crisis was finally resolved, and she was relieved from distress now that Senluo Manor was destroyed. Emperor Xie doesn't know what happened. He is probably going to stay worried for a while, Yi Futian said with a bitter smile. He owed Emperor Xie a debt of gratitude for his recognition and appreciation of his talents. Emperor Xie adored Xie Qingyuan, and Yi Futian didn't want her to waste her time on him. Therefore, he lied to Xie Qingyuan before to make her return to Emperor Xie's realm. Xie Qingyuan also felt a little sorrowful at the thought of her father. Ever since she arrived at the Divine Prefecture, she had no idea when she could go back or if she could make it home alive at all. She already learned that she was in the Donghua domain of the Divine Prefecture. Yi Futian turned around and walked to the cliff. He gazed into the distance and said, I heard that the outer realms are boundless. In the original realm, the 3,000 realms of the Great Path is the land of cultivation. But it seems tiny and trivial when compared with the endless empty space outside. The Divine Prefecture, on the other hand, might be a complete world without those empty space. He couldn't gauge the size of the Divine Prefecture in the short time he had been here. But it was probably impossible for him to return to the original realm in the near future. The divine item Princess Donghuang gave to him could pierce through the Void Realm and bring him out. But it couldn't take him back into the Void Realm from the Divine Prefecture. Thus, it was irreversible. Princess Donghuang sent him here since she didn't want him to die, yet he couldn't stay in the original realm either. Xia Qingyuan walked to him and said in a low voice, Emperor Xia's realm was the upper worlds when you were in the 9 states. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path were far away from us. Yi Futian understood Xia Qingyuan. He smiled and said, Your Highness never said these things to me before. He addressed Xia Qingyuan by her title since they talked about Emperor Xia's realm and the 9 states. Back in the day, I would just order you to take me with you, said Xia Qingyuan. Taking a trip down memory lane, Yi Futian laughed. He looked at Xia Qingyuan's beautiful face and suddenly felt aroused. He remembered the divine goddess in the lotus that night. I already said that Your Highness must be breathtaking in women's attire. Unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to see that yet, Yi Futian curled his lips and said. Xia Qingyuan raised her face and saw the smile in Yi Futian's eyes. She turned around and went into the palace to change. She walked out after a short while. The entire world seemed to have lost its color in the face of her beauty. Yi Futian was stunned for a moment, and then he grinned from ear to ear. She was even more gorgeous than he had imagined. Xia Qingyuan walked to Yi Futian. Her eyelashes flickered when she realized that he had been staring at her. Her bright eyes sparkled as she asked him quietly, Am I beautiful? No. Yi Futian chuckled and turned his eyes away. Surprised, Xia Qingyuan rolled her eyes at him flirtatiously. Liar, she grumbled in a soft voice. Yi Futian didn't deny. Yingqing and the little condor dealt with the remaining cultivators in Senluo Manor and came back to Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan. Is it over? Yi Futian asked Yingqing. Yes. Yingqing nodded. Good. Yi Futian covered Senluo Manor with his divine consciousness. Senluo Manor doesn't exist from this day forward. You're dismissed. Many people bowed at Yi Futian's direction before they left. They weren't killed because they were not part of the Han family. They were grateful that Yi Futian let them go. He didn't have to go out of his way to sift them out. It was not unusual for a person as powerful as him to kill them altogether. But Yi Futian showed them mercy. Senior, can I follow you to cultivate? One man was brave enough to ask Yi Futian. Many people turned around upon hearing the question. If they could learn from someone like Yi Futian nevertheless, Yi Futian shook his head. The man who asked the question left in disappointment. Other people also gave up that wishful idea. They were already lucky that Yi Futian was willing to let them go. The mountain range soon became quiet after everyone else was gone. Yi Futian looked at Yingqing and asked, Did I lie to you? Yingqing sighed to herself. She asked Yi Futian, You don't blame me? She was not entirely free from worry when Yi Futian was killing Han Lin and others. He might bide his time to clear the score with her after extricating himself from the difficult situation. If Yi Futian was a petty man, it was not impossible for him to eat his words since she didn't help him wholeheartedly anyway. You didn't have a choice at that time. Besides, you risked your own life to help me. Why would I blame you? Yi Futian looked at Yingqing. Although Yingqing didn't do a lot, she was a crucial part of his plan. It was critical that she brought him out of the Yu Pavilion to Xia Qingyuan. Otherwise, he couldn't be certain that he would get out safely. On top of that, Yi Futian would be finished if Yingqing sold him out to Han Lin in exchange for his appreciation. That being the case, Yingqing basically saved Yi Futian's life. Yi Futian wasn't a narrow-minded, spiteful man. I told you that we could make a deal once I'm out of danger. There must be plenty of treasures in Senluo Manor. Do you want to pick some since they're all dead now? Yi Futian asked Yingqing. Yingqing raised her hand and looked at Yi Futian. Since you acknowledge my contribution, can I give up the treasures and ask you for one thing? Yi Futian promised her that he would give her something once he got out. What do you want? Yi Futian asked. The treasures in the Senluo Manor must be in the Ranhuang grade. Why didn't Ying Qing want them? He even allowed Ying Qing to pick several rather than just one. Kill someone for me, Ying Qing said. Her eyes suddenly turned cold and vicious. Who? Yi Futian asked. Ying Qing didn't choose the treasures. Instead, she wanted him to kill a person. The current master of the Dongyuan Pavilion, said Ying Qing. Who is he? Yi Futian asked again. Surprised, Ying Qing stared at Yi Futian. A strange look flashed across her face. Yi Futian acted completely normal and looked back at her calmly. Ying Qing realized that Yi Futian really didn't know. How could he not know about Dongyuan Pavilion? Did it mean that Yi Futian was a foreigner who came from another world? Yi Futian noticed Ying Qing's expression and figured out that the person she named was probably very famous. However, he didn't know anything about the Divine Prefecture except for the few pieces of information gathered through the little condor. Are you from another continent? Ying Qing asked Yi Futian. Continent. Yi Futian looked at Ying Qing in confusion. Ying Qing looked more and more perplexed. Yi Futian had a perfect divine wheel and extraordinary power. But it seemed that he didn't know anything. Then where did he come from? I came from a secret zone in the Divine Prefecture that was cut off from the outer world. That's why I don't have much knowledge about the Divine Prefecture, Yi Futian said to Ying Qing. Ying was a little surprised. She didn't know that Yi Futian was referring to the original realm. The original realm was a distant concept to the majority of people in the Divine Prefecture. Except for the top forces at the highest level, many people didn't even know about the existence of the original realm. Ying Qing obviously wasn't a top-level insider. Even so, she did doubt him since the Divine Prefecture was boundless and did have many secret zones that were sealed off from the outside. No wonder Yi Futian had such terrifying strength. She was curious about how he was injured and ended up in this area. You do know that the Divine Prefecture is made up of many plates, right? Ying Qing asked. Yi Futian shook his head and responded, Isn't the Divine Prefecture whole? You can say it is whole, but you could also say it's separated. Ying Qing realized that Yi Futian truly had zero knowledge about the Divine Prefecture once she heard his answer. Countless continents are floating in the Divine Prefecture. They are located in different places or may even be at different altitudes. Therefore, it's not technically a single piece of land, but a powerful cultivator can go to any place he wants. Some of the continents are only a few steps away from each other. So it doesn't really matter to cultivators. Yi Futian nodded slightly in understanding. The countless continents Ying Qing mentioned were similar to the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. They were all considered as parts of the Divine Prefecture. People didn't assign names to each plate, probably because there were too many of them. The difference was that the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were surrounded by empty space, while the Divine Prefecture was likely to be full. After the Great Emperor unified the Divine Prefecture years ago, he divided it into 18 domains. Our continent is one of the plates in the Donghua domain. A domain chief's manor was set up in each domain. Although Senluo Manor is also called a manor, it was a totally different concept. The domain chiefs of the 18 domains in the Divine Prefecture are lords who help the Great Emperor govern the boundless Divine Prefecture. I heard that every domain chief is super frightening. Ying Qing was aware that Yi Futian didn't know anything about the Divine Prefecture. Thus, she explained to him the partition of the Divine Prefecture in detail. The domain chief's manors govern the Divine Prefecture directly? Yi Futian asked. Did they operate like emperors? Ying Qing shook her head. The Divine Prefecture is vast and contains infinite numbers of continents. How can they govern all of them? The domain chief's manors usually sit out. They only get involved in balancing power when something serious happened. Yi Futian nodded. That sounded a little like the empty imperial palace in the Void Realm. They were inspectors and reported to Donghuang the Great Emperor. After the Great Emperor unified the Divine Prefecture and set up the domain chief's manors over 3 centuries ago, He ordered people to collect ancient literature on cultivation and summoned many cultivators to make copies by hand. Then he asked the domain chiefs Manners to build a place for cultivation in the largest capital in each continent and share and distribute the copies there. Yi Futian was visibly surprised. How much manpower and time would such an ambitious project require? They picked Dongyuan City in this continent and built the Dongyuan Pavilion to store all the books and literature, said Yingqing. Back in the 9 states in the Void Realm, Yi Futian already heard that the twin great emperors established academies around the world after they unified the divine prefecture. It turned out that the original realm wasn't the only one. They even distributed the manuscripts all around the divine prefecture. The master of the Dongyuan Pavilion. Yi Futian remembered the man Yingqing wanted him to kill. Dongyuan Pavilion was the holy land of this continent. No wonder Yingqing was surprised that Yi Futian never heard of it. Yes. Yingqing nodded and said, the most powerful groups in the continent manage the Dongyuan Pavilion together after it was established. They also select the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion in concert. Senluo Manor always wants to join this inner circle and participate in the decision-making process. However, Senluo Manor was excluded due to their unusual cultivation method, even though they are influential enough. Therefore, the chief of Senluo Manor has been cultivating in seclusion, hoping that he could achieve some breakthrough and overpower everyone else. By that time, no one could stop him from controlling the Dongyuan Pavilion. Won't these groups become greedy? Yi Futian asked. Of course they will. Yingqing nodded and continued, the great emperor distributed the copies of the literature around the world with the intention of sharing the knowledge with everyone. But there are too many cultivators in the divine prefecture, and the books can't be available to everybody. Otherwise, the great emperor probably would be kept occupied for this matter alone. Therefore, the top forces and powerful cultivators became the first beneficiaries of the books since it was easy for them to visit the Dongyuan Pavilion. The groups are obviously greedy and want to share their knowledge with their members, which is allowed. However, since the books are not permitted to be brought out of the Dongyuan Pavilion, no one ever dared to try it anyway. Other groups still want to become co-managers of the Dongyuan Pavilion in order to bring members in and out more conveniently. Yi Futian nodded. The books and manuscripts given to them by the great emperor contained thorough and encyclopedic knowledge. They were the best resources on cultivation methods most of the cultivators could ever get. The top forces in each continent passed the knowledge to their members and then spread it to outsiders through different means. As time went by, all the decent cultivators in the divine prefecture would be able to get some exposure. Of course, the less powerful cultivators only had the chance to get their hands on the second-class books on cultivation methods. Yi Futian admired the intention and effort of Dong Huang, the great emperor, and Emperor Yi Qing. They genuinely cared about the cultivators around the world even after they were crowned. Yi Futian wondered what kind of thing made them fall out with each other and eventually led to Emperor Yi Qing's death. How long did it take for the great emperor to accomplish such a large-scale project? Yi Futian asked. 100 years, Yingqing answered. Yi Futian was deeply moved. He had been cultivating for less than 100 years in total, yet the great emperor spent an entire century on this thing alone. The divine prefecture is too big. Besides taking the time to make copies by hand, people also needed to build places like the Dongyuan Pavilion as depositories and set up matrices for protection. Many cultivators other than the great emperor also devoted a lot of time to this. It was said that everyone who worked with the great emperor was awarded in the end. Yingqing said, the great emperor did plenty of other things besides this. Do you admire the great emperor a lot? Yi Futian asked. Apart from the 18 domains established by the great emperor himself, there were many other top forces in the divine prefecture. Who else would keep ordinary people in mind at that time of division? Everybody was cultivating solely for themselves, Yingqing said. Most people in the divine prefecture admire the great emperor. Yi Futian nodded in agreement. People were selfish by nature. The twin great emperors were indeed remarkable and special in that regard. He didn't realize how popular Dong Huang, the great emperor, was in the divine prefecture. So, why do you want to kill the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion? Yi Futian asked. He finally came to the point. Hearing Yi Futian's question, a look of hatred flared in Ying Qing's eyes. I was a cultivator in Dongyuan City. My master was an eminent man there and had a close relationship with the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion. They were good friends and often played chess together. The son of the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion was fond of my master's daughter. Although she didn't like him because of his arrogance and smugness, they were still friends due to the relationship between their fathers. Who would have thought that the father and son duo were actually worse than beasts? The master of the Dongyuan Pavilion suspected that my master was becoming stronger than him and was worried that his position as the head of the Dongyuan Pavilion would be threatened. Therefore, he directed his son to work on my master's daughter. The son attempted to rape her and eventually killed her during the struggle when she was cultivating in the Dongyuan Pavilion. Then, the father invited my master over and killed him in a sneak attack. After that, he ordered people to slaughter all of my master's disciples to keep it a secret. I survived by luck and hid in Senluo Manor. Senluo Manor was never on good terms with him since the chief of Senluo Manor had been pining for his position as the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion. That's how I got to hide here all these years. Ying Qing's voice was filled with loathing. She had been keeping this secret for so long, yet she couldn't take revenge on her enemies. Besides, she vaguely felt that Han Lin of Senluo Manor might kill her as soon as she proved her path and became a Renhuang. After all, she heard that it happened to other people in the past. Yi Futian remained calm and composed. Endless conflicts and bloodshed concealed beneath the surface of prosperity in the world of cultivators. Does the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion care about his position a lot? Yi Futian asked. Yes, Ying Qing nodded. The man is a hypocrite who is obsessed with the exercise of power. Being the head of the Dongyuan Pavilion symbolizes his status in this continent and gives him control over the access to the Dongyuan Pavilion. Anyone who goes into the Dongyuan Pavilion would be counted as his disciple. Maybe some exceptionally talented cultivators will rise in the future. But my master had no intention of competing with him at all. What's his cultivation level? Yi Futian asked. Since the chief of Senluo Manor had been hankering for his position, I suppose they are on the same level. He is probably slightly better than the chief of Senluo Manor, said Ying Qing. It occurred to her that she could ask Yi Futian to avenge on her behalf only after witnessing how he exterminated Senluo Manor all by himself. Moreover, you should go to Dongyuan City regardless if you want to know more about the Divine Prefecture, Ying Qing added. I promise to do it if everything you said is true, Yi Futian said. But I need to cultivate alone for a while before that. It may take a long time, and I can't say exactly how long. That's all right. Ying Qing nodded. She didn't mind waiting for a couple more years as long as she could get her revenge. Clean up Senluo Manor first, Yi Futian said and left. There should be belongings left in Senluo Manor since he had killed most of the people. They searched the manor thoroughly yet didn't find many valuable items. Although Yi Futian only arrived at the Divine Prefecture not so long ago, he had fine taste and didn't care for ordinary things. After that, Yi Futian had been cultivating by himself in Senluo Manor. He covered Senluo Manor with the formidable sword will to deter anyone who wished to enter. He would like to advance to a higher level after this narrow escape from death. It was difficult for someone in the Divine Wheel 2nd Order to kill a high-level Renhuang in the Divine Wheel 7th Order. He had to rely on the will of the Emperor, which he didn't want to use too often. Therefore, he needed to make some progress before venturing out into the Divine Prefecture. Chapter 1868 Year 10045 in the Divine Prefecture Calendar. Year 10045 in the Divine Prefecture Calendar. Yi Futian had cultivated in seclusion for several years. The news about the annihilation of Senluo Manor had spread out. Many people came to survey the area. However, with the sword will flowing around Senluo Manor and the Black Wind Condor patrolling the mountains, no one had the nerve to barge in. After all, the cultivator who wiped out all of Senluo Manor couldn't possibly be a friendly and amicable man. Nevertheless, plenty of people living in the greater area were eager to meet the man who destroyed Senluo Manor and pay their respect. They all knew what Senluo Manor had been doing, and they were gratified to hear that someone had put an end to it. At this moment, Yi Futian was at the peak of the highest mountain in Senluo Manor. Wisps of intense energy emanated from his body, and currents of the great path flowed around. His divine wheel shone brilliantly, and he was radiating with beams of the domineering divine light of the great path. Xie Qingyuan and the black-winged condor waiting outside both turned their heads around to look at Yi Futian's direction. A ray of the terrifying light of the great path directly shot at the sky. Waves of the great path rolled over Senluo Manor and neutralized the sword while swirling around in the manor. So powerful. A puff of the great path hit Yingqing and made her dress flap loudly. Back in the day, even her master and older brothers never gave her such feelings. Although Yi Futian's level was far below her master's, his will of the great path was extremely pure, and the power it carried was just as forceful. Yingqing couldn't help but exclaim. She wondered which secret zone Yi Futian came from. He had such extraordinary talent. He killed the chief of Senluo Manor when he was in the Divine Wheel Second Order. His ability was further enhanced now that he advanced to a higher level. Although he might not be able to make away with master cultivators in the 8th Order, he could easily take out a 7th Order cultivator who didn't have a perfect divine wheel. That being so, Yi Futian was more confident about defeating the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion. Yingqing didn't care that she had been waiting for several years now. It was not a high price to pay as long as she could exact vengeance. She probably had no chance at all if she had to do it herself. The energy of the great path dissipated after a long time. A silver-haired man stood at the edge of the cliff and gazed into the distance. Yingqing stared at him and wondered how a young man like him reached such a high level. Moreover, it was surprisingly easy for him to achieve a breakthrough in the Renhuang Plain. Yingqing saw that both Xie Qingyuan and the black-winged condor were walking toward Yi Futian. So she went closer to him as well. Yi Futian looked at Xie Qingyuan and cracked a gentle smile. Beyond his handsome face, his refined manner was also quite appealing. Xie Qingyuan thought his face was even more attractive than when she met him in the 9 states years ago. He seemed maturer and more charismatic now. "Thank you for waiting for so long," said Yi Futian. He finally advanced to a higher level after cultivating for quite some time. But he also knew that he couldn't return to the original realm from the Divine Prefecture after only a few years. He had to be strong enough if he didn't want to be killed the moment he went back. He also needed to have sufficient strength to travel around in the Divine Prefecture. It had been years since he arrived at the Divine Prefecture. He was curious about the situation in the original realm. Since Princess Donghuang issued an order herself, the original realm should be able to remain peaceful for a long time after he died. "Where are we going now?" Xie Qingyuan asked. Yingqing looked at Yi Futian with expectant eyes. Yi Futian noticed her expression and said to her, "We're going to Dongyuan City." Besides the thing he promised Yingqing, he also decided to go to Dongyuan City because it was the largest city on this continent and could help him gather more information about the Divine Prefecture. Yingqing was only in the Saint Plain and never traveled outside this continent herself. Everything she knew about the Divine Prefecture was hearsay. To some extent, she wasn't well informed of the forces in the Divine Prefecture either. The Divine Prefecture was too big for someone in the Saint Plain. Even a Renhuang could hardly visit all of the continents. "Little condor," Yi Futian called. The black-winged condor suddenly spread its wings. As its body growing rapidly, it became a giant pengbird in seconds. Yi Futian, Xie Qingyuan, and Yingqing rode on the black-winged condor. It flapped the wings and dashed into the clouds, where it disappeared right away. Dongyuan City was the largest city in this continent, in which countless powerful cultivators resided. The South Mountain was a famous site in Dongyuan City because of a distinguished man practicing there. Some people named him Priest of South Mountain, and some called him Mr. South Mountain to show respect. He was an old man who had cultivated for many years and took in a great number of disciples. As his disciples grew older and stronger, they became an influential group in Dongyuan City. Back in the days, the South Mountain was acclaimed as the next Dongyuan Pavilion. The priest of South Mountain and the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion were also good friends. However, the South Mountain was destroyed overnight. Many years ago, the priest of South Mountain envied the position of the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion, so he led his disciples to lay siege to the Dongyuan Pavilion and tried to coerce his friend to let him be the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion. Nevertheless, his attempt failed, and the cultivators of the South Mountain were cleansed as well. The incident had a major impact and caused quite a stir. At that time, Mr. South Mountain was indeed qualified to compete with the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion. People could only guess if something else happened behind the scenes. The master of the Dongyuan Pavilion controlled the Dongyuan Pavilion and had tremendous power. No one was willing to offend him by probing the matter. After all, everybody dreamed of cultivating in the Dongyuan Pavilion, and the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion was exactly the man who was in charge of granting access. Right now, a group of people was standing at the foot of South Mountain. It was Yi Futian and the others. Ying Qing wore a black mask to hide her face. Even though she was not a prominent figure years ago, she didn't want to risk being recognized by people. Returning home, Ying Qing's eyes underneath the mask grew red with tears. She stared at the South Mountain and cast her mind back. She studied in the South Mountain along with other disciples. Their master was knowledgeable and treated everyone fairly. All the disciples admired him a great deal and were willing to follow him for always. Now, the South Mountain was still here, yet the people were long gone. A bolt of intimidating energy rumbled down the South Mountain and was directed at Yi Futian and the others. Yi Futian raised his face and saw a middle-aged man walking toward them. His cold eyes surveyed Yi Futian and his companions. "Who are you?" the cultivator walking down the South Mountain asked them. "Who are you?" Ying Qing threw the question back. This was her master's place. The man shot a glance at Ying Qing and didn't reply. He kept staring at Yi Futian. It was obvious to him that Yi Futian was the leader of the group. Besides, he could vaguely sense that Yi Futian was strong enough to pose a serious threat to him. "We are old friends of the South Mountain," Yi Futian said. "This is Mr. South Mountain's territory. Why are you here? He died a long time ago. This place doesn't belong to anyone. What's your relationship with him?" the man kept asking. "Why did he die?" Yi Futian replied with a question. "I'm the one questioning you." The man sounded cold and domineering. Yi Futian took a brief look at him. Then he turned around and was ready to leave. Even though he made a promise to Ying Qing, he wouldn't go to the Dongyuan Pavilion and kill the master of the pavilion straight away. First of all, he needed to find out if Ying Qing told him the truth. Besides, he couldn't deal with the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion the same way as he did with Senluo Manor. Senluo Manor practiced that evil cultivation method, and it was justifiable for him to wipe them off the map. But he could face huge backlash or even bring trouble to himself if he killed the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion for no good reason. After all, the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion was helping the great emperor guard the pavilion and disseminate knowledge, at least in theory. "Stay, please," the cultivator said when he realized that Yi Futian was leaving. He used the might of the Great Path to add pressure on Yi Futian. Yi Futian released an invisible form of energy and ignored the man completely. He continued walking away. Bang! With a loud and deadened thump, many cultivators at the foot of South Mountain felt a great weight on their bodies and were forced to stop moving. Yi Futian was under much more pressure. A shadow of a giant black turtle beast appeared in the sky and pressed down on Yi Futian's body. Yi Futian was still walking. The potent sword will burst out of him and pierced through the giant black turtle beast. The cultivator from the South Mountain uttered a low moan and stepped back. The might of the Great Path was also dispelled. "Don't blame me for being rude if you keep pushing." Yi Futian's voice reverberated in the air. People around were all startled by his assertiveness. The cultivator from the South Mountain was a disciple of the Dongyuan Pavilion. The Dongyuan Pavilion assumed control of the South Mountain ever since they exterminated the South Mountain force. Nowadays, their disciples often came to cultivate here. The man heard that Yi Futian addressed the priest of South Mountain respectfully and called himself an old friend. He wanted to know the true nature of their relationship. However, he wasn't a match for him at all. His opponent was at the Divine Wheel Third Order. His level wasn't lower than Yi Futian's. Soon, Yi Futian and the others disappeared. The crowd drew closer to gossip. "This man seems quite powerful. Was he a disciple of the priest of South Mountain? Someone asked. I don't know, but they probably knew each other. So many masked cultivators came to Dongyuan City. It looks like something big is about to happen. I heard that Senluo Manor was destroyed, and everyone in the Renhuang Plain was killed. The killer then stayed in the Senluo Manor to cultivate. Someone else said, people in Dongyuan City are saying that that man already left Senluo Manor and is coming at us. I wonder if he is aiming at the Dongyuan Pavilion. This man is probably a threat to the Dongyuan Pavilion since he is capable enough to wipe out Senluo Manor. Yi Futian heard the people's conversation. He planned to pay a visit to the Dongyuan Pavilion. Chapter 1869 Forceful Entry. The Dongyuan Pavilion was situated in the center of Dongyuan City. This was the holy land of Dongyuan City. Countless people wanted to enter this place to train. Aside from a few special regions, almost all continents of the Divine Prefecture seemed to have locations similar to Dongyuan Pavilion. A few hundred years ago, the great emperor personally sent his people over to establish Dongyuan Pavilion. The cultivation methods within were all copied over from the imperial palace and were extremely precious. They were far more powerful than most of the cultivation methods in the outside world. For many cultivators, entering Dongyuan Pavilion was a milestone on their cultivation journey. Outside of Dongyuan Pavilion, many people were passing in front of it. However, only occasionally would someone be seen entering it. Now, Yi Futian was standing outside of Dongyuan Pavilion. The terrain was very high here. In front of Yi Futian, there was a flight of stairs. Looking up the stairs, one could see a towering structure at a glance. Divine halos of the Great Path circled around the building. Dongyuan Pavilion was the tallest structure in Dongyuan City. Around Dongyuan Pavilion, there were also many grandiose palace complexes. There were also many cultivators there. Dongyuan Pavilion master trained on top of the pavilion and accepted disciples. In reality, they were similar to a powerful sect clan. They also controlled the best resources for cultivating. Hence, who didn't want to become a disciple of Dongyuan Pavilion master and train under him? Under such circumstances, cultivators who could enter Dongyuan Pavilion were among those with the greatest talents. The position of Dongyuan Pavilion master was also extremely high. He stood at the top of Dongyuan City. To the left and right of the stairs, there were two men on guard. When they saw that Yi Futian intended to head up the stairs, they came forward to block his way. Yi Futian frowned. He looked at the guards before him and said, I have come to take the Dongyuan Pavilion statue assessment. State your name, place of origin, and cultivation plane, the person in front of him said. Yi Lionian, unaffiliated cultivator, Renhuang Plain, third-tier divine wheel, Yi Futian answered. Yi Lionian was naturally his alias. After hearing his reply, the other party nodded their heads. Aside from being granted permission, there was another way to enter Dongyuan Pavilion to train, and that was by taking the Dongyuan Pavilion statue assessment. In every location similar to the Dongyuan Pavilion, the founders back then left behind a statue to assess the talents of cultivators. As long as the person being assessed passed, they were qualified to train in Dongyuan Pavilion. However, this assessment was challenging. Those who could pass it were all monstrous figures. Very few people could manage to do so. The statue assessment was also divided into levels and grades. The guards were just about to let him pass when a voice cried out and said, Dongyuan Pavilion does not accept your assessment. Yi Futian was stunned. He lifted his head and swept a glance up the stairs at the person who had spoken. He naturally did not recognize the person. Understood. The guards nodded and continued to block Yi Futian's way, not allowing him to advance further. Why? Yi Futian asked as he raised his head and looked at the person. His tone was very calm. Very few people have passed the Dongyuan Pavilion statue assessment. Too many people come every day. Most of them are just a waste of time. Hence, we carry out selections. The two of you have not passed. Yi Futian revealed a strange look on his face. Had not passed? How did the other party carry out their selection? Yi Futian was at the Renhuang Plain, and this was his first time here. He just wanted a chance to be assessed. He had actually not passed. Clearly, the other party was doing this deliberately. The other party was indeed doing this intentionally. They looked at Yi Futian without any concern in their eyes. They even had looks of condescension in their eyes. They needed to agree for Yi Futian to want to enter Dongyuan Pavilion. Yi Futian did not say anything. Before this, someone's will had swept out from Dongyuan Pavilion. Was it for this reason? After all, he had come to Dongyuan Pavilion. For someone to check on him with their will was very common. He did not think much of it. At that moment, his will swept out towards Dongyuan Pavilion. In an instant, the entire region of the vast Dongyuan Pavilion was enveloped within his will. In the training grounds above, there was a group of people who were drinking tea and discussing cultivation. This group of people had extraordinary temperaments. Among them, sitting next to a youth with outstanding temperament, was a silhouette whom Yi Futian had encountered not long ago on South Mountain. Clearly, the other party had rushed over here before he did. At that moment, Yi Futian understood what was going on. The people having their banquet seemed to have noticed that someone's will was observing them. They could not help but raise their eyebrows. The looks in their eyes were somewhat cold. A woman wearing a long dress coldly scolded, "Presumptuous." The moment she uttered this word, she looked in the direction where the will had come from. From a distance, she saw Yi Futian, and their eyes met. The wills of the others also swept out and landed on Yi Futian. They noticed that the temperaments of Yi Futian and Xie Qingyuan beside him were rather outstanding. However, for them to have snooped on them with their wills was somewhat presumptuous and rude. Who handles affairs in Dongyuan Pavilion? Yi Futian cried out loudly. The cultivator, whom Yi Futian encountered previously on South Mountain, had a cold look on his face. The youth beside him slowly got up and said, "Let's go have a look." The few of them nodded in agreement. They then walked out from Dongyuan Pavilion. In an instant, they were at the top of the stairs. They looked down at Yi Futian standing below. He is the son of Dongyuan Pavilion Master, Liu Dongge. 1. Ying Qing transmitted her thoughts over to Yi Futian. Upon hearing this name, Yi Futian realized that the Pavilion Master wanted his descendant to rule over the pavilion for generations to come. Hence, even his name was related to the place. The group of people beside Liu Dongge had extraordinary temperaments. Their identities were certainly special. The woman who scolded Yi Futian was dressed like a noblewoman. She bore the proud air of an empress, and she could be considered a beauty. The look she gave Yi Futian was somewhat unwelcoming. She was clearly dissatisfied with Yi Futian's offense. "You wanted to see me?" Liu Dongge asked in a low voice as he looked at Yi Futian. He gazed down at Yi Futian, and his tone was indifferent. He had heard that this person had claimed to know the priest of South Mountain. Yi Futian was also sizing up the other party. What he had heard in Dongyuan City was not the same as what he had heard from Ying Qing. It could even be said to be the complete opposite. Hence, he needed verification. Although Ying Qing had helped him out, he could not kill the Dongyuan Pavilion Master solely based on what Ying Qing had said. He had promised Ying Qing. If what she said was true, he would kill Dongyuan Pavilion Master. However, from the looks of it, this Liu Dongge was indeed an extremely arrogant person. "I wish to enter the Dongyuan Pavilion to train. I wish to take the assessment of Dongyuan Pavilion," Yi Futian stated calmly. "Denied," Liu Dongge replied as he stood there. "Why?" Yi Futian continued asking. He did not get angry. "A denial is a denial. I do not need to give a reason," Liu Dongge said. In Dongyuan Pavilion, their word was law. Although Dongyuan Pavilion was established by people sent by the Great Emperor, merely constructing these pavilions on the continents of the Divine Prefecture took hundreds of years. They did not have the time to manage these places. Hence, these places were controlled by the strongest cultivators and forces of the respective continents. This continent could not be considered a top continent of the Divine Prefecture. It did not even have a name and was far from being ranked at all. The Great Emperor would not bother coming down here at all. Hence, in a sense, Dongyuan Pavilion Master held absolute authority here. Down below, many people were looking over here. They had all noticed the commotion. They all looked at Yi Futian. Someone wanted to enter Dongyuan Pavilion to take the statue assessment and was being denied entry. Usually, once someone reached the Renhuang Plain, Dongyuan Pavilion would not reject them and give them a chance to take the assessment. Otherwise, if even Renhuangs were unqualified to take the assessment, how many people would Dongyuan Pavilion Master offend? However, this time, the son of Dongyuan Pavilion Master, Liu Dongge, had personally come out to stop this person. What was so special about this man? Who built Dongyuan Pavilion? Who set the rules here? Yi Futian continued asking. Even more people gathered around upon hearing him say this. Renhuangs were certainly very proud people. Moreover, this person appeared rather young. He would certainly feel dissatisfied when stopped by Liu Dongge. Everyone knew who had built Dongyuan Pavilion. Yi Futian was questioning Liu Dongge by mentioning the great emperor. That being said, what would that do? Are you done? Liu Dongge asked. If you are done talking, please leave. You are not allowed to step into Dongyuan Pavilion. The great emperor built Dongyuan Pavilion, and it is looked after by someone for the great emperor. Currently, do even the servants around the great emperor take themselves to be the master of the pavilion? Yi Futian said. If you can stand at the top of the stairs, why can't I? Having said that, Yi Futian stepped forward and walked up the stairs. The surrounding crowd revealed strange expressions. Was he planning to enter by force? Liu Dongge and the others looked down at Yi Futian. Strange looks flashed past in their eyes. Was he forcing his way into Dongyuan Pavilion? The people beside Liu Dongge all revealed bizarre expressions. These people were all cultivators from the top forces of the continent. They happened to be in Dongyuan Pavilion. They never imagined that they would encounter someone trying to force his way into Dongyuan Pavilion. If we say you cannot, then you naturally cannot. The aura of the female Renhuang swept out from her body. It was extremely domineering. There is no point in getting worked up over this, Liu Dongge said softly to her. Let's go. As Liu Dongge said this, he turned and headed into the Dongyuan Pavilion. He said, those who try to cause trouble and enter the pavilion by force will bear the consequences of their actions. He did not look back, but his voice contained a faint hint of murderous intent. No one doubted what he said. If Yi Futian were truly related to the priest of South Mountain, Liu Dongge would have problems finding an excuse to deal with him. Since Yi Futian wanted to force his way in, he could use this opportunity to kill him on the spot. So what if Yi Futian was a Renhuang? How could a mere lower-level Renhuang stand against the forces of the Dongyuan Pavilion? Beneath her mask, a murderous intent flared up in Ying Qing's eyes. She glanced at Yi Futian. If this continued, Yi Futian would see what sort of person Liu Dongge was. Yi Futian lifted his head and looked up the stairs. Several cultivators stepped forward at the same time. Among them was the Renhuang that he had driven off on South Mountain. He looked at Yi Futian with a cold gaze and said, Dongyuan Pavilion was built by the great emperor long ago. You will not defile this place. If you want to make that mistake, step forward. We will then consider that an attempt at forceful entry into Dongyuan Pavilion. 1. The characters for Dongge is a shorthand for Dongyuan Pavilion, both names sharing the same Chinese characters. Chapter 1870 Dominance. Yi Futian swept an indifferent glance at the other party and said, Dongyuan Pavilion was established by the great emperor. How are you qualified to stand in my way? As he said this, he lifted his feet and stepped onto the stone stairs, continuing to head up. The cultivator revealed a cold expression. Before this, he had been easily driven off by Yi Futian on South Mountain. He was already somewhat dissatisfied about this. Now, in such a situation, Yi Futian had actually dared to force his way into Dongyuan Pavilion. Could it be that he actually believed the forces of Dongyuan Pavilion here today were just for show? A frightening aura of the Great Path swept out. At that moment, his divine will burst forth, and a towering, gigantic black turtle sacred beast appeared in the sky above. A menacing suppressive Great Path descended on the land. It was as though the sky was being suppressed under the feet of this sacred beast. He extended his palm and pressed down on Yi Futian. A gigantic black turtle sacred beast immediately appeared above Yi Futian. In an instant, Yi Futian and the others sensed a huge power over their heads. Divine light emanated from Yi Futian's body. It was as though he was not affected by the power as he continued to head up the stairs step by step. A huge rumble sounded, and cracks appeared on the stairs beneath his feet. The stairs were made of special material and were exceptionally sturdy. It contained the power of the Great Path. However, right now, cracks appeared on the stairs due to the immense pressure. The cracks propagated outwards, but Yi Futian still stood tall at his spot like a spear. He was unaffected by the cracks. They began fighting. More and more cultivators gathered below. Even those far away could sense the pressure emanating from this place, and they also sent their wills sweeping over. This was Dongyuan Pavilion. Why had a fight erupted over here? Third. Yi Futian's steps were not hindered at the slightest as he continued up the stairs step by step. The other cultivators walked up to the edge at the top of the stairs and looked down at Yi Futian. Auras from their divine wheels of the Great Path also burst forth from their bodies. A silhouette dressed in white released an aura that was sharp beyond comparison. In the sky above, terrifying sharp screams could be heard. Many people immediately raised their heads. An astonishing cutting edge coalesced from the Great Path. It was sharp beyond comparison and seemed capable of destroying everything. Buzz! An unparalleled spear appeared. It contained a very mighty spear which could shatter the space. It was vibrating in the sky, yet it did not attack. The crowd below pointed to the sky. Instantly, another wave of shocking current swept across the sky. Another spear appeared. Or it could be said that this second spear was materialized by the unparalleled spear will. Rumble. 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 In the sky, streaks of spear will appeared. Soon, 9 spears were hanging in the sky. The space was suffocating. Attack! His finger pointed downwards, and a sharp scream sounded. The long spear shot down and pierced towards Yi Futian, who was being suppressed by the black turtle illusion. Bang! There was a loud bang. Spear will descended from above and crashed onto a dazzling divine light. Golden divine light flowed over Yi Futian's entire body, forming a golden light shroud. The overbearing spear actually could not penetrate the light shroud. People up on top, is that all you've got? Yi Futian sneered. As he spoke, he suddenly stomped the ground. In an instant, the ground shook violently as domineering ripples of the Great Path propagated. Then, the ripples transformed into a terrifying gale which swept past the cultivators. The black turtle illusion was shattered into pieces, and the spears were destroyed. The power of the Great Path, exerted by others to suppress Yi Futian, was lifted too. Moreover, the few renhuangs who were standing at the top of the stairs were forced to retreat back a few steps due to the gale that bellowed past them. Their auras were unsteady. Bang! Another loud crash sounded as Yi Futian took a step forward. The cultivators, who were forced to move a few steps backward, felt their hearts trembling violently. Their internal organs churned while their souls quivered. It was as though their souls would be shattered by this step. However, the sound of Yi Futian's footsteps did not stop. He continued advancing step by step up the stairs. Each step he took made their hearts tremble violently. It was not just them. The expressions of the cultivators in the vast space all changed. Even though they weren't facing the power head-on, they still felt their blood and chi churn as though their bodies were about to shatter from the shockwaves. When Yi Futian took his final step and reached the top of the stairs, an even more terrifying storm of the Great Path swept out. The renhuangs who were blocking his way actually let out dull groans and coughed up fresh blood at the same time. Their faces were as pale as paper. They sensed that the power of the Great Path within their bodies was facing terrifying suppression. At that moment, their expressions changed as they stared at Yi Futian, who had walked up. His divine wheel of the Great Path was likely far stronger than their own. When the crowd at the bottom of the stairs saw that Yi Futian had made his way to the top, their hearts could not help but tremble. As expected of a cultivator at the Renhuang Plain, even if the other party denied him access, he still forced his way up. Donghuang the Great established the Dongyuan Pavilion to allow everyone to receive teachings and cultivate. Even those in charge of the Dongyuan Pavilion are just representing the Great Emperor in managing this place to allow talented people to train in the Dongyuan Pavilion. If all of you can be up here, why can't I? Yi Futian said as he swept a glance at the few renhuangs before him. The other party was speechless. The people below were also astonished. What Yi Futian said was true. He was clearly stronger than the other party and could suppress them. If these people could be at the top, what qualifications did they have to stop him from also being there? There was no problem with Yi Futian's line of reasoning. However, in the world of cultivation, reason was never proven by words in front of Yi Futian. Liu Dong's group that was preparing to leave turned around. When Liu Dong saw that Yi Futian had forced his way up here, he frowned. His gaze was cold. From the ancient palaces surrounding the Dongyuan Pavilion, silhouettes flew up into the sky and came over. They glanced over at Yi Futian. The previous battle had disturbed the cultivators in Dongyuan Pavilion. Was someone trying to force their way into Dongyuan Pavilion? Yi Futian lifted his head slightly. He glanced over at the various cultivators but ignored them after. With his current ability, he originally did not need to be worried about the cultivators of Dongyuan Pavilion. Even if he waged war against Dongyuan Pavilion, he did not need to be afraid. If anyone dared to attack him, then he would not hold back. I came to Dongyuan Pavilion to take the statue assessment. When the cultivators of Dongyuan Pavilion stopped me, I took it as a hint that you are stronger than me. However, if you are weaker than me, yet you dare to stop me, it means that you have gone against the will of the Great Emperor and have desecrated His Highness. In that case, don't blame me for not showing mercy, said Yi Futian. He strode towards the towering building. Many people silently nodded in agreement. Yi Futian's logic was not flawed. Since they attacked Yi Futian, naturally, it meant that, in their opinion, Yi Futian was not qualified to enter Dongyuan Pavilion. By right, they should be stronger than Yi Futian. Otherwise, what qualifications did they have to stop Yi Futian from taking the statue assessment? This fellow had actually mentioned the Great Emperor. However, it was hardly possible for the Great Emperor to meddle in petty matters like the affairs of Dongyuan Pavilion. There were countless continents in the Divine Prefecture. This continent was but one of them. It was insignificant compared to the rest. When the renhuangs, who were defeated by Yi Futian, saw him advancing step by step, they actually didn't dare to stop him anymore. They made way for him. Clearly, they were not confident that they could stop Yi Futian. They had suffered losses at his hands just now. If they continued to stand in his way, they might embarrass themselves. Take him down. Liu Dong frowned. The few cultivators beside him were all mighty figures. They were gathered here initially to discuss the matters of Dongyuan Pavilion. Under these circumstances, someone had actually forced his way into the Dongyuan Pavilion. One could imagine how Liu Dong felt now. This would undoubtedly give the other party something to latch onto. The female renhuang beside him also frowned. Her gaze was cold and indifferent. Her clan and Dongyuan Pavilion master were allied forces. They had a close relationship and shared the same interests. Liu Dong had barely uttered these words when a terrifying aura was emanated. A middle-level renhuang with a fourth-tier divine will stepped forward. This scene caused the crowd at the bottom of the stairs to feel disappointed. Dongyuan Pavilion had actually allowed a person with high cultivation to fight. Even if they managed to stop Yi Futian, it would make them look bad. A terrifying will appeared from the fourth-tier divine wheel of this cultivator. He stepped into the air, and a huge scimitar appeared in the sky. It was extremely sharp. The will of the scimitar slashed towards Yi Futian's body. It seemed capable of slashing apart space. Such a dominant technique. Many people could sense an unprecedented and overbearing aura coming from the will of the scimitar. The renhuang extended his palm. With the scimitar in his hand, the space seemed to become a world of the scimitar. Yi Futian felt himself descend into a world of the will of the scimitar. Before him, the renhuang was extremely overbearing. He looked at Yi Futian and said, "Step down, and I can spare your life." Yi Futian naturally did not back down. This was also within the opponent's expectations. The will of the scimitar contained murderous intent. "You seek your own death. Seeing that Yi Futian was still advancing, he swung down. The scimitar flashed in an instant, faster than lightning. The crowd only saw a light flash before their eyes. Their eyes could not see the scimitar at all. It was too fast. The hearts of many people shuddered. Could Yi Futian survive such a slash? Everyone's gazes turned to Yi Futian. The next moment, they narrowed their eyes. Their hearts were beating heavily. Their gazes were fixed in that direction. Yi Futian's arm was raised. Around his body, will circulated. In his palm, powerful currents of the great path flowed. Astonishingly, his fingers were extended and had caught the scimitar. It was not a real scimitar, but one made from the powerful coalesced will of the scimitar. The will of the scimitar was more overbearing and faster than lightning. Not only had it not killed Yi Futian, but it had also even been caught by him. He had caught the will of the scimitar with his bare hand. Even the Renhuang with the fourth-tier divine will felt his heart violently shudder. This was impossible. It was difficult for someone of the same cultivation plane as he was, or even a middle-level Renhuang of a higher plane, to do so. How could Yi Futian possibly pull it off? You wish to spare my life? Yi Futian said as he looked at the cultivator. Divine light was flowing in his hand. The will of the scimitar immediately shattered into dust bit by bit. It was as though the frightening scimitar had no power at all. A high-pitched swishing sound could be heard. A sword appeared before Yi Futian. The sword will resonated within the vast space. The humming of the sword enveloped the space. Then, take a slash from my sword. Yi Futian had barely uttered these words when a divine sword shot across the sky. It similarly stabbed out like lightning. When the other party saw Yi Futian break the will of the scimitar with his bare hands, he was somewhat cautious. He retreated and slashed down at the same time, attempting to avoid the sword strike. The sword and scimitar collided. The sword also contained the power of yin within it. The scimitar was shattered by the divine sword and turned to dust. The sword slashed across the sky and disappeared with a flash. The crowd only saw that when the sword flashed, the cultivator's body in mid-air trembled violently. His face revealed an intense look of horror. Then, his figure turned into dust and returned to nothingness. If I am not qualified to enter the Dongyuan Pavilion, how many of you can still remain here? Yi Futian said plainly. Chapter 1871, Manifestation. Donghuang, the great established pavilions in the divine prefecture to pass on teachings to the people, primarily those with outstanding talent. Now, in Dongyuan Pavilion, the various cultivators were preventing Yi Futian from advancing. However, Yi Futian forced his way in and killed a Renhuang who was at a higher plane. If he was not qualified to enter Dongyuan Pavilion, how many people could stand at the top? Such arrogance. Nevertheless, Yi Futian seemed to have the qualifications to be arrogant. In Dongyuan Pavilion, there was actually no one on the same plane who could stop him. Hence, they needed to acknowledge his strength. The people above were not qualified to stop him. Although that was within reason, the Dongyuan Pavilion was controlled by the forces of Dongyuan Pavilion Master. Yi Futian had forced his way into Dongyuan Pavilion and even killed a Renhuang. This matter would most likely not end well. At the bottom of the stairs, the cultivators who had gathered from all around looked at the white-haired silhouette. This person was so domineering. Could it be that there was a force backing him? Was a top force of the continent attempting to seize control over the Dongyuan Pavilion and hence sent a warning to the current forces of the Dongyuan Pavilion? Otherwise, even with Yi Futian's outstanding talent, he still only had a third-tier divine wheel. If the forces of Dongyuan Pavilion truly wanted to deal with him, how could he stand against them? As expected, after Yi Futian killed the Renhuang, even more cultivators immediately appeared in Dongyuan Pavilion. In the distance, in front of Dongyuan Pavilion that towered into the sky, silhouettes floated in the air. Their cold gazes swept towards Yi Futian. In the sky above Yi Futian, storms of the great path gathered. In a sinister voice, one of the cultivators said, "To kill someone in front of this holy land, do you have any respect?" Yi Futian glanced over at the other party from a distance. The person was a middle-level Renhuang with a sixth-tier divine wheel. Their eyes met. Yi Futian did not shift his gaze. He similarly glanced at the other party with a cold gaze. He replied, "If I did not catch the scimitar just now, it would be a different story, wouldn't it? For forcing my way into Dongyuan Pavilion, I must be killed, is it?" As Yi Futian said this, he continued to advance step by step towards Dongyuan Pavilion. He was looking at the statue in Dongyuan Pavilion. The great emperor wanted to pass on teachings to the world, so he established Dongyuan Pavilion. The person who built the pavilion left behind this statue. The will of that senior must reside within it. If he saw the pavilion that he built be reduced to being used by others for personal gain and be claimed as their own training ground, I wonder how he would feel. Yi Futian declared, "All of you are defiling this holy land." His voice reverberated throughout the space. It was as though it was a sound of the great path. Across a space of hundreds and thousands of miles, countless people stopped in their tracks. They could all hear this sound of the great path. The forces of Dongyuan Pavilion Master were defiling the Holy Land. Today, Liu Donga blocked Yi Futian and denied him entry into the Dongyuan Pavilion. He probably never imagined that Yi Futian would be so domineering and that he would actually kill a Renhuang here. Such a commotion would surely be detrimental to the current forces of the Dongyuan Pavilion. Even more people would question them. Many people were supporting Yi Futian in spirit. These past few years, Dongyuan Pavilion had indeed been completely under the control of the forces of Dongyuan Pavilion Master. Whoever they allowed could enter the Dongyuan Pavilion, whoever they denied entry would not be able to. Many people accepted this hidden rule, and hence all of them strived to pass the assessment of Dongyuan Pavilion Master to enter the Dongyuan Pavilion. However, that way, many genius figures could only enter the pavilion by joining them. Every time there was a large-scale assessment, to enter Dongyuan Pavilion to train, one had first to become one of them. This situation made many people bear grudges secretly. However, Dongyuan Pavilion Master was one of the top figures of this continent. Aside from a few forces at the same level, who could question them? At that moment, a few silhouettes walked out from the Dongyuan Pavilion. The person in the middle had sharp eyebrows and sparkling eyes. His gaze was like a sharp sword and gave off an extremely powerful sense of authority. When the cultivators saw him appear, they frantically made way for him. They bowed slightly and greeted, "Pavilion Master." The silhouette who appeared was actually Dongyuan Pavilion Master. The few people beside him all had similarly extraordinary temperaments. Although they did not release their auras, a faint pressure could be felt coming from their bodies. Among them was a person who had a faint smile on his face. He looked at Yi Futian from afar and said with a smile, "What this junior has said is not without reason. His ability is also not weak, being able to kill a Renhuang of a higher cultivation plane. Although he appears somewhat presumptuous, it is also with reason. Does young Pavilion Master have a grudge with him?" After he spoke up, many people were somewhat surprised. This person who had emerged from inside the Dongyuan Pavilion was actually speaking up for Yi Futian. This would undoubtedly offend Dongyuan Pavilion Master. Obviously, this person was not concerned about that at all. Someone recognized who he was and immediately said in a low voice, "He is Emperor Helion, the lord of the royal family of the western territories of the continent." These past few days, there have been rumors that a few top forces had arrived in Dongyuan City. From the looks of it, the rumors were true, said some people in the crowd. They then looked at the other people. The people who stood next to Dongyuan Pavilion Master were the strongest figures of the continent. Many people looked at Liu Donga when they heard what Emperor Helion said. Prior to this, Liu Donga was extremely domineering when he denied Yi Futian entry to the Dongyuan Pavilion. Many people did not understand why he did so. Could it be that he actually bore a grudge against Yi Futian? Even though his talent is outstanding, he is so unruly, a middle-aged figure with extraordinary temperament said. Even if he achieves anything with his cultivation, he will be a menace. How can we let him train in the Dongyuan Pavilion? I do not believe that Donga has done anything inappropriate. This speaker was the lord of a top clan. He was also the father of the woman beside Liu Donga. He was close with Dongyuan Pavilion Master. These past few years, Their relationship had grown even close. They were considered allied forces, so he naturally continued to support Dongyuan Pavilion Master. As long as he was in his current position, he just needed to ask to send his clan members to train in the Dongyuan Pavilion. In terms of rules, for a Ren Huang to come over actively to take the assessment, would he not even be qualified to enter, another person said. Is this a rule set by Pavilion Master Liu? While Dongyuan Pavilion Master was listening to these people's words, his expression was icy. He looked at Yi Futian before him and said, "Step aside, let him take the statue assessment." The crowd was stunned. They all revealed bizarre looks. What was the intention of the Pavilion Master? The people beside Pavilion Master smiled as they looked at him. Dongyuan Pavilion Master continued saying, "If this person cannot cause the will of the statue to manifest, kill him then." Understood, the cultivators of the Dongyuan Pavilion responded. There was faint murderous intent in their gazes. No one understood the statue more than them. Ordinary cultivators could not even communicate with the will within the statue. Those with exceptional talent could make the will of the statue circulate within it. As long as they could detect the existence of the will and activate it, they would be allowed to train in the Dongyuan Pavilion. However, wanting to make the will of the statue manifest was extremely difficult. Few people had managed to do so. Yi Futian was arrogant to the extreme. He had forced his way into the Dongyuan Pavilion and raved about wanting to take the assessment. Since Yi Futian wanted to do so, Dongyuan Pavilion Master would give him a chance. If Yi Futian could not cause the will of the statue to manifest, he would be killed. Yi Futian glanced over at Dongyuan Pavilion Master. Kill him? Who in the Dongyuan Pavilion could kill him? Of course, he did not argue with the other party. Since they allowed him to take the assessment, then he would give it a try. Yi Futian walked forward and came before the statue. The master of this statue appeared to be around 40 to 50 years old. His pupils sparkled and contained a frightening look in them. The statue was 100 zhong tall and stood erect in front of the Dongyuan Pavilion like a guardian deity. One could sense a formless pressure just standing before it. Yi Futian's body floated up into the air. He looked towards the statue as it stood there. Although he could feel a formless pressure from it, there was no aura emanating from it. The statue seemed to contain heavenly might within it that it did not let out. Ordinary people could only sense that it was miraculous but would be unable to truly pry further. Yi Futian's eyes changed and became exceptionally deep. They even appeared somewhat sinister. It was as though everything in the world appeared clear to him. When he glanced over at the statue, it seemed to come alive, as though the entire statue was formed from countless runes of the Great Path. It was even connected with the towering Dongyuan Pavilion. Buzz! The crowd saw the statue suddenly radiate light. Many people narrowed their eyes as the statue lit up. So fast. He had actually caused the statue to light up in an instant. As expected, he is truly exceptional. The elder who previously spoke up for Yi Futian praised him with a smile. Emperor Helion seemed very interested in Yi Futian. This Renhuang still appeared to be a young man. He might have cultivated for less than 100 years. However, his talent and combat ability seemed to be top-notch. Murderous intent brew in Dongyuan Pavilion Master. If the other party actually managed to activate the will of the statue, what would Dongyuan Pavilion Master do? The statue shone brighter and brighter. Its 100 zhong tall figure sparkled with divine light. The aura of the Great Path flowed over the statue. This caused the look in the eyes of Liu Dongge and the others to shift. Although they could also activate the will of the statue, Yi Futian was doing it much faster than they could. Buzz! On the statue, brilliant colorful lights suddenly radiated, blinding all around it. The people below the pavilion cried out in astonishment. They felt that the light was somewhat blinding. Aura of the Great Path emanated from it. The will of the statue manifested. The gaze of many people froze. This was too fast. How could Yi Futian possibly do it so fast? The cultivators of Dongyuan Pavilion were all shocked. Even Pavilion Master was momentarily stunned. Is that all? Yi Futian said indifferently as he glanced over at Dongyuan Pavilion Master. Yi Futian seemed very at ease. He had effortlessly completed what Liu Donga had spent a long time trying to achieve back then. The Dongyuan Pavilion has not lit up. You cannot consider that as the will of the statue manifesting, Dongyuan Pavilion Master said in a cold tone. He remained calm. He clearly did not want to let Yi Futian go. Is that so? Yi Futian smiled. The instant he finished speaking, rainbow light flowed over the Dongyuan Pavilion. It flowed all the way up until it pierced the clouds. The Dongyuan Pavilion that pierced the sky immediately lit up with dazzling lights, causing even the clouds in the sky above to light up. Dongyuan Pavilion Master's gaze froze. He was actually speechless. How did Yi Futian manage to pull this off? The people below the Dongyuan Pavilion were also in awe when they witnessed this scene. Voices sounded one by one. This was practically rumor has it that the rule back when Dongyuan Pavilion was established was that if someone could cause the entire Dongyuan Pavilion to light up, Dongyuan Pavilion would be completely open to him. The person would be able to access all 81 floors of Dongyuan Pavilion. No one could prevent him from doing so. Dongyuan Pavilion Master intended to make things difficult for Yi Futian. Yet, his scheme had been easily circumvented. How was Pavilion Master feeling right now? Is that enough? Yi Futian continued. If that is not enough, how about this? After Yi Futian said these words, resplendent colorful lights shot out from the Dongyuan Pavilion. Endless divine halos of the great path burst forth from the statue. An illusory figure appeared. It seemed to be a manifestation of the statue. The will of the statue had descended. It floated in the sky above. Colorful light swept out over 3,000 miles. Within Dongyuan City, countless people raised their heads and looked towards the light of the great path. 1872 Person in charge? In front of the 81-story Dongyuan Pavilion, the will of the statue manifested, and the brilliant light of the great path shone for 3,000 miles. Over there, an illusory silhouette appeared. It seemed alive, as though it was actually existing. At that moment, the eyes of the illusory silhouette suddenly opened. In that instant, the hearts of countless people around the Dongyuan Pavilion trembled. Their hearts wavered. Had he awakened a hidden will within the statue? A divine halo enveloped the statue. The illusory silhouette looked at Yi Futian. At that moment, Yi Futian's eyes seemed to traverse the endless space. He saw the silhouette of a mighty figure in another world. It had not been difficult for him to activate the will of the statue. The person who forged this statue back in the day had left behind a will of the great path to test the people. Yi Futian had also immediately activated the will of the statue, awakening the master of the statue. Hence, an astonishing scene appeared before his eyes. 3,000 miles of space was enveloped in resplendent light. Everyone in Dongyuan City raised their heads and looked at the divine silhouette in their sights. It is the statue in front of the Dongyuan Pavilion. What is going on? The people in the city burst into an exciting discussion. For the statue to have manifested, something big must have happened. Countless people frenziedly rushed over in the direction of the Dongyuan Pavilion. It was not just the people of Dongyuan City. Right now, even the major figures around the Dongyuan Pavilion were trembling in awe. This included the top figures of the continent, such as Emperor Helion. This fellow had actually achieved something that they had never been able to pull off. It was laughable that the cultivators of Dongyuan Pavilion had actually prevented Yi Futian from entering. Even Dongyuan Pavilion Master had intentionally made things hard for Yi Futian and had wanted him to activate the will of the statue. Yet, they most likely never imagined that Yi Futian would reach this step. This time, Dongyuan Pavilion Master had slapped himself in the face. When Dongyuan Pavilion Master saw this scene, the look in his eyes was complicated. Although he was filled with awe, he similarly had cold murderous intentions. He felt threatened. As Pavilion Master, someone had achieved something that he had never been able to do. The will of the statue had manifested before the crowd. How was he feeling right now? If this person had caught his eye, matters would still be all right. However, they just so happened to have prevented the other party from entering the Dongyuan pavilion. This was an extreme mockery for them. Right now, Dongyuan pavilion master was angry inside as he secretly blamed Liu Dongge. Why hadn't this useless fellow not allowed Yi Futian into the Dongyuan pavilion? Pavilion master did not know about this matter. However, now that the situation was already like this, he could not change it anymore. Welcome, senior. At that moment, a few major figures beside Dongyuan pavilion master bowed slightly at the silhouette that had manifested. They would naturally show respect to the founder of Dongyuan pavilion. The silhouette that had manifested did not look at them. Instead, he looked at Yi Futian and said, "There will be no restrictions for you in Dongyuan pavilion. You can even become the person in charge of Dongyuan pavilion." "Many thanks, senior," Yi Futian replied as he bowed in respect. Immediately, the resplendent light dissipated. The illusory silhouette also gradually disappeared. The light of the great path surged into the statue. When everything returned to normal, it was as though nothing had happened. Internally, the hearts of the crowd could not calm down. They were astonished. The members of Dongyuan Pavilion had forbidden Yi Futian from entering. However, now that the founder of Dongyuan Pavilion had personally manifested and appeared, there were no longer any restrictions on him in Dongyuan Pavilion. What was even more astonishing was the sentence that came last. Yi Futian could become the person in charge of Dongyuan Pavilion. What did this mean? The founder had handpicked Yi Futian to control Dongyuan Pavilion. When Dongyuan Pavilion master, who was initially bowing, heard this, he raised his head. His heart was as cold as ice. A murderous intent flashed past in his eyes as he looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian could take charge of the Dongyuan Pavilion? Then, who was Pavilion Master? This time, Pavilion Master, as well as his subordinates, had made fools of themselves. Their image was ruined. The cultivators below the Dongyuan Pavilion thought to themselves. This was truly a slap to the face. After the statue returned to its original state, the Dongyuan Pavilion actually became exceptionally quiet. No one said anything, and the atmosphere was somewhat bizarre. It was as though no one knew where to begin. Liu Dongge's expression was as ugly as it could be. He was the instigator of all this. Before this, he had denied Yi Futian from entering the Dongyuan Pavilion. When Yi Futian inquired about his reason for doing so, Liu Dongge had said that Yi Futian was not allowed to do so because he had not allowed it. He had no reason, and he could decide everything. What about now? Was he going to cast Yi Futian out of the Dongyuan Pavilion? Today, the various cultivators had witnessed everything that had occurred. Very soon, this matter would be known throughout Dongyuan City. Liu Dongge couldn't kill Yi Futian and pretend nothing happened. Would their forces still be qualified to be in control of the Dongyuan Pavilion then? Most likely, no one would accept the outcome if they tried to do so. Spectacular! Emperor Helion cried out in astonishment. He looked at Yi Futian and said, "This statue has stood here for 300 years. And no one has ever managed to manifest the will of the statue like you have done, little friend. You awakened the founder of Dongyuan Pavilion. Today has truly been eye-opening. It is laughable that the cultivators of the pavilion actually tried to stop you. I wonder what their intentions were. Pavilion Master Liu, are you still going to stop him?" Emperor Helion asked Pavilion Master. He wanted to make the other party look bad in front of the crowd. Clearly, they were not close. It could even be said that there was bad blood between them. If not, Emperor Helion would not put Dongyuan Pavilion Master on the spot like this. Since Yi Futian has managed to do so and the founder of Dongyuan Pavilion has personally spoken, we will let bygones be bygones, Pavilion Master Liu said as he looked at Yi Futian. From today onwards, you can enter the pavilion as you please. You have absolute freedom. Under such circumstances, what could he do? Would he defy the wish of the founder? He could only let things be and acknowledge Yi Futian. Yi Futian would be able to enter the pavilion freely. As for the death of the Ren Huang, Pavilion Master Liu could only keep quiet and not mention it. The Ren Huang was fated to have died in vain. Yi Futian swept an indifferent glance at the other party. This was beyond what he had expected. Before this, if the pavilion master continued to act outrageously, Yi Futian would have immediately retaliated. With Yi Futian's current cultivation, even if he did not activate the will of the emperor, he should be able to put up a fight. Of course, he was not sure about Pavilion Master Liu's actual combat prowess. Nevertheless, Yi Futian's opponent couldn't take his life. If Yi Futian came again after breaking through to the next plane, that would cover all his bases. He would not release the will of the emperor in public. It was his trump card. Is that all? Emperor Helion said as he narrowed his eyes at Pavilion Master Liu. With a smile, he continued saying, "Did Pavilion Master not listen clearly to what the founding senior said before?" The master of the statue had manifested and proclaimed that Yi Futian would be in charge of the Dongyuan Pavilion in his place. This meant that Yi Futian could become the new pavilion master. Helion, even though the founding senior said so, his cultivation is currently only that of a lower-level Renhuang. How will he have authority over the powerful ones and control the Dongyuan Pavilion? The middle-aged man beside Pavilion Master Liu said before Pavilion Master managed to respond. "My Helion royal family is willing to aid him," Emperor Helion said with a smile. Such wild ambition, the middle-aged man coldly snorted. "Do you want to look after the pavilion?" Pavilion Master Liu asked Yi Futian, causing the two of them who were bickering to shut up. They both gave Pavilion Master Liu strange glances. Could it be that he had changed his attitude towards Yi Futian? Yi Futian looked at the other party and revealed an expression of amusement. He asked, "What if I want to? Since the founding senior has spoken, if you want, I will hand over the position of Dongyuan Pavilion Master to you," Pavilion Master Liu explained. "However, since your current cultivation plane is not high enough, we will temporarily aid you in maintaining order in the Dongyuan Pavilion. When you no longer need us, I can hand over the responsibilities completely to you." Yi Futian smiled as he looked at the other party. This was a good suggestion. That way, both he and the other party could manage Dongyuan Pavilion together. As a puppet, no one would even know how Yi Futian died. With so much time, wouldn't it be easy to kill a lower-level Renhuang? The other party might be thinking so. "Many thanks, but that will not be necessary," Yi Futian said. He then walked towards the Dongyuan Pavilion. When he saw Liu Dongge standing to the side, he said, "You denied me entry to the Dongyuan Pavilion, yet I still made it up here." Liu Dongge's expression froze on his face. He had no words to respond to Yi Futian, he could only watch as Yi Futian continued walking forwards. Xia Qingyuan, Ying Qing, as well as Black Wind Condor, followed Yi Futian. Black Wind Condor swept a sharp glance at Liu Dongge and said, "Idiot." A will emanated from Liu Dongge. The look that Black Wind Condor gave him was somewhat provocative. "Brood may not enter," Liu Dongge said. "Dongge," Pavilion Master Liu interrupted him. Liu Dongge endured it as he watched Black Wind Condor walk into the Dongyuan Pavilion. "Interesting," Emperor Helion exclaimed with a smile. He then placed his hands behind his back and casually waltzed into the Dongyuan Pavilion. This scene caused the expression of Pavilion Master Liu to turn ugly. This old fellow was originally plotting to take his place. Now, was he planning to use Yi Futian to seize control over the Dongyuan Pavilion? Yi Futian stepped into the Dongyuan Pavilion and was astonished by the building. An aura of the Great Path enveloped the entire Dongyuan Pavilion. The interior was all-inclusive. The ancient manuscripts of the Great Path that were carved on the walls could not be taken away from this place. They were carved onto jade scrolls using specialized methods. One could only inspect them using their will. At the center of the Dongyuan Pavilion was a spiraling staircase that extended upwards until the 81st floor. Yi Futian glanced around. The lowest floor did not contain anything that he needed. They were all cultivation methods for people of low cultivation planes. He then made his way up the stairs. Although Yi Futian did not lack cultivation methods, since this place contained the teachings that Donghuang the Great had ordered people to copy down for the masses back then, they must be suitable for all cultivators. There might be some incredible cultivation techniques among them. Ying Qing quietly followed behind Yi Futian. Everything that occurred today had a huge impact on her. How monstrous was this cultivator who was picked up by Han Lin from Senluo Manor? Now, she was not worried at all about her revenge. Since Yi Futian had promised her, he would certainly help her settle it. Chapter 1873, Agreeing to Replace. In Dongyuan Pavilion, Yi Futian was quietly reading ancient manuscripts about techniques, without thinking about things that were happening outside. What he did in Dongyuan City had stirred up a huge commotion. Countless people were discussing him now. However, Yi Futian acted as though nothing had happened and had temporarily cast everything out of his mind. Even though he had agreed to Ying Qing's request, this was but a part of his experience while training in the Divine Prefecture. He would not waste too much of his energy on it. He had always remembered his purpose here in the Divine Prefecture. No matter where he was, he only had a goal: to train and get stronger. He had already cut off his connection with the original realm, so he couldn't know what was happening over there. Even if he knew, he couldn't do anything about it. He could only improve his ability as much as possible within a short period of time so that he would be a match for those peak figures. Only when he achieved his goal could he have a chance to return to the original realm and fight against forces like Shen Clan and Golden Divine Nation. In the blink of an eye, Yi Futian had stayed in the Dongyuan Pavilion for a few days. Throughout his stay, several Dongyuan Pavilion cultivators had visited the place. The gazes they gave him were hostile, but no one dared to attack Yi Futian while they were in the Dongyuan Pavilion. Without distractions, Yi Futian was completely drawn in by the collection in the Dongyuan Pavilion. This was a huge library of teachings of Wei. It could be considered a treasure trove. The teachings that Donghuang the Great passed on to the world were astonishingly powerful. They were even more valuable than he had imagined. Any cultivator would be able to find what they needed here. Yi Futian couldn't help but respect Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing. He naturally did not need to mention Emperor Yi Qing. As for Donghuang the Great, setting aside how this legendary figure actually was, he was indeed an epochal figure. He had also contributed greatly to the Divine Prefecture. Such a spirit was worthy of admiration. Yi Futian also understood why the various forces wanted to control the Dongyuan Pavilion. For some jade scrolls, practicing them here by inspecting them with one's will was more effective than memorizing them to practice later. At that moment, Yi Futian was sitting in one corner and practicing quietly. His will entered into a jade scroll, silently experiencing everything within it. A divine halo of the Great Path flowed over his body, causing many people to look over in his direction. After a long while, Yi Futian's will withdrew from the scroll, and he continued to study other ancient manuscripts. He became more and more engrossed in his inspection of the manuscripts. This made Ying Qing feel as though he had forgotten why he had come to the Dongyuan Pavilion. She was also getting more and more curious about Yi Futian's identity and origins. At that moment, Ying Qing seemed to sense something. She turned around and looked beside her. She saw a woman dressed in a plain white dress standing there quietly. This woman appeared to be around 30 years of age and was very beautiful. She lacked the aura of a young maiden and instead bore a more mature air. Her figure could also be considered flawless and caused people to be lost in wild and fanciful thought. The woman's temperament was also extremely outstanding, giving off an otherworldly sense of beauty. She bore the elegant air of royalty and appeared slightly distant and proud. It was as though she was a fairy goddess who was from beyond this world. Ying Qing could sense that this woman had strong cultivation. She was definitely a Ren Huang and not a lower-level one at that. She kept standing quietly as she watched Yi Futian cultivating. Yi Futian also seemed to have noticed her as he sat there. He stood up, turned around, and glanced over at the other party. He politely asked with a smile, "Is Goddess looking for me?" Clearly, he had noticed that the other party had been watching him all this while. Even though the cultivation methods here are powerful, they are difficult to cultivate and require a long time to comprehend. If you are only staying in the Dongyuan Pavilion for a short while, you will most likely find it hard to comprehend anything meaningful, the woman said. What about this dictionary of the Wei? Yi Futian pointed toward a corner. It is also one of them. The other party nodded. I shall take that into consideration, Yi Futian replied with a smile. If Goddess has other matters, please feel free to speak. My father has waited for Ren Huangyi for a few days. However, Ren Huangyi has yet to emerge. Hence, he has asked me to take a look and invite Ren Huangyi to grace him with a meeting, the woman stated. I am a member of Emperor Helian's royal family, Helian Yu. She is the eldest princess of the Helian royal family. Ying Qing transmitted her thoughts over to Yi Futian. Emperor Helian's royal family is one of the continent's royal families. They have powerful abilities no weaker than that of Senluo Manor. They have many more cultivators under their control than Senluo Manor. Before this, the person who spoke up on your behalf outside was Emperor Helian. Yi Futian had a pretty good grasp of the situation as he nodded his head and said, "All right. However, please give me some more time. There are some parts that I have yet to comprehend." "All right," Helian Yu responded as she nodded her head. Yi Futian then continued cultivating. With nothing else to do, Helian Yu also studied some cultivation methods to the side, comprehending them and cultivating herself. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Helian Yu had kept very quiet all this while, never rushing Yi Futian. A will flowed over Yi Futian's body. However, it was under his control. He stopped cultivating. Yi Futian looked at Helian Yu. He smiled and said, "If I kept cultivating, would you have kept waiting for me?" He could tell that this eldest princess of Emperor Helian had a higher cultivation than him. She had actually waited for him all this while. On this point, she had far surpassed Liu Donga. It was just a few days. By simply comprehending cultivation methods, time passed by in a flash. "Are you still going to remain cultivating in the Dongyuan Pavilion?" Helian Yu asked. She did not mind. When she spoke, her tone was very indifferent, giving off a very comforting vibe. "Let's go," Yi Futian answered as he smiled. Such a beautiful eldest princess was so calm and peaceful. It was pleasing to the eyes. They headed down and then left the Dongyuan Pavilion. Behind them, several silhouettes appeared outside of the pavilion, watching them as they left. Liu Donga had also appeared, together with the woman beside him. Their gazes were cold. "Helian Yu," Liu Donga mumbled to himself. "That old fox. He most likely wants to use this person to seize control over the pavilion." Yi Futian naturally did not know what they were thinking. He also did not care. Helian Yu brought Yi Futian to a tavern. At the top floor of the tavern, a banquet had been laid out. Aside from Emperor Helian, there was another cultivator that he had seen in the Dongyuan Pavilion that day. The cultivator was also with the pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion back then. "Little friend, please sit," Emperor Helian said to Yi Futian with a smile. Yi Futian sat down in a seat. The middle-aged man across from him also nodded his head at Yi Futian. This middle-aged man had a sharp aura on him. His cultivation should be on par with that of pavilion master. "I believe little friend knows who I am. This is my good friend, Yang Dongqing, the city lord of Tianmu City," Emperor Helian introduced. Tianmu City is one of the 3 major cities of the continent. It is only second to Dongyuan City. Yang clan controls Tianmu City and the clan leader, Yang Dongqing, is the city lord of Tianmu City. Ying Qing transmitted her thoughts as she introduced Yang Dongqing further. If Yi Futian were a cultivator of the continent, he would naturally understand this. However, Ying Qing understood that Yi Futian was clueless about all this. "Senior Yang," Yi Futian greeted Yang Dongqing as he dipped his head slightly, not bowing. In the cultivation world, if they were strangers, they would usually determine hierarchy based on ability. From this point of view, Yi Futian was no slouch. However, the other party was a senior figure, hence, Yi Futian still greeted him as one. "Little friend, that day, you made the members of Dongyuan City witness history in the making. It was also an eye-opener for me," Yang Dongqing said as he nodded with a smile. For both of them to treat a junior in such a manner, they clearly wanted to get on Yi Futian's good graces. Yi Futian did not respond. Instead, he looked at Emperor Helian and asked, "Senior, what business did you have with me?" "Since little friend has asked, I will be frank," Emperor Helian replied. "The pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion has controlled the pavilion for many years. All these years, Liu Han's control has grown stronger and stronger, to the point that he views the Dongyuan Pavilion as his own property. Even if our members wanted to enter the Dongyuan Pavilion to train, it would be difficult, requiring his approval. Hence, we have planned to replace him with a new pavilion master. Little friend, you received the approval of the founder of the Dongyuan Pavilion that day. It is only right for little friend to be in charge of the pavilion and replace Liu Han, Emperor Helion continued. These past few days, little friend has also entered the Dongyuan Pavilion and have seen what is inside. I believe that you are now familiar with it. Although this time Pavilion Master Liu admitted defeat, he must certainly hate you now. After all, for him, you have already become a threat. Futian nodded. He naturally understood this. However, he was not concerned about it. From the looks of it, Emperor Helion and young Dongqing wanted him to replace Liu Han as Pavilion Master. What Helion says is true. Liu Han will certainly kill you, young Dongqing also stated. Futian lowered his head and asked softly, seniors wish to support me in becoming the next Pavilion Master of Dongyuan Pavilion. Then, what will happen after that? Will I need to hand the pavilion over to seniors to manage it? I also have a huge clan and business to manage. I am not free to stay in Dongyuan City all the time, Emperor Helion responded. I will be content as long as I don't have to put up with the long faces of others whenever I enter Dongyuan Pavilion. After little friend has become Pavilion Master, my Helion royal family will go all out to support you. My only request is for my clan members to have access to the Dongyuan Pavilion at all times. Does Pavilion Master Liu stop seniors men from entering the pavilion to train now? Asked Futian. Most of the time, he doesn't, Emperor Helion replied in a cold tone. However, once in a while, he will find fault with us. It makes me feel annoyed. Emperor Helion was annoyed. Naturally, he desired to replace Pavilion Master Liu with someone else. My young clan can send a few cultivators to assist little friend in seizing control of the Dongyuan Pavilion together, young Dongqing recommended. After we take over the Dongyuan Pavilion, little friend will have absolute control over the pavilion. You can access all parts of the pavilion to train and read ancient manuscripts anytime you want. I am sure this can help little friend's ability improve at a much faster rate. Futian naturally understood when he heard this. Young Dongqing most likely wanted more. He wanted to control the Dongyuan Pavilion from behind the scenes. He glanced at young Dongqing and then looked at Emperor Helion again and asked, there is a matter that I wish to ask seniors to enlighten me on. Back then, when Mr. South Mountain died, did anything occur behind the scenes? Of course. Emperor Helion coldly snorted and said, back then, Mr. South Mountain was also an extraordinary man. He was also good friends with Liu Han. No one imagined that Liu Han would backstab him. He was afraid that Mr. South Mountain would try to meddle in the affairs of the Dongyuan Pavilion. Hence, Liu Han found an excuse to eliminate him. Has Senior investigated this matter? Futian asked as he revealed a strange look. It does not even need to be investigated, Emperor Helion replied. Based on my intel, before Mr. South Mountain died, his cultivation was already not below that of Pavilion Master Liu Han. He was even more powerful than Liu Han by some margin. Why would he suddenly die and without any premonition? If it was as Liu Han claimed, why would Mr. South Mountain head right into his own death? The cultivators of South Mountain were also eradicated later on. This had clearly been premeditated, Emperor Helion coldly snorted. To attack a good friend, greed has blinded Liu Han. Futian nodded his head and said, I will take up your offer, Senior. He agreed to become the new Pavilion Master of Dongyuan Pavilion. Futian learned that there were 6 powers that could really influence Dongyuan Pavilion. Dongyuan Pavilion faction was one of them. They were on good terms with the top family in the eastern land of the continent, the Donglin clan. And now, Dongyuan Pavilion and the Donglin clan were even preparing for a marriage, and it was the family that the woman Futian met in Dongyuan Pavilion belonged to. The Dongyuan Pavilion and the Donglin clan were allies, and here, the Helion royal family and the Yang clan had joined forces. Both sides had 2 factions. In addition to that, the other 2 forces had a neutral attitude, but Yi Futian guessed that they must have a good idea of what they were doing. Moreover, this time, if they wanted to dethrone the Dongyuan Pavilion faction, it would be, by no means, a simple replacement. Since the pavilion master was greedy for power and wanted to keep controlling Dongyuan Pavilion, then he naturally would not let go. It was obviously impossible to replace him peacefully, and they definitely would have to fight. Yi Futian knew this clearly, so he asked about Mr. South Mountain and did not hesitate to directly agree to it. Based on the performance of the other party who came to the Dongyuan Pavilion that day, there was no need to prove anything more, he just needed to have inner conviction. It just so happened that he also wanted to get rid of the other party. If he managed to become the pavilion master, he could cultivate for a period of time as well. As for the reason behind dealing with the Dongyuan Pavilion, he did not care. Back in the original realm, he had many relatives and friends, had many concerns, and needed to weigh and consider many things. But now that he was here, there was only him, Xie Qingyuan, and the Black-winged condor. They could do things without restraint and did not have to consider too much. In addition to cultivation, it was enough to just pay attention to protecting himself. So when he walked through the divine prefecture in the future, he would have to keep a few tricks up his sleeve and not expose all of his strength to his opponents. That way, when he encountered a real crisis, he would have a chance to turn the tables. After all, his cultivation level was a good cover. Rejecting the request to be with the other party, Yi Futian left alone to find a place to settle down for cultivation. This made Emperor Helion and the others feel that Yi Futian seemed a bit mysterious. This young Renhuang could make the statue reveal itself, so he must have an extraordinary talent for cultivation. Although he agreed to be the master of Dongyuan Pavilion, he did not seem to have a strong attitude regarding this matter. It was as if, to him, it was just an insignificant matter. Yi Futian was still cultivating at ease, but there seemed to be a dark tide stirring in the Dongyuan city, and many cultivators had the feeling that after the statue revealed itself and said that Yi Futian could take over as the master of Dongyuan Pavilion had undergone some subtle changes and many of the cultivators that were cultivating elsewhere had returned. On this day, when Yi Futian was cultivating in his residence palace, wisps of aura of the Great Way enveloped his body. An extremely oppressive and terrifying atmosphere permeated the palace, and infinite amounts of sword will seemed to appear in the surrounding heaven and earth. These sword wills turned into wisps of rune lightning surrounding a sword. The sword was one created from sword wills but seemed even more real than a real sword. The auras of swordsmanship emanating from it caused a net of swords to appear in the palace. Outside the palace, a curvaceous and graceful figure appeared. It was the eldest princess of the Helion royal family, Helion Yu. She sensed something wrong with the sword wills in the palace. She was a remarkable cultivator at the fifth order of the divine wheel, yet she actually felt an oppressive air. Strands of will flowed on Helion Yu's body as she stepped into the sword net. Shrill whooshes were heard, and Helion Yu retreated right after walking in. Her body seemed like it had been electrocuted as a whoosh sound was emitted from her arms, and her sleeves were torn, revealing her snowy white arms. Astonishment flashed in her eyes, and as she looked inside, she seemed to see a sword. The sword turned into a ray of light and directly disappeared into Yi Futian's body. In the next moment, the oppressive sword will dissipated, and a voice came out from the palace, "Eldest princess, please enter." "Renhuang, ye need not be so polite." Hearing that Yi Futian had called her the eldest princess, she could not help but reply. Helion Yu stepped into the palace and soon appeared in front of Yi Futian and said, "Renhuang, ye cultivates such a strong sword intent, is it the previous dictionary of the way? After reading many books about ancient techniques in Dongyuan Pavilion, I had some insights and attempted to refine sword will with the way." Yi Futian replied. Helion Yu's beautiful eyes revealed a flash of shock, and she was somewhat surprised by Yi Futian's talent. "It didn't hurt the eldest princess, right?" Yi Futian asked after seeing Helion Yu's arm. "No harm," Helion Yu said, "but that sword will actually broke through my will defense. Renhuang Yi's strength is unfathomable." Yi Futian smiled and did not say much. Helion Yu continued, "The young master of Dongyuan Pavilion, Liu Dongge, invited us to a gathering, and deliberately also invited Renhuang Yi." "Okay." Yi Futian nodded. He did not ask much as he got up and followed Helian Yu to leave. Xie Qingyuan and Ying Qing naturally followed. In their current situation, he naturally did not feel comfortable letting Xie Qingyuan and the others travel alone. The group arrived at an open-air restaurant in Dongyuan City. There were already quite a few people waiting for them. The young master of the Dongyuan Pavilion, Liu Dongge, was also there, as well as the arrogant woman from last time. Other than that, he had met the others before. They were with Liu Dongge at Dongyuan Pavilion the last time. Below the restaurant, many people looked up towards this side. They let out sounds of wonder as their gazes landed on Yi Futian. Yi Liuonian. He is the one who made the statue reveal itself. Someone spoke up and said that Yi Liuonian was Yi Futian's pseudonym. That day, he killed the middle-level Ren Huang below the Dongyuan Pavilion. Liu Dongge and the others did not allow him to go up, but Yi Liuonian forced his way up, urging the statue to reveal itself, and the will swept 3,000 miles. Many people worshipped Yi Futian after seeing his elegance that day. Such magnificence was hard to find in Dongyuan City. On that day, he left Dongyuan Pavilion Master and others speechless. I didn't expect Sword Emperor Yi Liuonian to be so handsome. He's as handsome as me. A young and handsome man remarked. The people beside him sneered. Here, you really could not find anyone who was more handsome than Yi Futian. The open-air restaurant in the sky was extremely spacious and divided into 6 directions. Yi Futian and Helian Yu were sitting together. These 6 directions probably represented the 6 top factions that could influence Dongyuan Pavilion. Senluo Manor wanted to join previously, but the 6 top factions unanimously decided to exclude them. Liu Dongge ordered someone to pour wine for Yi Futian, then raised his glass in the direction where Yi Futian was and said, I didn't recognize Ren Huangyi that day and offended you in Dongyuan Pavilion. I want to find an opportunity to make amends, but Ren Huangyi has been cultivating in Dongyuan Pavilion, so there was no suitable time for me to do so. This time I deliberately asked the eldest princess to invite Ren Huangyi to come so I could make amends to Ren Huangyi. I offended you greatly that day, but I really hope you won't take it to heart. Saying that, he drank all the wine in his glass and then raised his cup towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at him quietly and kept his hands to himself instead of reaching out to take his glass. Immediately, gazes fell on him, causing a strange silence to appear in the restaurant. It seemed that everyone was waiting for Yi Futian to drink that glass of wine. A cold glint flashed between Liu Dongge's eyes, but he concealed it very well. Yi Futian was not giving him face. The woman beside him similarly frowned, her eyes carrying a faintly cold and arrogant intent. She remarked, What does Ren Huangyi mean by this? Yi Futian swept a glance at the woman and then looked away again. He looked at Helian Yu beside him and said softly, If there is nothing else, I will go back to my cultivation. Helian Yu's beautiful eyes blinked as she looked at Yi Futian with a slightly amused gaze. He really did not want to give him any face. Many people in the distance looked this way, and many people whispered when they heard Yi Futian's words. What madness! Directly ignoring the other party's compensation. It seems that Ren Huangyi doesn't accept my apology. Liu Dongge spoke, still wearing a faint smile on his face, but it seemed a bit hypocritical. Yes. Yi Futian nodded without hesitation and looked at Liu Dongge. You didn't do anything wrong, so why do you need to make amends? Liu Dongge looked at Yi Futian, feeling somewhat confused. It's just that you're not worthy of stopping me yet. Yi Futian continued. Liu Dongge's smile disappeared from his face. If just now he did not give him face, he gave him a direct hit to the face at this moment. Indeed, if he could really stop him, why would he come here to make amends? It was because he could not stop him and caused the drama that happened later on that things played out this way today. As for whether he was right or wrong, it did not matter. Liu Dongge bowed his head and poured himself a cup of wine, then drank it all alone. It seemed that there was no room to turn the situation around. That day, Helian Yu had invited Yi Futian away from Dongyuan Pavilion. How could they not know that it was not a secret matter? They knew exactly what the other party was planning. That was why they had deliberately come to test Yi Futian's attitude. Regardless of whether Ren Huangyi accepts the apology or not, I still have great admiration for Ren Huangyi's strength, and I still remember the elegance of that day's battle. Liu Donga spoke up, having been invited here today, don't you all want to see the path that Yi Huang cultivates? As his words fell, the atmosphere of this restaurant instantly became a little different, seemingly with a faint feeling of depression. Helian Yu frowned, then her beautiful eyes carried a light smile. It was as if everything was expected. Since she brought Yi Futian here, how could she be unprepared? Around the restaurant, in the far direction, some people mixed into the crowd at different locations. At this moment, those people raised their heads towards the direction of the restaurant, and with just one glance, the atmosphere in the restaurant became oppressive, with the oppressive atmosphere being invisible. Yi Futian naturally also sensed that Dongyuan Pavilion must have already made arrangements. If he really planned to join hands with Emperor Helian to seize the throne, then no matter what Dongyuan Pavilion faction did, it would come as no surprise to him. Of course, he did not care and still sat there quietly, as if those wisps of aura had no effect on him. Many of these people were at the level of middle-level Renhuangs, and there were even several powerful people at the sixth order of the Divine Wheel. The faintly oppressive air was suffocating, but in Yi Futian's eyes, the sixth order of the Divine Wheel and non-perfect Divine Wheels were nothing to write home about. Liu Donga, what do you mean by this? Helian Yu looked towards Liu Donga and asked. Liu Donga put down the wine cup in his hand and looked up at Yi Futian and Helian Yu. At this moment, the surrounding aura became even more suppressive and powerful, as people around the tavern began to retreat from the area. Soon, a large area was cleared. With the tavern as the center, apart from Yi Futian and the others, there were only those who were cultivating at Dongyuan Pavilion. About a dozen Renhuang appeared, guarding in different positions, emitting a fearsome aura. The expressions of those who were in the distance changed. Many had felt the undercurrents that ran beneath Dongyuan City in recent days. Now, was something about to explode? Could it be that the cultivators at Dongyuan Pavilion really intend on making a move at Yi Futian? If so, there would probably be a lot of unfavorable chatters about this. After all, Yi Futian was the person appointed by the creator of Dongyuan Pavilion and was given the authority to take charge of Dongyuan Pavilion if necessary. It's nothing really. The display of Emperor Yi's grace on that day was still fresh in our memory, and the Renhuang from Dongyuan Pavilion are all martial arts lovers who would like to learn from Emperor Yi, said Liu Donga casually. I'm not interested, Yi Futian responded. That day at Dongyuan Pavilion, Emperor Yi was extremely intimidating, the woman from Donglin clan said, her voice cold and proud. Today, they would not kill Yi Futian, but they would gain control of him. The Helian royal family and the Yang clan both wanted to use Yi Futian to gain control of Dongyuan Pavilion. This much they were aware of and would never allow such a plot to succeed. Yi Futian must be controlled by their hands. Since Emperor Yi is not interested, we'll leave it at that. But what was the intention of the young pavilion master in doing so? Helian Yu asked coldly. That has nothing to do with the princess. Liu Donga glanced at Helian Yu and continued. Of course, it concerns me. It has been 10 years since your father took control of Dongyuan Pavilion. My father and Senior Yang have set off for Dongyuan Pavilion not long ago to decide together whether your father will continue to be in charge of Dongyuan Pavilion for the next 10 years, Helian Yu said, pointing directly to the heart of the matter, without any pretense. Before she came here, she had already made preparations. Liu Donga stared at Helian Yu with a faint sneer in his eyes. If the others had made preparations, so did they. Since the other party had gone to Dongyuan Pavilion, then they would each get on with their own business here. He would handle the matters here while leaving Dongyuan Pavilion to handle his father and the others. My father has been in charge of Dongyuan Pavilion for many years, and everything is running smoothly there. Everyone who wanted to can seek cultivation at the pavilion, and it had produced many outstanding cultivators. Since Emperor Helian has some concerns, we could discuss them. Liu Donga continued, we don't need to concern ourselves with matters over there. The people around the tavern got a little excited, they didn't expect to have a chance to witness a great battle today. Was the battle for the control of Dongyuan Pavilion about to erupt? The undercurrents of these days were all centered on this matter. What would happen next? Dongyuan Pavilion. Many people's thoughts turned to this. They looked up into the distance. This was the tavern chosen by the young master of Dongyuan Pavilion, not far from the pavilion itself, so the great power of the divine consciousness that came from these renhuang could reach here. In other words, those cultivators at Dongyuan Pavilion with strong cultivation could cover this place with their divine consciousness and see everything that was happening here. I am not worried. But, since Emperor Yi is not interested, there is no need to bother him, said Helian Yu. In the crowd further away in the distance, there were also traces of shocking aura permeating as a group of men emerged, and they were all-powerful renhuang. Clearly, the Helian royal family had also prepared themselves. In addition, they sensed that there were many renhuang who had not shown themselves, who used the crowd as a cover. 6 major forces could influence the control of Dongyuan Pavilion. This was a struggle between all 6 major forces and could not possibly start with just 2 major forces presented here. Cultivators from all sides were hidden in the shadows. Liu Donga smiled and looked at Yi Futian. Clearly, everyone was prepared. That day when the spirit was revealed on the statue, my father had already said that as long as Brother Yi is willing, my father would give the position of pavilion master to Brother Yi. There was no need for Brother Yi to join forces with Helian clan to fight against us. Yi Futian frowned. He didn't like how Liu Donga was addressing him. You are not worthy to address my lord like this. The black-winged condor scolded on the side. His voice was somewhat sharp. His eyes swept over Liu Donga, who was just a clown, far from worthy. There is no place for mere beasts to speak here just yet. Liu Donga glanced at the black-winged condor and continued, since Brother Yi wants to be the master of Dongyuan Pavilion, my father has commanded before that as long as Brother Yi is willing to go to Dongyuan Pavilion, he will abdicate the position to his better. Sounds good. Yi Futian nodded softly in response. His voice was extremely calm. It was as if to him, this was a trivial matter not worth mentioning. Now that everything was out in the open, he also understood the character of the master of Pavilion Dongyuan. Then, whatever he promised Yingqing, he would handle it. He put down the wine cup and looked directly at Liu Donga for the first time. Upon seeing those indifferent eyes, Liu Donga had a feeling. It was as if the owner of those eyes had never really seen him with his eyes, nor took his words to heart. Yi Futian, who looked quite young, had a pair of extremely deep eyes. It was as if he had experienced a lot in life. From the lower worlds of 9 states all the way to the land of the divine prefecture, few could compete with Yi Futian in terms of experience. He had spanned too many regions and had experienced too many life and death situations as well as the turbulences that came with them. Then, Master of Dongyuan Pavilion, abdicate, Yi Futian said, and his statement shook the hearts of those in the distance. Master of Dongyuan Pavilion, time to abdicate. Yi Futian would force the Master of Dongyuan Pavilion to abdicate. This meant that this man, who was appointed by the founder of Dongyuan Pavilion, was ready to take charge of Dongyuan Pavilion. That works. Liu Donga smiled and looked at Yi Futian, his eyes narrowed slightly. Since Emperor Yi requested, then my father will step aside. Please follow me to Dongyuan Pavilion then. As long as they were in Dongyuan Pavilion, what if Yi Futian was to become the master of Dongyuan Pavilion? He was just a puppet. Sometimes in the future, they could easily cause him to meet his demise suddenly. I will go there myself. Yi Futian got up and raised his feet. Just a single step and he was out of the tavern. Everyone who was watching him could not quite adapt to the rhythm of his movements. They had always felt that Yi Futian treated this whole affair like a child's play, without taking the matter seriously. Now he just got up and left as he pleased, completely ignoring Liu Donga and the other powerful renhuang around them. Even Helian Yu was a little stunned but soon got up to follow Yi Futian heading outside the tavern. However, just as they walked out, among the crowd, traces of Might of the Way descended instantly, covering this space and suppressing Yi Futian's body. Liu Donga got up. He raised his head and looked at Yi Futian, a shadow cast over his eyes. Yi Futian was too arrogant and impertinent. As Yi Futian moving forward in the void, a middle renhuang appeared in front of him, blocking his way. The might of the great path bloomed on this middle renhuang with a terrifying aura. Liu Donga looked over there through the air. His expression was extremely cold. This land is turbulent. To avoid those who plot against Emperor Yi, using Emperor Yi for other means, we are asking Emperor Yi to come with us, said Liu Donga. To be safe, they must keep tight control of Yi Futian. Yi Futian raised an eyebrow and glanced at the other. With just one look, the other instantly felt a deep chill. In the depth of those eyes, he saw a moon that was dark and cold. Moonlight invaded into his spiritual soul, making him a little obtuse. At the same time, a formidable sword will exploded from Yi Futian, and the sky was instantly full of sword chi as it bloomed. The boundless space now turned into a territory ruled by the sword. Pust in this vast sword domain, where countless sword will encircled one place, a sword was created. This sword was the sword of the Great Path, and it bloomed endless radiance in the void. Its terrifying and sharp intent felt suffocating to many. Those who were watching the battle from a distance retreated immediately. Under the extremely repressed atmosphere, they felt that they couldn't breathe. The face of the middle Renhuang who intercepted Yi Futian changed. The sword light imprinted on his body, and in the next moment, Yi Futian pointed his finger forward. The sword will of the Great Path traversed the void, faster than lightning, leaving an infinite radiant sword mark between heaven and earth. Puff a sound was heard as the body of that middle Renhuang was penetrated by the sword will. In the next moment, his soul and spirit separated and dissipated, and his body was shattered into nothingness. As if he had never even existed. Liu Donga watched this scene with an intense gaze. A middle Renhuang was cut down with a single strike. Not only did he not restrain himself, but he was even more aggressive than the other day. I dislike threats, Yi Futian said, continuing to move forward. Liu Donga's face was gloomy, as many Renhuang levitated into the air, and some were even armed with powerful divine items. The aura of the Great Path exploded instantly from them as they unleashed their attacks on Yi Futian. Kill. Yi Futian waved his hands, and the sword transformed by the sword will turned into golden lightning that shuttled between heaven and earth. The sword will passed directly through the power of the Great Path and passed through the bodies of those Renhuang. Puff, puff, sounds continuously came out, but only in time to bear witness to these middle Renhuang shattered into nothingness, one after another, under the sword will. No one could bear the power of that sword strike. Such a powerful display stole the attention of the surrounding cultivators. Yi Futian was able to make the spirits appear on the statue, but there were no longer any doubts about the greatness of his natural talent. Still, they didn't expect it to be so strong and to such an extent. Was this really a lower Renhuang of the Divine Wheel Third Order? Slaying all the Renhuang with a single sword strike, such powerful swordplay completely subverted their views on the realm of cultivation. Yi Futian stepped forward into the void, and Helian Yu, who followed close behind him, trembled inwardly, quite shocked. The cultivation of those interceptors was not any inferior to him, yet they were annihilated with a single sword strike. That sword will was conceived from the Great Path, suspended above Yi Futian's head. It was as if anyone else who dared to stop him again would certainly be killed. This display deterred any rash act from those Renhuang who were hiding in the distant crowd. They retracted their aura, staring at Yi Futian in total shock. With no survivor under the sword, who dared to stop him now? Behind him, the people above the tavern also watched with a stunned look. Liu Donga looked at Yi Futian, and his heart was greatly disturbed. He had wanted to control Yi Futian, but how could that be possible under such a condition? Who could make Yi Futian do anything? At this moment, Yi Futian looked back at Liu Donga and said, "Aren't we going? Why are you still sitting there?" Liu Donga's eyes sharpened slightly, and the currents of swordsmanship flowed between the heaven and the earth, as some sword will fell on him. At this moment, Liu Donga didn't look too good. Just who was controlling whom? Very well. Liu Donga stood up with a gloomy face, then followed Yi Futian and went in the direction of Dongyuan Pavilion. He wanted to see just what was up Yi Futian and Emperor Halian's sleeves. The other cultivators stood up and followed Yi Futian moving forward. There was a lot of discussion in the city, and following their footsteps, a large and frantic crowd rushed toward Dongyuan Pavilion as well. This tavern was not far from Dongyuan Pavilion, so the cultivators arrived very quickly. In the sky above Dongyuan Pavilion, cultivators from all sides had appeared there, discussing in the void in front of Dongyuan Pavilion. They were the pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion, Hellion Emperor, and the others. All the cultivators from all 6 top forces were present. They turned their attention to Yi Futian, who was coming at them. The pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion was standing straight in the void. His gaze swept toward Yi Futian and Liu Dongge. He wasn't under their control yet. "Our little friend is here," the pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion said, seemed to be quite familiar with Yi Futian. Yi Futian raised his head and glanced at him nonchalantly, saying, "I came to ask the pavilion master to vacate." The pupils of the pavilion master contracted slightly, but Yi Futian continued, "I don't assume that pavilion master Liu will refuse the request." Before he could speak, he heard Yang Dongqing talking next to him. "Our friend was appointed by the founder of Dongyuan Pavilion as someone who could take charge of Dongyuan Pavilion. Since he had spoken, the pavilion master Liu will naturally not refuse or violate the will of the founder." Emperor Hellion nodded and said, "Pavilion master Liu has been in charge of Dongyuan Pavilion for some years. Now that its real master has been found, Pavilion Master Liu ought to vacate the position to facilitate the transition. The Hellion clan supports Yi Futian as the new Pavilion Master of Dongyuan Pavilion. Pavilion Master Liu has been in charge of Dongyuan Pavilion for many years, and he has worked hard to cultivate countless excellent figures and made great contributions. Although Dongyuan Pavilion had been founded centuries ago, it has established its own rules over the years, and the changing of guards shouldn't be done with just a few words. Furthermore, our friend's cultivation is still a bit weaker and may not be able to take on such an important task. Why not just wait a few more years?" Before the Pavilion Master Liu had a chance to speak, the leader of Donglin clan piped up. He and Pavilion Master Liu were allies and would clearly be on his side. "Brother Donglin," said the Pavilion Master of Dongyuan Pavilion, "I am not a greedy person who can't let go of the position of the Pavilion Master. Since it was appointed by the founder of the pavilion, and our friend desires the position at Dongyuan Pavilion, I am willing to vacate and let our little friend Yi Futian to be the new Pavilion Master of Dongyuan Pavilion." "Pavilion Master Liu is much too indulgent," the leader of Donglin clan complimented him. Below, all the mighty cultivators were looking over that way with a curious expression. Could it be that the Pavilion Master of Dongyuan Pavilion was really willing to give up his position this time? "Pavilion Master Liu's attitude is admirable," Emperor Hellion said with a smile. "If this is the case, then Yi Futian will be in charge of Dongyuan Pavilion in the future. Please withdraw the forces from Dongyuan Pavilion." Upon hearing the words of Emperor Hellion, the Pavilion Master of Dongyuan Pavilion raised his brows and said, "Hellion, although I am willing to vacate, I have been in charge of Dongyuan Pavilion for many years, and no one knows more about Dongyuan Pavilion better than me. The forces at Dongyuan Pavilion has always centered on the pavilion itself and regarding it as a holy land. They are all part of this place." "What do you mean by withdrawing? Don't you think the forces should withdraw?" Emperor Hellion asked. "Our friend's cultivation is not yet enough and would require assistance. The rest of the cultivators in Dongyuan Pavilion and I have been here much longer, and we know how everything operates here and could assist the transition for some years until Yi Futian can completely take over Dongyuan Pavilion," said Pavilion Master Liu. There was no reason for him to continue to resist the demand for him to vacate, so he would acquiesce strategically and allow Yi Futian to prevail for the moment. However, even if Yi Futian assumed the control as Pavilion Master, the real control of Dongyuan Pavilion would still be firmly in his hands. As such, what excuse did these people have to expel them? What do you think? Emperor Hellion looked at Yi Futian and asked, all the while sneering inside secretly. No way could this guy let this go so easily. Dongyuan Pavilion is a library and a place for preaching. What need do you have for forces? Yi Futian said, creating forces and principalities is the beginning of selfishness. I don't need it. Outside of Dongyuan Pavilion, many looked at those voices that could be heard from the void. Everyone was expectant when they heard Yi Futian's words. Indeed, as soon as one established one's own principality, inevitably, there would be selfishness, Such was the case with the pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion. Anyone who wanted to cultivate in Dongyuan Pavilion would need to pass his assessment, and those with outstanding talents would need to become his disciples first. That's right. Emperor Helion said with a smile. Dongyuan Pavilion is a holy land and shouldn't attract too much trouble. If protection is required, I will do whatever I can. So, Pavilion Master Liu no longer need to worry about Dongyuan Pavilion, Emperor Helion said with a smile. The Pavilion Master of the Dongyuan Pavilion looked at Emperor Helion, and then at Yi Futian. His expression gradually grew grim. Next to him, the leader of Donglin clan snorted and said sarcastically, "Is this Emperor Helion and Master Yang's attempt to seize Pavilion Master Liu's position by someone else's hand? All this is no more than an excuse." Donglin. The master of Dongyuan Pavilion called out and continued, "Over the years, I have done all that I can to protect Dongyuan Pavilion. All the cultivators at Dongyuan Pavilion and myself have a special feeling toward Dongyuan Pavilion, and it is a place of great significance to me. Now, I am willing to vacate the position as the Pavilion Master, but isn't it kind of inappropriate for you to team up with Helion and the others to chase me off Dongyuan Pavilion? Perhaps you have been deceived or tempted." The leader of Donglin clan said sarcastically, "I heard that the eldest princess is quite close to him these days. The eldest princess is outstanding in appearance with an outstanding spiritual talent to boot. I'm afraid few men could have resisted her. The eldest princess has beauty and wisdom. She is much better than anyone coming out of your Donglin clan." Yi Futian looked at the other and said, "Previously, below Dongyuan Pavilion, there was some woman who barked about not allowing me to set foot on Dongyuan Pavilion. She was from your Donglin clan, right?" Behind Yi Futian, that woman was standing not far from Liu Donga. Seeing that Yi Futian had mentioned her, her expression suddenly turned to one of embarrassment. She was Donglin Choi, a daughter from Donglin clan. The leader of Donglin clan stared at Yi Futian and said coldly, "Although you have peerless talent, you are way too arrogant and have no respect for anyone. You dared to kill the cultivators in Dongyuan Pavilion, and though you made the spirit to appear upon the statue, the elders saw only your talent and not your characters. If you are in charge of Dongyuan Pavilion with such conduct, it will be a true disaster. I don't think it is necessary for Pavilion Master Liu to vacate his position." This time, the Pavilion Master of Dongyuan Pavilion was silent and did not say anything, as if quietly acknowledged those words. "According to you, he should just stand there and let the cultivators of Dongyuan Pavilion assault him? If he were not strong enough, with the young Pavilion Master there, he would never be able to cultivate in the Dongyuan Pavilion." Emperor Helion continued, "In the past few years, there were probably many such geniuses who have been missed because of this and cannot enter Dongyuan Pavilion. What do both of you think?" At this moment, Emperor Helion looked at the leaders of the two forces, who had not yet spoken. They were the cultivators from Hanging Sword Peak and the Beigong family. They had previously persuaded one of the two major forces to stand on their side. The summit lord of Hanging Sword Peak was carrying a sword on his back, clad in a long flowy robe, appeared rather otherworldly, with an ethereal temperament. He looked to be about 50, with a long beard and an extraordinary aura. The position of Pavilion Master at Dongyuan Pavilion is no trifling matter. If Pavilion Master Liu is willing to vacate, I feel that the transition will still take some time, the summit lord of Hanging Sword Peak said, standing on the side of the Dongyuan Pavilion. Emperor Helion narrowed his eyes as he watched what had transpired. Previously, the Hanging Sword Peak had maintained its neutral stance and determined not to intervene. Now, it seemed that he had been persuaded by the Pavilion Master of Dongyuan Pavilion. Perhaps he had been promised a great reward. So now it seemed that the forces on the two sides were evenly matched. "Where is Master of Beigong?" Emperor Helion asked. The Master of Beigong had promised them. The Master of Beigong was a middle-aged man. He was unusually handsome and extraordinary with a somewhat refined temperament, which was soothing to look at. He looked at Emperor Helion and said with a smile, "I can't make heads and tails about anything regarding this matter, so I am not going to interfere. I will support whoever serves as the Pavilion Master." When Emperor Helion heard his words, his eyes sharpened slightly, and stared at the other. The Master of Beigong did not look at Emperor Helion. It was as if he were intentionally avoiding his gaze. Neutral. This was different from what they had said to him before. As such, the other party had 3 major forces, and they only had 2. It would be frightfully difficult to shake the other party in any meaningful ways. The pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion was sure of himself and looked on all that happened casually as if he had already known. The leader of the Donglin clan looked at Emperor Helion with a sneer, along with some contempt in his eyes. Did they think that only they know how to set things up? This time, in order to win over the 2 major forces, they had paid a considerable price. He wanted to see just how, with Helion Emperor and Yang Dongqing alone, could they support Yi Futian's claim to become the pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion. Yi Futian watched all this quietly and looking at the crowd. He said, "Why do I need to transition as the pavilion master?" Previously, when all the cultivators had talked about Yi Futian becoming the pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion, they had all said that he would need a transition period. Using this as an excuse, the forces of Dongyuan Pavilion had continued to assist him. In reality, they were taking control. Even Yi Futian understood that Chang Dongqing would have this idea. Right now, the various forces controlled Dongyuan Pavilion, and so the power of his words was limited. This would particularly be true if the forces of the pavilion allied with the Donglin clan. In that case, they would have even more influence. If Yi Futian became pavilion master, any of the various forces would have an easy time controlling him. At least, that's what they thought. Yi Futian did not know whether or not Emperor Helion and Chang Dongqing would think like this, but it didn't matter. The Summit Lord of Hanging Sword Peak looked at Yi Futian. He was the one who had just said that there would need to be a transition period. Although you are outstandingly talented, your cultivation base is still a little bit lacking. If you immediately take control of Dongyuan Pavilion, without any other forces aiding you in the transition, anyone could come and attack us. How will you stop them? Said the Summit Lord of Hanging Sword Peak. His words were sharp. As he spoke, his long beard danced back and forth and his robes rustled in the wind. You do not need to worry about that. As long as you all do not cause trouble, I will be able to control Dongyuan Pavilion, said Yi Futian. Those are bold words, said the Summit Lord of Hanging Sword Peak coldly. Sword will flow out from him, filling the area with murderous intent. Yi Futian swept his gaze over him, saying, "There is no point in discussing this further. I will only ask one more thing. Dongyuan Pavilion was created by the master of the statue. Does the master of the statue then control the pavilion, or do you all have the final say?" Yi Futian's words made the cultivators of the 6 forces stare at him. They were silent for a while. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. The pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion looked at Yi Futian. Sword will was wrapping around the Summit Lord of Hanging Sword Mountain. The helmsman of the Donglin clan had a cold expression on his face. Yi Futian was truly arrogant. However, his words had hit the nail on the head. I said that since you were willing to be the pavilion master, I would abdicate to you, but, said Liu Han of Dongyuan Pavilion. Since you did so, that is enough, Yi Futian said immediately. Previously, I resonated with the statue and inspired it to show its sacredness. This made you all declare that I was fit to be the pavilion master. Now, I accept your invitation to take control of the pavilion. From now on, I am the new pavilion master. He said this loud and clear, his deep voice sweeping out for a vast distance. Outside the pavilion, all the watchers could hear what he said. They trembled in their hearts. Was this his momentous declaration? From now on, he would be the new pavilion master. He did not need anyone else to agree to it, nor for them to even nod their heads. The founder of Dongyuan Pavilion had appointed him, so who could object? Moreover, Dongyuan Pavilion had been founded on the order of Donghuang the Great. Who among them could gainsay him? Even Liu Han would admit that the control of Dongyuan Pavilion depended on the founder's words and not them. No one could deny this. Although this was only a small part of the mainland of the Divine Prefecture, it was still part of the Divine Prefecture. Thus, they would not dare be too wanton. Who could dare say that Dongyuan Pavilion was theirs? It had been created by the great emperor. The cultivators of the 6 great forces all looked at Yi Futian. He had directly announced that he would take the position as Pavilion Lord. There would be no ceremony, no handover. He had been handpicked. He stepped forward into the area where the 6 great figures were. This made them all narrow their eyes. This man was really that bold? Was he really not worried that they would all gang up and kill him? Helion Yu watched Yi Futian. She obviously knew that he was powerful, and now she had witnessed that for herself. Liu Donga wanted to control Yi Futian. They all thought that the game was between the 6 top cultivators and Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian had directly shoved them away and taken his place. Liu Han and the others all stared at Yi Futian. Now that he had so forcefully announced that he would take up the position of Pavilion Lord of Dongyuan Pavilion, they could not kill him for the time being. Now that I am the new Pavilion Lord of Dongyuan Pavilion, we have no more need of Pavilion Lord Liu. Please take all the cultivators you have here and leave the pavilion, said Yi Futian to Liu Han. Liu Han stared at him, his eyes sharp. He was laying all his cards out on the table. Very decisive, said the helmsman of the Donglin clan, looking at Yi Futian. Power bloomed from him, and he said, Pavilion Lord Liu has controlled the Dongyuan Pavilion for many years and put all of his heart into it. Now, although you were handpicked for the role, you only just took it. And yet you still got rid of Pavilion Lord Liu. Very decisive. If you take this post, I'm afraid it won't be long before Dongyuan Pavilion comes to great trouble. Because of this, the Donglin clan, as one of the powerful forces here on the mainland, and one of the managing forces of Dongyuan Pavilion, refuses to allow you to take over the pavilion. I believe that in the hasty light from the statue, the elder only saw your appearance and not who you truly were. If he meets you again in the future, he will know who you really are. He did not do anything to Yi Futian directly but overwhelmed him with his righteousness, refusing to allow him to take over Dongyuan Pavilion. The Donglin clan controlled the pavilion, along with Liu Han and Hanging Sword Peak. Even though Yi Futian had been handpicked, what did it matter? If they refused him, how could he control them? Just with his words. Now they would see how Yi Futian intended to take control of the pavilion. Yi Futian looked at the other man as he spoke, then turned his gaze to Liu Han and said, What do you think, Elder Liu Han? He did not reveal Ying Qing's identity and did not bring up anything about Mr. South Mountain. Those were in the past. Now, this would be the best way to get rid of Liu Han. This again. I can let you take over as Pavilion Lord, but I must stay in Dongyuan Pavilion to assist you in taking control in order to prevent it from going astray. Everyone else must think this as well, said Liu Han indifferently. There were some things that it was not appropriate for him to say, so the Donglin clan had said it for him. But he would do what he must. If he wanted to force him out, it would take several decades. Maybe he couldn't fight Yi Futian, but right now, Yi Futian did not have any authority. I understand, said Yi Futian with a nod. He looked at the helmsman of the Donglin clan and said, Your force is one of the top forces on the mainland, it is one of the controllers of Dongyuan Pavilion. But you are only doing it for your own benefit, going against the purpose for which Dongyuan Pavilion was founded. In this case, as Pavilion Lord, from here on out, I revoke your right to speak on behalf of the pavilion. From now on, the people of the Donglin clan are not permitted to set foot within the pavilion. Leave. Madness, shouted the cultivators of the Donglin clan at Yi Futian's words. Down below, Donglin Choi cried out in fury as well. The people of the Donglin clan were not permitted to set foot within Dongyuan Pavilion. He had even told the helmsman of the Donglin clan to leave. Such arrogance. Such madness. The helmsman of the Donglin clan stared at Yi Futian in shock. He had never seen such an arrogant youth. And yet Yi Futian really was that arrogant. A Renhuang with a third-tier divine will had told him to get out of Dongyuan Pavilion and forbidden the cultivators of his clan from ever returning. How arrogant was that? He stared at Yi Futian for a while, then suddenly smiled in a mocking and disdainful way. I am already sitting here. What are you going to do about it? Dongyuan Pavilion was founded by the great emperor as a holy land for teaching the way. Now there are people perverting the great emperor's will. This is obviously very disrespectful. Elder Helion, You are one of the guardians of Dongyuan Pavilion. Please act now and kill them, said Yi Futian to Emperor Helion. I will do as the palace lord commands, said Emperor Helion with a nod. His feelings were very much in line with Yi Futian's. As he said this, his will surged into the sky. In an instant, the whole area was filled with his invisible will. The image of a face appeared up in the sky. Many people could see the face, even off in the distance. When they looked into its strange eyes, they felt dizzy and fatigued, like they wanted to go to sleep. A thought came into everyone's minds. The Great Path of Dreams. This was the technique that the Helion clan cultivated. Emperor Helion had taken this cultivation style to a very powerful level. He could plunge people into a world of dreams and slay them there. The other great cultivators in front of Dongyuan Pavilion were affected by this, including Liu Han and the Summit Lord of Hanging Sword Peak, and the helmsman of the Donglin clan even more so. He felt sleepy as invisible will seeped into him. Burning will surged out of him. Emperor Helion's eyes became incredibly magical looking as he stared at his opponent. It was like he wanted to bore his way inside of him. He looked at the helmsman of the Donglin clan and said, "Sleep now." As he said this, Emperor Helion's eyes closed. In a flash, the helmsman of Donglin seemed to have fallen into the dream space as well. Liu Han and the Summit Lord of Hanging Sword Peak felt like they were about to fall asleep as well. Their hearts went cold. Emperor Helion had sent his will against them as well. But for the time being, they did not intervene. The helmsman of Donglin could handle it. Be careful. Madness. At that moment, cries of surprise rang out, and powerful sword will exploded into the sky, filling a vast area and forming a field of swordsmanship. The terrible sword field gave birth to even more sword will with the power of yin merged into it. The sword will swept through the air towards the helmsman of Donglin. That was why the cultivators of the Donglin clan were crying out. The sword will was absolutely terrifying. Liu Han and the Summit Lord of Hanging Sword Peak seemed to sense this as well. They looked at the sword will streaking through the air faster than lightning. They could not react in time to stop it. Although the helmsman of Donglin was trapped in the land of dreams, he could still feel the danger. He thrust out his hand, forming a palm print, aiming it at the oncoming sword will. Within the sword field, endless currents of sword chi flowed above the sword will, resonating with it. In a flash, the helmsman of Donglin's body seemed to freeze. His soul stilled as he was attacked fiercely within the dream. Crack! The sword will cut through his palm print and pierced into his head. Lines of blood flowed out. The helmsman of Donglin shattered into pieces, and his soul was destroyed as well. There was an illusory image of him left behind that had still not dispersed, a look of shock on his face as if he could not believe that this was really happening. In the next moment, his body and soul shattered, leaving nothing behind. Powerful sword will drew a beautiful curve in front of the Dongyuan Pavilion as it flew back in front of Yi Futian. In an instant, multiple gazes shifted towards Yi Futian. Their hearts were still trembling intensely. The cultivators of the Donglin clan were astonished, as was Donglin Qiui after she witnessed her father, the head of the Donglin clan, killed by a sword. In one instance, the entire place became eerily quiet. Everyone stared blankly at the scene that had just unfolded before them. The hair of the figure still standing within the void was still as white as ever. His silvery hair drifting in the winds. That was one of the 6 peak figures of this land. He was someone who could effect command of Dongyuan Pavilion. Just a moment ago, they were still fighting over command over Dongyuan Pavilion, scolding Yi Futian and not recognizing him as the pavilion's new patron. However, no one would have been able to guess that in one instant, the head of the Donglin clan would be killed. Even though he was fighting against Emperor Helion and had fallen into the will of the great dreams, but his plane level should be sufficiently high enough not to be affected. This only proved just how strong Yi Futian really was. At the very least, he was a lot stronger than his plane level indicated. In that earlier instant, Liu Han and the Summit Lord of Mountain Sword Peak could not react in time as well. By the time they wanted to move, the sword had already hit its target, and they were powerless. As such, The earlier situation where 3 powerful cultivators fought against 2 powerful cultivators had turned into a fight between the team of Liu Han and the Summit Lord of Mountain Sword Peak, and Emperor Helion and Yang Dongqing. They no longer held any advantages. Moreover, there was still Yi Futian. The complacency on Liu Han's face from earlier had disappeared, while the Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord no longer seemed confident like before. The both of them stared at Yi Futian. They had lost their earlier control of the situation. Meanwhile, the Beigong family clan leader, who had been maintaining a neutral position all the while, also began to look at this scene with great interest, some ideas starting to form on his mind. In the quiet space, Yi Futian looked indifferent. He had just taken a life in an instant. Now, there was a lot less pressure, so there was no need for him to expose too much of his strength. This time, he killed the Dongyuan pavilion head. He had no intention of showing all his cards. Humans were unpredictable, and he could not fully trust Emperor Helion and Yang Dongqing. Kill him. Donglin Chui's eyes were filled with rage and a murderous aura. Donglin clan's cultivators started to move as they released extremely powerful might from their bodies. Vong. The sword will in front of Yi Futian sliced across the void. Moving faster than lightning, it looked like a flash of light that pierced directly through the void, leaving only a beautiful trail of sword gashes. Careful. A middle-level Renhuang stood in front of Donglin Chui. However, the sword will punctured him directly, and with a plopping sound, blood gushed out of his head before his body fell onto the ground. Donglin Chui's expression changed drastically. She wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Her divine will was only at the 4th order. How was she supposed to withstand Yi Futian's sword will? The sword will flashed across space, and Donglin Chui's body trembled intensely. Fear and panic filled her eyes as she gazed toward Yi Futian, seemingly remembering the time when she blocked Yi Futian from going there back at Dongyuan Pavilion. Was this Yi Futian's way of seeking revenge? The Donglin Chui from back then would have never imagined that this day would come. Fresh blood splattered into the air as Donglin Chui's body fell to the ground, her spiritual soul shattered. Seeing that beautiful figure fall, the people from Dongyuan Pavilion looked toward Yi Futian's proud figure standing within the void, a sense of self-confidence emanating from the white-haired figure. The Renhuang who released their will might earlier stopped in their tracks. No one moved forward. None dared to raise a hand against Yi Futian. Whenever and wherever the sword will flew past, a person would die. Who would dare move against that? It was but an instant, but the head of the Donglin clan, as well as the princess of the Donglin clan, were both cut down and killed by the sword will. People of the Donglin clan, you will leave Dongyuan Pavilion immediately. As long as I command the Dongyuan Pavilion, you will not step 1 foot in the pavilion. Violators will be killed instantly. Yi Futian spoke with an indifferent and calm tone. Hidden within the calm tone was an undeniable murderous aura. The faces of the Donglin clan cultivators were as grey as ash. Their strongest Donglin clan head was killed while the remainder were not a match against Yi Futian. In this situation, the Donglin clan would be removed as one of the factions having control over Dongyuan Pavilion. They no longer had any influence on the pavilion, and they were no longer qualified to take part in it. They could not even step into Dongyuan Pavilion to cultivate. In just a day, the Donglin clan's status fell straight down, to a devastating effect. The source of it all was that they had obstructed Yi Futian. Powerful. That's insane. Everyone's heart trembled. They would never have imagined that the genius Renhuang who made statues manifest would be so overwhelmingly powerful and decisive in killing. It was as if he was also a high-order character who was extremely comfortable and used to giving commands. Yingqing, who was standing not far behind Yi Futian, was already used to it. However, her curiosity over Yi Futian only grew stronger and stronger. Just who was this person? Why would a person like this suffer such serious injuries and be picked up by Senluo Manor's Han Lin? And even more ridiculous, he was almost turned into a corpse puppet. The other cultivators from the Donglin clans struggled internally. They wanted to cut Yi Futian down to avenge their head and his daughter. However, did they still have a chance to do so? Liu Han and the summit lord of the Mountain Sword Peak were still there. If they were to work together, Would they have an opportunity to kill Yi Futian? Then, an elder spoke. People of the Donglin clan, retreat. His position within the Donglin clan was quite high. As he finished speaking, he led the way by leaving first. The remaining cultivators looked ashen and were reluctant. However, they still followed him and left. Hold on. Liu Han shouted to stop them. He then asked, "You're going to leave?" Just like that. Master Liu, please forgive our uselessness and powerlessness. The elder turned around to salute Liu Han. He saw that some were still struggling, so he glanced across at them and, with a certain degree of forcefulness, transmitted his voice to them. After that, the cultivators of the Donglin clan left. The elder was well aware that the Donglin clan was no longer what it was before. They had lost their clan leader. They were no longer qualified to play the game. Even if they stayed behind to take part in the battle, to ally themselves with Liu Han, they would gain nothing, regardless if they win or lose. If they won, they would become the vassal of Liu Han and slowly be devoured by him. And if they lost, they would die even faster. Since they were no longer qualified to play the game, what was the point of staying? A lot of people lamented as they gazed at the backs of the leaving Donglin clan cultivators. Who would have imagined that this was possible just moments ago? One sword by Yi Futian ruined a top-tier clan. From now on, the Donglin clan would fall into ruin. Liu Han's eyes were cold. It seemed as if he no longer intended to hide his killing intent. He stared at Yi Futian and said, "Even though you are handpicked by the elders who founded the pavilion, you are extremely cruel. To kill in front of Dongyuan Pavilion, removing people who disagree with you. How can I leave Dongyuan Pavilion to someone like you? This is blasphemy to Dongyuan Pavilion." The death of the Donglin clan's head seemed to have given Liu Han an excuse to make a move. He went back on his earlier words and no longer wanted to step down. Yi Futian looked at him. He was waiting for Liu Han to say exactly this. Otherwise, how could he kill him with justification? "So?" Yi Futian asked calmly. "You are addicted to killing. Even if I will be blamed and reprimanded by the elders who founded the pavilion, for the future of the pavilion, I have no choice but to kill you." Liu Han's voice was utterly cold. His murderous intent was at its peak, shrouding Yi Futian. Yi Futian was very calm after hearing Liu Han's statement. He then said, "Unfortunately, I do not think that you ever intended to hand over Dongyuan Pavilion. You only intended to step down and leave the position to me so that I could become your puppet while you guys remain at the helm of the pavilion. Liu Han, I have seen just how prideful and arrogant the factions commanding the pavilion were the day when I went. Since that is the case, today can just be considered a clean-up day. Forceful and overwhelmingly powerful will burst forth from their bodies." Liu Han's hands suddenly moved. His palm grabbed at the air. The void trembled intensely. Then, a gigantic palm flew and grabbed directly at Yi Futian. The divine wheel released a radiant and bright divine light of the great path. The sword wheel released an even brighter and beautiful light that broke through the sky in an instant. A loud bang. The sword wheel did not pierce through the large palm this time. However, it did cause cracks to appear on it. Regardless, that sword wheel was crushed and destroyed. Nonetheless, at that moment, Emperor Helion appeared in front of Yi Futian and threw a punch that shattered the giant palm. "Liu Han, no matter what, you are an elder. Show some decency," said Emperor Helion coldly. Then, at that moment, in the sky above the pavilion, cultivator Renhuangs started to emerge one after another. Liu Han had been at the helm of the Dongyuan Pavilion for many years, and he had trained and developed many cultivators. The Dongyuan Pavilion was rather strong, and this could be considered Liu Han's home arena. Perfect grade divine wheel. No wonder, an overwhelming aura emanated from Yi Futian's body. Bright lights shone from his divine will as his sword will radiated all across the void. A genius Ren Huang. The Mountain Sword Peak and the Beigong family are both top factions of this land who can collectively make decisions over affairs concerning Dongyuan Pavilion. Now, I have been designated as the new leader of Dongyuan Pavilion. Will the Mountain Sword Peak continue to help the enemy and attempt to kill me, the rightful leader of Dongyuan Pavilion, or correct your actions right now and help me clean up the factions of Dongyuan Pavilion?" asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian continued in a loud voice, "The same goes for the Beigong family. I will not pursue and fuss over past issues. I will still need to rely on all of you when I lead the Dongyuan Pavilion in the future. However, if you do not do anything today, I will recognize it as you surrendering your influence over Dongyuan Pavilion. In the future, you will not be involved with anything associated with Dongyuan Pavilion." The Sword Peak Mountain Summit Lord initially sided with Liu Han. The Beigong family was also bribed to remain neutral. However, at the moment, with the situation developing and shifting so quickly, everything seemed to have changed. They could not help but reevaluate the pros and cons. While Yi Futian was young and his cultivation level was not all that high, he had exceptional potential, and he was also incredibly strong, even when fighting against top-class opponents like themselves. For example, the head of the Donglin clan was killed by a single sword hit. Even if they maintained their earlier attitudes, Liu Han's chances of victory were still very slim. Vong. A burst of sword might came from the summit lord of the mountain Sword Peak. He released a monstrous amount of sword might. Then, like a river, his sword will descended straight from the sky and converged to become a giant divine sword that could seemingly cut the entire land in half. The sword moved. The void under the gigantic sword seemed to be split in half. The sword was slashing towards Yi Futian. It seemed like the Summit Lord had made his decision. The conditions given by Liu Han were some things that were impossible for Yi Futian. Moreover, he would be behind Emperor Helion and Yang Dongqing in the pecking order. As such, he did not hesitate and swung his sword against Yi Futian. Yang Dongqing suddenly appeared in front of the sword. Anyone who saw the scene would know that an internal conflict had begun in the Dongyuan Pavilion. The clan leader of the Beigong family looked toward the battlefield. Emperor Helion and Liu Han had already engaged in battle. Yi Futian's sword was already swung. The Renhuangs belonging to the factions that originally controlled Dongyuan Pavilion were consecutively cut down within the void. No one could shake Yi Futian. At that moment, he made a decision. The clan leader of the Beigong family also made his move. He extended a palm, and thunder descended from above. Frightening thunder and lightning filled the sky and pierced through the void before reaching the body of the Beigong family clan leader. Then, he extended his palm, and a pair of frightening, giant hands covered in purple thunderbolts suddenly appeared. The hands contained a terrifying destructive aura. In addition to that, his body was also covered in the bright and beautiful purple thunder. Meanwhile, a towering illusion of the thunder god also appeared behind his back. It was a divine wheel of the great path cast by life spirits. Rumble disasters came from above as a rumbling thunderstorm filled the skies and shrouded the boundless space. The rumbling thunder in the sky transformed into multiple lightning strikes as if they were chains. Every cultivator had focused their attention on him. Who would the Beigong family clan leader, Beigong Ao, choose to target? Before this, Beigong Ao wanted to remain neutral. Now, he needed to make a move. Emperor Helion and Yang Dongqing were naturally very vigilant. After all, Beigong Ao was a person who had previously come to an agreement of some sort with Liu Han. Of course, Liu Han and the Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord did not dare to be careless. After all, Beigong Ao made his move after Yi Futian made the threat. Yi Futian remained calm and looked at the enemy. In the next moment, divine thunder struck from above directly at the Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord. At the same time, Beigong Ao's body disappeared instantly. His body turned into a ray of lightning, and in the next moment, reappeared right in front of the Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord. Clearly, he had made his decision. He decided to help Yi Futian's side. The Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord reacted quickly. He raised his hand, and the giant sword sliced through the void. However, the terrifying giant purple palm containing an extremely violent aura directly blocked the sword in its path. As the sharp sword pierced into the thunderstorm, it began to chip away into pieces. The terrifying palm directly slammed into the opponent's sword. A loud bang ensued, and the Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord was sent flying. At the same time, he roared in anger, "Beigong Ao! The bastard was really adept at sailing with the wind. Earlier, when they invited him, they had said that their three sides had made an alliance and that he only needed to remain neutral. Now, with the Donglin clan head killed, the situation changed. Baegong Ao actually betrayed them in an instant. He went back on his promise to them and attacked him. Yi Futian was not surprised. After all, these alliances were only for their own gains and benefits. These high-order Renhuang were only divine wheel 7th order after all, while they dominated this piece of land. If one were to take a broader view of the entire divine prefecture, they were far from being the best. They needed more survival instincts. From what was happening, it was probably clear that Baegong Ao was siding with them. In addition, Yi Futian had a perfect divine wheel, which was handpicked by the statue master. As such, it was justifiable that Baegong Ao would choose them. Now, it was 3 versus 2. Perhaps he did not even need to do anything. Young Dongqing would naturally not let a great chance like this slip by. The instant after Baegong Ao's attack on the Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord was released, he stepped into the void and arrived instantly to also initiate a melee attack. A major battle ensued as arrays of frightening power raged all around Dongyuan Pavilion. Buildings crumbled one by one. Only Dongyuan Pavilion, which towered high into the sky, emanating a formless divine light of the Great Path, remained standing. It was immovable. Apart from the battles between the few top figures, with Dongyuan Pavilion as the center, the cultivators from each of the factions appeared. Among them were several Renhuangs from the Mountain Sword Peak. Their eyes shifted to glance at Yi Futian. Their cultivation levels were quite frightening. They were all middle-level Renhuangs. The Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord was being surrounded and attacked by 2 top fighters. The only for him to get out of that predicament was to kill Yi Futian. Powerful sword wills burst forth in an instant, and over 10 giant swords appeared in the sky, easily enveloping the void. Those figures strode within the void and appeared at different locations in the sky above Yi Futian. Their sword will locked onto Yi Futian's body. Then, in the next moment, all the swords in their hands were released. Kill. Frightening blades of light tore through the void. At the same time, all the giant swords arrived and attacked Yi Futian at the same time. Within the space of swordsmanship, Yi Futian's body was buried and was about to be destroyed by the swords. However, at that moment, a bone-chilling aura appeared all around Yi Futian's body. The cold was extreme, and even if one was located far away, the cold that seemingly permeated into and chilled one's soul could still be felt clearly. The entire space seemed to have frozen in place. With Yi Futian's body at the center, the great path of freezing stopped the arrival of the frightening divine swords which were about to attack him. The swords seemed to have stopped, and the light emanating from the cold moon covered the void. Beams of frightening divine light of the moon burst forth, and the sharp divine swords suddenly became unbelievably fragile. Under the moonlight, these swords directly shattered into nothingness. They could not last even a hit. Above Yi Futian's body, accompanied by the frightening powers of the divine light of the moon, a ray of sword will shot straight into the sky and then towards a location. The cultivator felt very cold and swung his sword in an attempt to block Yi Futian's sword will. However, the sword will was unaffected and struck him. His sword shattered, his divine will crumbled, and his body directly punctured. Before he was completely killed, the sword will disappeared again, leaving a beautiful curve in the void. Under the chilly moonlight, crisp and clear sounds rang in the air, and in just a few moments, the sword will had returned to floating above Yi Futian. When the people returned to look at the swordsmen in training of the Mountain Sword Peak within the void, they could and hear see their bodies explode into pieces one after another. Dead. Yi Futian only used one sword again. Seeing his figure standing there calmly, many people could no longer understand Yi Futian. It was as if he only needed one sword, no matter how strong his opponent was. Those who had just attacked him earlier were all powerful swordsmen in training at Sword Peak Mountain. They also trained in the arts of swordsmanship, yet they could not withstand the attack of one sword. The utterly chilling power that permeated into and froze one's soul, just what kind of power was it? It seemed as if it was the most extreme cold. Was it the power of yin? Our possessors of a perfect divine will actually so scary, someone said in a low voice. He was unbelievably confident from beginning till end. It was as if, to him, this battle of the Dongyuan Pavilion had no suspense, thought Helian Yu as she looked at Yi Futian's back from behind. She had been in contact with Yi Futian over the past few days. He seemed too quiet. Whether it was before or today, whether he was facing Liu Dongge or Liu Han, his heart was still. In his eyes, did he really care about this battle of Dongyuan Pavilion? Perhaps he did not. Helian Yu looked at the people standing beside Yi Futian. They were just as quiet. Yi Futian was confident, but why were Xia Qingyuan and Ying Qing so confident as well? Even the demonic beast that kept its head high proudly all the time, insufferably arrogant, seemingly in disdain of everything that ever existed, why was the demonic beast like that? Liu Dongge did not allow Yi Futian to step into the Dongyuan Pavilion because Yi Futian went to South Mountain and has a history with Mr. South Mountain, Helian Yu guessed in her mind. She looked toward the mask-wearing Ying Qing. Perhaps Yi Futian really did know Mr. South Mountain, or his parents or elders knew each other. As for Ying Qing's mask, it may be because some from Dongyuan Pavilion would recognize her. He is here for revenge. Helian Yu remembered that Yi Futian had asked about Mr. South Mountain's death before. After her father gave Yi Futian an answer, Yi Futian agreed to become the new head of the Dongyuan Pavilion. He came looking for Liu Han to avenge Mr. South Mountain's death. This meant that, from the very beginning, Yi Futian's objective was to kill Liu Han. That meant that, what was Yi Futian's real strength? Helian Yu's heart trembled. Could it be that he was able to defeat Liu Han by himself? Otherwise, why would he go to the South Mountain, to head to Dongyuan Pavilion alone? After all, before all that, Yi Futian did not know if her father would ally with him. That was unless he did not care about Liu Han. Looking at the person dressed in white, He Lianyo thought, even if Yi Futian is already releasing this crazy scary light, he might still be hiding his strength. The Yi Futian that everyone saw at the moment was not the strongest Yi Futian. Just as He Lianyu was in the midst of thinking, a voice interrupted her thought process. I will give up this battle. She raised her head and saw the Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord falling into a major crisis as two powerful cultivators engaged him in a pincer attack. Beigong Ao and Yang Dongqing were both adept at killing. They attacked him at close range, completely overwhelming him and not affording him space to even breathe. Just how powerful were close-range attacks of people who had reached the high-order Renhuang level? With a loud and terrifying plop, the Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord roared. They had already reached this point. There was no way that they would just let him go like that. Boom! Another loud bang. The thunder palm containing extremely violent and destructive force slammed into his body, puncturing his body directly. A gaping hole was left in his torso as the Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord's face turned pale. Plop! Yang Dongqing's spear descended and pierced straight into his skull. Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord was dead. Among the 6 top figures of the land, To had died. The Donglin clan head and the Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord. Liu Han was obstructed by Emperor Helian. When he saw the Sword Peak Summit Lord fall, his body retreated quickly as he shouted, "Retreat!" Dongyuan Pavilion factions began to retreat. They knew that they had lost the battle. Take them all down, commanded Beigong Ao coldly. He exchanged glances with Yang Dongqing. Then, both of them went in Liu Han's direction. By this time, it was natural that they would not let Liu Han go. 3 powerful cultivators surrounded him, and in an instant, Liu Han was forced into despair. Father! Liu Dongge's face was ashen. He moved back to retreat. He would never have imagined that the situation would escalate and become this terrible. Not that long ago, they were still controlling Dongyuan Pavilion. Did I say you could leave? A cold and indifferent voice came. Liu Dongge looked at the person who uttered those words and found out that it was Yi Futian. Moreover, Yi Futian spoke with his back facing Liu Dongge. Liu Dongge's face was ashen and dark. Everything that happened was because of Yi Futian. Who are you really? Liu Dongge asked. The person who will kill you. As Yi Futian finished his sentence, the sword will flew across the void, and a chilling light flashed. It was never in doubt. Liu Donga was pierced by the flash. Despair filled his eyes. At that moment, he actually remembered the day when he prohibited Yi Futian from getting into the Dongyuan pavilion just because he said so. Now, the person was facing him with his back and had cut him down with one single sword strike. How surreal. No, a loud roar rang in the air. Despair. Liu Donga could recognize that it was his father's voice. Everything seemed to have ended. Under the Dongyuan pavilion, the cultivators watched the scene unfold quietly. They looked on as Liu Donga turned into dust, as Liu Han received deadly attacks from the other three powerful cultivators one after another, before being killed by them together. Not that long ago, they were still drinking tea and chatting away within Dongyuan pavilion. How cruel it was. Everything had ended. After Emperor Helion and the other two killed Liu Han, they turned around to look at Yi Futian. Then, they said, "Pavilion head, please enter Dongyuan pavilion." Yi Futian, who was standing there, strode forward. The people who were gazing at his back understood one thing: Dongyuan pavilion had entered a new era. Yi Futian walked in front of Dongyuan pavilion. The statue was beside him. He turned around to face the crowd. The huge crowd gathered all around Dongyuan pavilion area looked toward Yi Futian. The new Dongyuan pavilion head had assumed his post. They did not know if it would be easier or harder to cultivate and train inside the pavilion. Yi Futian scanned the crowd and said, "In the past, the great emperor ordered our predecessors to create Dongyuan pavilion so that the laws of the great path may be spread here. Now, I have been chosen by the elder to lead the Dongyuan pavilion. Naturally, I will inherit the will of the great emperor and our predecessors to use Dongyuan pavilion to help our fellow practitioners cultivate better." Liu Han has led the Dongyuan pavilion for many years, and he forgot that he was placed in charge by others. He had imposed stringent access control over those allowed to enter the pavilion. Dongyuan pavilion incident involving me. I am sure you all know it very well. Since I have received orders from our predecessors, I will not forget what should be done. In the future, Dongyuan pavilion will set up examinations for practitioners at different plane levels. Every day, practitioners will be allowed to take this exam in front of Dongyuan pavilion. All those who pass the exam will be allowed to cultivate in Dongyuan pavilion. There will be no other limitations. Yi Futian's words made the crowd a little bit excited. Different planes, huh? Moreover, it was a daily exam. It was completely different from before. In the past, apart from those recognized by the statue being granted unlimited access to cultivate in Dongyuan pavilion, the remainder needed to undergo a specialized examination set up by the Dongyuan pavilion head Liu Han. The effectiveness of the examination was low, and the gap between each exam was very long. That way, Liu Han's control over Dongyuan pavilion grew stronger. He could easily choose the people who were allowed to enter the Dongyuan pavilion. Dongyuan pavilion faction had the final say on who was allowed to enter or not. Naturally, this was accompanied by all kinds of negative side effects. For example, conditional exchanges or becoming a practitioner of Dongyuan pavilion. Now, Yi Futian said that he would perfect the examination system so that practitioners could take part in it daily. This meant that, as long as the system worked, it would be able to run itself. Yi Futian would not even need to manage it personally. For the practitioners, this was undoubtedly good news. However, for the major factions with the ability to provide conditions to gain favor, it was not as good. In the past, they were able to gain access to Dongyuan pavilion through their networks and relationships. However, at that moment, it seemed like everything was about to change. However, nothing in the world can be absolutely fair and just. Dongyuan pavilion has limited space. As such, through the examination, only the people with the best talent will have priority to access and cultivate in Dongyuan pavilion. I hope you can understand, said Yi Futian. Everyone naturally understood this logic. Absolute justice was, in and of itself, a type of injustice. Apart from that, you have all witnessed the event that transpired today. The Helion royal family, Yang clan, and Beigong family. These three factions are the top factions of this land, and they work together with me to clean up the corrupted factions within Dongyuan pavilion. The future management and examination matters of Dongyuan Pavilion will also require their assistance. As such, the people from the 3 factions will be able to access Dongyuan Pavilion freely, said Yi Futian. Then, he continued, of course, the thing that Liu Donga did to me will not happen ever again. Members of the 3 factions have no authority to decide who gets to enter Dongyuan Pavilion. That decision is left to the examination. I, as Dongyuan Pavilion head, will also not interfere in this. Everyone nodded. The gazes focusing on Yi Futian were tinged with a certain degree of respect. They were surprised that this exceptionally talented person whose combat skills were just as remarkable would actually do this. It looked like he really only treated himself as a head who had inherited the will of the great emperor and was representing them in order to spread the word of the great path. This made many wonder if his overwhelming strength came from his generosity and magnanimity. Some of the women from the clans of Dongyuan City gazed at Yi Futian, a white-haired renhuang with unparalleled elegance and style, with admiration. Thank you, Sword Emperor Liuonian, said someone while bowing to Yi Futian. It was admirable for the new head to do something like this. Yi Futian's alias was Yi Liuonian. He displayed extraordinary swordsmanship skills before, and no matter who he killed, he only used one sword. As such, it was not a problem for this person to call Yi Futian Sword Emperor Liuonian. Many people bowed slightly to Yi Futian and, with a smile, said, our Dongyuan city is lucky to have Sword Emperor Liuonian lead Dongyuan Pavilion. They were sincerely impressed. Whether it was his strength, style, or his decisiveness in killing his enemy during battles, he had impressed the people. Sword Emperor Liuonian, Yi Futian mumbled. Then, he smiled and said, that's the first time anyone ever addressed me like this, but it doesn't sound so bad. Everyone else suddenly started laughing after hearing Yi Futian joking about it. Then, a person said, based on this old man's observations, Sword Emperor Liuonian's brilliance is unparalleled. White hair and white robe. Transcending worldly affairs. Perhaps the white-haired Sword Emperor is a more imposing and fitting name. White-haired Sword Emperor. Many people mumbled amongst themselves and said, indeed, it is quite imposing. One look at him, and you'll know that he fits this name. Why not we combine the 2 names? The atmosphere around the pavilion began to relax as more people started to chat and joke amongst themselves. Yi Futian did not have any opinions on it. While the Divine Prefecture was large, many of the most powerful factions that arrived in the Divine Prefecture earlier were very influential. If he were to do something extraordinary or shocking using his name, and news attaching his name was to spread, those top factions would likely hear about it. In that case, the battle from a few years ago would be rendered completely useless. Now, he needed some time to raise his plane level to a level where he could fight against those top factions. By then, he would no longer have anything to fear. As such, the nicknames such as Sword Emperor Liuonian and the white-haired Sword Emperor attached to his alias Yi Liuonian did not really bother him that much. Xia Qingyuan was behind Yi Futian. She sat quietly behind him as she watched Yi Futian's back. In the past, within the original realm, the people that Yi Futian interacted with were typically a lot stronger than he was. After all, he had exceptional talent and was able to directly reach the people at the very top, which sort of overshadowed some of his elegance and talent. Now that he was in the Divine Prefecture, the current situation was exactly what his talents deserve. Ying Qing was also very grateful. While it was not Yi Futian who dealt the blow, it did not really matter. She only really wanted revenge, Liu Han's death. Now, everything was over. Yi Futian had kept his promise to her. Moreover, he also bloomed and showed his talents and elegance. She was glad that she did not report to Han Lin and made him do anything to the severely injured Yi Futian back then. Otherwise, she would not have been able to witness the presence of a person as elegant and talented as Yi Futian. Emperor Helian, Yang Dongqing, and Beigong Ao also watched this scene quietly. Each of them had their own ideas. Beigong Ao carried a smile on his face with grace. Yi Futian really did not go after him. After experiencing Yi Futian's way of dealing with things, he believed that Yi Futian would not pursue the matter even in the future. Yang Dongqing, on the other hand, raised his brow slightly. This was not the ending that he wanted to see. After spending so much effort, even to the point where he risked his life to kill Liu Han and his allies, what was he after? Power. He wanted to become like Liu Han and firmly control Dongyuan Pavilion. However, Yi Futian's current plan was completely the opposite of what he wanted. Moreover, Yi Futian granted the Beigong family the same status as his and the Helian royal family, only allowing them free access to cultivate at Dongyuan Pavilion. It was inconsistent with his expectation. Yi Futian did not seem like an easy person to manipulate. At least not as easy as he had initially thought. Moreover, he was very strong. Of course, if he were easy to manipulate and were not that strong, they would not have won so easily in that battle. They might even lose. Yi Futian turned around to look at Emperor Helian and the others. Among the factions of Dongyuan Pavilion, many of them are just people who want to cultivate. We can just let them out of the pavilion. All right. Emperor Helian nodded and did not pursue or investigate these people. Pavilion leader Yi. Yang Dongqing looked at Yi Futian and transmitted his voice to Yi Futian and the rest. I am afraid many of these people are directly related to Liu Han. If we let them go, they may cause problems in the future. Even though we are not afraid of them, the people from our families may be targeted as an act of revenge. Since we are already at this stage, why do we not cut out the root and ensure that we get rid of the problem? Yi Futian glanced at Yang Dongqing and said, Elder, you can investigate them first. If they are close acquaintances of Liu Han, we can deal with them on a case-by-case basis. However, if they are only people who entered Dongyuan Pavilion to cultivate, then we don't have to make their lives hard. He also understood Yang Dongqing's position. With regard to those potentially connected to the Mountain Sword Peak or Donglin clan, Yi Futian did not give any specific instructions. He would let them deal with it themselves. The world of the cultivators was never a merciful or kind world, particularly when it came to life or death battles like this. The winner would become the kings while the losers perished. He understood this clearly. The three nodded slightly. Yi Futian then continued and said, with regard to the examination, I will have to trouble the three elders. No problem. This should not be too difficult. Emperor Helian nodded. Beigong Ao also said, I can get some people from my family over. Yang Dongqing did not express his opinion. On this, he held a different opinion. However, the issue was already settled, and it was not yet time to make his case. He needed to find some time to, perhaps, have a chat about it with Emperor Helian. They were the first two factions that came together to form the alliance. Yi Futian was only selected after he was handpicked by the manifestation of the statue. The issue had been settled. So, Yi Futian left the place and headed to Dongyuan Pavilion. The crowd outside Dongyuan Pavilion also began to disperse. However, everyone knew that the debacle was not yet over and that some residual events or incidents were to follow. Many would still, unfortunately, lose their lives. Emperor Helian and the first Princess Helian, you were still in front of Dongyuan Pavilion. Emperor Helian transmitted his voice to Helian Yu and said, You have been in contact with him for some time. What do you think of this boy? An exceptional talent of an era. No one in this land can even compare to him. We also have no idea where he came from. Nor do we know what his objectives are, answered Helian Yu. That's all? Emperor Helian asked. Father, I have a feeling that his true strength may have been severely underestimated, answered Helian Yu as she looked at Emperor Helian. Emperor Helian followed up to ask, Why do you say this? He is an acquaintance of Mr. South Mountain. He might have targeted Liu Han when he came. He tried to force his way into the Dongyuan Pavilion before us. Back then, he had no idea that this would happen. So, where did his confidence come from? Helian Yu asked. She continued, I suspect that he was never afraid of Liu Han. From the beginning until the end, he was always calm and indifferent. I can feel a ridiculously strong sense of self-confidence from him. It was as if everything was within his control. Right. Emperor Helian nodded profoundly. As the lord of our royal family, I have seen many talents and amazing presence in my time, and his aura was not weak. Whenever a normal lower Renhuang faces me, their aura would naturally be a few degrees lower. However, when this boy faced me, even though he did call me elder, the feeling that I got was that he was very calm and relaxed. In his eyes, I, the lord of our royal family, was not regarded as much. Even when the statue manifested back then, I specifically observed him and saw that he was as calm and relaxed as ever. This person is definitely a genius-level character who has been through something remarkable. The debacle over the Dongyuan Pavilion is probably not all that important to him. Helian Yu nodded slightly and said, I agree with you on this. She and her father had the same feeling. Her plane level was most certainly higher than Yi Futian. However, the aura emanating from Yi Futian when he stood in front of her made her feel like he was the actual elder. It was the aura and confidence brought about by true strength. Senluo Manor was destroyed a while ago. Sword wool wreathed all over the mountain where Senluo Manor was located, Emperor Helian continued to say by transmitting his voiceover. Helian Yu was stunned. Her heart trembled as she looked at her father. After Yi Futian took control of Dongyuan Pavilion, he arranged the matter regarding the examination with Emperor Helian and the others. After they concluded their discussions and things were finalized, he simply left the matter to Emperor Helian and the other two. Instead, he immersed himself in his cultivation. He spent his entire days inside Dongyuan Pavilion to cultivate and read scriptures and classics of the way. The last time he was at Dongyuan Pavilion, he was able to converge and generate an incredibly powerful sword will of the Great Path after achieving realization. The sword will was extremely powerful, and he wanted to continue tempering it and making it even more powerful. The outside of the pavilion was bustling with activity. The examination of Dongyuan Pavilion had just begun in recent days, and it had caused a huge commotion throughout the entire Dongyuan city. Many cultivators came to watch it, which caused the outside of Dongyuan Pavilion to be packed with people every day. All of them came to take part in the examination as they wanted to enter Dongyuan Pavilion so that they may have a chance to read classic tomes and scriptures. To most people of the world, Dongyuan Pavilion was the true holy land of cultivation. Not to mention other practitioners, but even people as powerful as Yi Futian would benefit a lot from Dongyuan Pavilion. Several days had passed. Yi Futian did not really know the changes outside in the world. Within Dongyuan Pavilion. At that moment, Helian Yu arrived at the side of Yi Futian. It seemed like she had something to tell him. What's wrong? Yi Futian asked after seeing Helian Yu. She seemed uncomfortable. It was as if she had something to say but did not know how to say it. Over the past few days, Yi Futian's communication with Emperor Helian had been through Helian Yu. They had since already been familiar with each other. As such, if it were a normal matter, Helian Yu would have said it directly. She would not be as hesitant as she was now. Something happened, said Helian Yu. Aren't Emperor Helian and the other elders around? They can deal with it directly, answered Yi Futian. Although he was the head of the Dongyuan Pavilion, he was still used to being the hands-off type of leader, just like he was when he was at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He did not need to personally handle most matters. He only needed to set the rules. After seeing that Helian Yu was still somewhat uncomfortable and hesitant, Yi Futian knew that it was not a minor issue since even Emperor Helian could not settle it. If that were the case, there may only be one possibility, and it was that differences had emerged between the three factions that supported him in managing Dongyuan Pavilion. What happened? Yi Futian asked. Someone messed around with the examination to secretly allow access to the pavilion, answered Helian Yu. Yi Futian looked at Helian Yu and asked, if that is the case, we can issue a stern warning internally and make sure that it does not happen again. Publicly, we will state that we will give them one chance to make a mistake. Such things were impossible to prevent. That was unless he did everything personally and went to the front lines to handle things. If he left the management of the exam to the three factions, how could he ensure that those handling the issue would never have any selfish thoughts? As such, he decided to have Helian Yu issue a stern warning but, at the same time, give the offender a chance. Otherwise, if he were to handle things very sternly the very first time, cracks would probably start to appear within their ranks. He also knew that while he was the head of Dongyuan Pavilion, his relationship with the three major factions was not all that close. One could even say that they did not know each other at all. In such situations, cracks could easily appear. It was impossible for him to cause a huge scene immediately whenever an incident occurred. If he did that, he would be the only one left behind to handle things. Things got big, Helianyu said. Futian looked at her. Then, Helianyu transmitted her voice and said, "The person who messed with the exam to grant access is from the Beigong family. He received bribes. However, it should not have been detected so easily, but regardless of that, he was still exposed. It seemed rather peculiar. My father is guessing that it is intentional." Intentional? Futian's brows raised slightly. Yes. Helianyu nodded. Simone intentionally made a person from the Beigong family commit a crime so that they could use it as an excuse to cause trouble. Did you find out who's the one doing this? Futian asked. If that were the case, the situation might be worse than he thought. Helianyu shook her head. However, Futian saw that her expression was a little unusual. He asked, "Do you have a guess?" Helianyu remained silent for a while before nodding and answering, "My father asked me earlier, and now I am still hesitating whether to tell you or not." Futian looked at her. Since Helianyu had come, she must have already made a decision. Based on my father's initial investigation and deduction, this issue may be related to the Yang clan. Helianyu did not say this through normal means. Instead, she transmitted her voice to inform Futian. "We have not told the Beigong family yet. Initially, we did not want to tell you about the incident, either. However, right now, we have found that someone is trying to cause trouble, casting doubts over Dongyuan Pavilion. If this is not handled soon, I am afraid it might not calm down anytime soon." Futian understood after hearing Helianyu's words. The incident involved the Beigong family and the Yang clan. Moreover, it seemed like there were other hidden facts and issues that needed to be considered. From the Helian family's standpoint, it was indeed a difficult task to handle. No wonder they were hesitant to inform him about it. Moreover, since the Helian family was the side who brought it up, they were also at risk of being suspected of being instigators themselves. However, from Futian's interaction with Helianyu over the past few days, he could see that Helianyu was very sincere. At the very least, Futian did not feel that she was a cunning or scheming person. "Let me handle it," said Futian. After that, he took a step forward to head outside Dongyuan Pavilion. Helianyu followed him from behind. The two of them exited Dongyuan Pavilion. Using his divine consciousness, Futian scanned the area and found that, as expected, someone was causing a disturbance in the exam venue under Dongyuan Pavilion. Many people gathered around the area, and someone was intentionally instigating the issue. "Let's go." Futian's body vanished in a flash and appeared instantly at another location. This place was filled with many people, among them included the cultivators of the three Dongyuan Pavilion factions. Some of the clan leaders were also present. A bowing person stood underneath. It was the person accused of playing favorites. Pavilion leader. Emperor Helian nodded at Futian after he saw him arrive. Futian walked straight forward and stopped beside Emperor Helian and young Dongqing. Then, he said, "The first princess has briefed me about what has transpired earlier. Any objections with regard to this person breaking the rules and playing favorites?" "He has also admitted it," said young Dongqing on the side. Futian nodded. "How are you prepared to deal with him? This isn't a major issue. Moreover, the person whom he allowed to pass the exam possesses exceptional talent. He isn't that far behind the other person. The problem is the outsider making a debacle out of this. He has exterior motives. Pavilion leader, why don't we send someone to get rid of the person causing a commotion? And as for him," young Dongqing looked at the person who committed the crime and said, "This incident should be enough to serve as a warning to him. He will probably not dare to do it again in the future. Elder Beigong, what do you think?" Futian looked at Beigong Ao and asked. "I will leave it to the pavilion leader." Beigong Ao looked at Futian. "The rules have only been recently established, and yet, here, as you all have witnessed, they have been broken in mere days. While the Beigong family is not under Dongyuan Pavilion and I have no authority to intervene in their affairs, This happened at Dongyuan Pavilion. The examination is also a Dongyuan Pavilion matter. Playing favorites and breaking the examination rules, that is most certainly related to me. Yi Futian continued, let's go with a heavy punishment. To use Dongyuan Pavilion for your personal gain. Destroy his power core and exile him from Dongyuan Pavilion. What does Elder Beigong think? Pavilion Master. The person's expression changed drastically after hearing Yi Futian's words. He raised his head to look at Yi Futian. His eyes were filled with shock. While his cultivation level was not exactly high, he had still reached the Renhuang level, and he was definitely not a nobody. Yi Futian actually said that he was going to destroy his power core? Because of this minor issue? All right. I will personally see to it, Beigong Ao nodded. With a flash, he moved towards that person. Clan leader. That Renhuang looked at Beigong Ao. Beigong Ao directly raised his hands to grab at him. He tried to struggle but was only met by a frightening thunder chain that wrapped around his body, bringing him down. After that, a palm made its mark on his body. In an instant, the destructive thunder gods might destroyed everything with the person's body. The person's face was ashen. Some of the practitioners of the Beigong family could not bear to watch that scene. Most of them felt a sense of resentment in their hearts. Was there a need to do something so severe for such a minor infraction? Beigong Ao brought the person away directly. They headed towards the exit of Dongyuan Pavilion. Yi Futian stood there quietly, waiting. Not long after, Beigong Ao returned. The disturbance outside calmed down. Nobody continued to cause a scene. Everyone was stunned by the hard-handed measure imposed. The punishment was actually so severe. Find out the one who bribed the offender and deal with it strictly. I will leave this to Elder Beigong, Yi Futian said to Beigong Ao. All right, Beigong Ao nodded. Yang Dongqing's brows twitched slightly but returned to normal in an instant. The matter is settled. You may all leave. This incident should serve as a lesson. I hope that no one repeats this mistake, said Yi Futian. Then, everyone promptly left the area. Beigong Ao and Yang Dongqing also left. Then, Yang Dongqing walked to the side of Beigong Ao and said, Beigong, the pavilion head's punishment is too severe, isn't it? But I guess it can't be helped for the newly appointed head to apply hard-handed measures. So that he may shock and instill a sense of authority. There is no problem for the pavilion head to do this. The rules have just been established and, naturally, should be followed strictly. It is my fault for not being strict enough in disciplining them. Beigong Ao replied. Yang Dongqing nodded slightly and said, that's also true. After that, they each went their separate ways. After they were separated, Yang Dongqing's eyes became cold. In the end, nothing came from this incident. Helian Yu's guess could not be proven. Yi Futian did not enter the Dongyuan Pavilion. Instead, he went to a cultivation court above Dongyuan Pavilion to cultivate. On this day, the entire cultivation court was shrouded in a super terrifying sword will aura. Yi Futian sat cross-legged inside the court, and in front of him, 3 sword will manifestations converged. The sky and the land changed colors. Even though there were only 3 sword wills, it was as if all the land and the power of the Great Path were concentrated within them. Swoosh, swoosh, the sword wills flew all over, turning the entire area into a harsh and deadly environment. Yi Futian finally suppressed his aura after some time, and the sword wills also dissipated. Outside the cultivation court, a figure stood quietly watching. It was Helian Yu. If one sword will is already so frightening, just how terrifying are 3? Helian Yu mumbled quietly. What brings you here? Yi Futian asked, smiling. Someone is looking for you, pavilion head, Helian Yu answered Yi Futian with a smile. Who is it? Yi Futian asked curiously. Someone was looking for him? The number 1 beauty of the Beigong family. Beigong Shuang. Moreover, she is very talented. She reached the Renhuang plain not that long ago, replied Helian Yu to Yi Futian, smiling. Surprise filled Yi Futian's face as he asked, why is she looking for me? She's here to learn from you, Helian Yu answered with a chuckle. Yi Futian was rather surprised. While the incident from last time had concluded, the three major factions should still remember it. So, what was the intention of the Beigong family for sending their family's number one beauty to him? Could it be that the Beigong family no longer held a grudge against him over the last incident? This time, Beigong Ao's actions really confused him. Yi Futian received Beigong Shuang. The belle of the Beigong family indeed had striking features that set her apart from the rest. Born to a noble family, she naturally had a refined air about her, yet she still possessed an aura of feminine gentleness, as though she were a royal princess. Upon seeing Yi Futian, Beigong Shuang bowed lightly and greeted. Beigong Shuang pays her respects to the pavilion master. As she finished speaking, she raised her head and gazed at Yi Futian with her gorgeous eyes. She was intrigued by this distinguished figure before her, who had recently risen to fame and had become the center of attention of the continent in an instant. Now that she had seen him, her first impression was, rather surprisingly, that he was dashing. Yi Futian had an air of refined masculinity, and with a head of long silver hair, the first impression that he gave Beigong Shuang was that he was a handsome man. Furthermore, he seemed to have an exceptionally unique temperament. "What has brought Ms. Beigong here today?" asked Yi Futian. After father returned, he would often mention Pavilion Master Yi, and he would have nothing but praises for you. Moreover, Beigong Shuang has always admired Pavilion Master Yi, and so I wanted to see you. Getting to see Pavilion Master today has made this trip worthwhile. Previously father also hoped for me to come to Dongyuan Pavilion to cultivate and ask for guidance from Pavilion Master. Hence, I have come to pay a visit to Pavilion Master with the hope that I can follow Pavilion Master in the path of cultivation. Beigong Shuang's voice was crisp, her tone calm and warm, soothing for anyone who listened. Of course, this could be because she had an exceptionally beautiful face that made it difficult for anyone to be uncomfortable with her. The people around them let out an expression of slight intrigue while Black-Winged Condor blankly glanced at her. What's the use of having a pretty face? How narrow did she think his master's horizons were? The royal princess is still queuing, and Princess Donghuang is still waiting for master to conquer her in the future, it thought. The rich daughters of renowned families may be unusually attractive, but they will not catch the eye of Condor. After all, my present self has a more exquisite taste than most. Xia Qingyuan also looked at Beigong Shuang. A woman with such beauty says she wants to follow Yi Futian in cultivation. What does she mean? She wondered. Yi Futian also felt a little perplexed. From what he heard from Helian Yu, Beigong Shuang was Beigong Ao's daughter, the belle of the Beigong family, and had exceptional talent. Hypothetically, even if the Beigong family bore grudges against him and wanted to sacrifice someone to win him over, they wouldn't have sent her. By doing this, it seems like they approve of him greatly. Could it be that the Beigong family really did not have any tinge of resentment over what happened the last time? In fact, because of the distance that had formed between them the last time, even though neither party said anything, but certainly both of them know that if the Beigong family initiates diplomacy, by right, Yi Futian should accept the Beigong family's goodwill, and with that, let that event be history. However, Yi Futian was not interested in doing so. Since you have come, you can cultivate in Dongyuan Pavilion, Yi Futian spoke as he regarded Beigong Shuang. If you have any questions, we can discuss them together. Coincidentally, the elder princess is also present. Both of you can learn from each other. As for guidance, I'm afraid that I won't be of much help since my cultivation level is nowhere near as high as yours. Helian Yu glanced at Yi Futian with astonishment. What a beautiful princess, yet he rejected her so decisively. Then again, it seems like Yi Futian already has a top beauty by his side. I wonder what their relationship is. Perhaps they are cultivation partners. Xia Qingyuan had been extremely low-key all along, staying behind Yi Futian silently without showing anything. Hence, it was difficult to determine her relationship with Yi Futian. As for Ying Qing, she has already taken off her mask. Indeed, she used to cultivate under the guidance of Mr. South Mountain. Of course, no one had publicly discussed this matter, but the Helian royal family knew it in their hearts, which further confirmed what they discussed the last time. Ying Qing had also been cultivating quietly in Dongyuan Pavilion all along. Father says that the Pavilion Master's future achievements will be far beyond his. He also said that currently, you are already more enlightened than him in certain aspects of cultivation, Beigong Shuang said. Please forgive me if I should ever disturb you while I am cultivating in Dongyuan Pavilion. Yi Futian nodded. Beigong Shuang had already been courteous to such a great extent, and she had already behaved in the most diplomatic manner possible. She had only hinted at the possibility that she would ask for his guidance sometime in the future, so there was no reason for him to reject her. All right, if there is anything you need help with, you can look for me, Yi Futian said. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Beigong Shuang bowed slightly and said, then I'll go take a look around Dongyuan Pavilion. Please, Yi Futian replied. With that, Beigong Shuang left for the Dongyuan Pavilion. After she left, Helian Yu looked at Yi Futian and said, seems like I overthought things. Senior Beigong's horizons are far wider than mine. Yi Futian understood the underlying meaning of her words. Previously, they thought that the Beigong family might have borne grudges against them because of what happened. Evidently, the Beigong family wishes to have Beigong Shuang to resolve the bitterness between them. Of course, Helian Yu was thinking a bit more than Yi Futian. She was thinking, some of what she and her father guessed might have been the conclusions that Beigong Ao also arrived at, which was why he thought extremely highly of Yi Futian. In addition, Yi Futian's exceptional talent was indeed tempting. Even though they might not have any pursuits in this Dongyuan Pavilion, but having put in so much effort into cultivation, who wouldn't want to continue making progress? In the next year, there would be an opportunity. With Yi Futian leading them towards it as the Dongyuan Pavilion Master, they could certainly be stronger than Liu Han. Even though Liu Han's cultivation level might be higher, he had far less potential than Yi Futian. Furthermore, Yi Futian's abilities were unfathomable, and until the present day, they could not see through him. If their hypothesis that Fu Mier from Senluo Manor was somehow related to Yi Futian, then his strength would be even more terrifying than what they imagined. Yi Futian didn't think too much about it and continued to cultivate in isolation. He didn't want to waste even a moment. To him, raising his strength was more important than anything. A few days ago, young Dongqing from the Yang family heard about this and was extremely unhappy. Helian, that brat keeps avoiding me. Even Beigong Ao is also so spineless. Have these years of cultivation ground his temper? Young Dongqing had a sharp glint to his eyes, yet he was afraid of a third-tier divine wheel practitioner. Beigong Ao showed such courtesy to Yi Lionian. Is this because he fears him? Asked someone around him. Even if he is exceptionally talented and can slay many middle-level Renhuangs, there is still a huge difference between a middle-level Renhuang and a high-level Renhuang. If you are talking about fearing him, that will at most be a thing of the far future. Without our support, he could not possibly have ascended to the position of Dongyuan Pavilion Master. Yet, after he has gotten what he wanted, he threw all the tedious work to us to do and just sat back and enjoyed the fruits of our labor. Worse still, he set all those new rules. From where I am standing, it looks exactly like he thinks he owns Dongyuan Pavilion, young Dongqing thought. He had always had strong opinions about this matter. He planned to support a puppet to the throne, but in the end, things were spiraling out of his control. Frustratingly, Emperor Helian seemed to really take pains to aid him, even let the elder Princess Helian Yu follow him around and help him, and dispatched manpower to help him manage Dongyuan Pavilion. Helian Emperor had taken Yi Futian under his wing, so young Dongqing wanted to provoke the Beigong family into confronting Yi Futian. Beigong Ao was unexpectedly spineless. He swallowed his pride and let go of his grudges. He even sent Beigong Shuang to Dongyuan Pavilion. In this state of things, it would be extremely difficult to undermine Yi Futian's position as the pavilion master. Even though he could enter Dongyuan Pavilion to cultivate, there was no way for him to obtain any form of authority there. It's not that he is afraid, but rather, it is likely that he is the same as Helian and is being drawn by Yi Lionian's potential. Young Dongqing continued, don't forget that we still have to go pay a visit next year. Upon hearing young Dongqing's words, the people around him instantly understood. Time flew by really quickly. In the next year, the gathering of prominent figures would be happening again. Yi Futian, on the other hand, wasn't thinking too much about it. The investigations into what happened the last time bore no fruit at all, and so, he couldn't care less. It didn't matter whether or not it was young Dongqing's doing or what motives the Yang family had. If he were forced to fight, he wouldn't think much about it either. After that battle, he could roughly gauge the strength of a few people to be at about the level of Senluo Manor Chief. The Dongyuan Pavilion Cultivation Temple is at the highest point of Dongyuan Pavilion. After successfully laying out the Great Way Matrix, Yi Futian levitated among the clouds. The will of the Great Way shrouded him, turning the atmosphere around him quite terrifying. Yi Futian's clothes fluttered about him, his long hair dancing behind him. The entire sky seemed to turn into a Great Way forge. As he cultivated his path on the Great Way, Yi Futian forged all fragments of his will in his body. A massive storm appeared in the sky, and in the eye of this storm, one could vaguely see a wisp of a silhouette. It was the same silhouette as Yi Futian, yet it looked like a celestial shadow. Boom! A terrifying aura hammered down from the heavens that got stronger by the second. With the deity-induced seal formation, a limitless amount of the will of the Great Way instantly condensed into a single body. It was as though the infinite wisps of will were intertwined at one point. 3 swords hovered at that point, or rather, 3 rays of sword will. Nourished by Yi Futian's Great Way, the 3 rays of sword will became more terrifying by the second. The surrounding Great Way suddenly evolved into a violent vortex, and the celestial shadow shot up to 100 feet and fusing into the surrounding heavens and earth. Within the 3 rays of sword will, violent vortices appeared that swallowed everything. Accompanying the blades of light that emanated, a massive sword aura appeared in the region, and intense ripples appeared even across the Great Way Matrix. Cheep cheep. A sharp screech sounded throughout the entire region as billions of currents of sword will cascaded from the heavens. It was as though each strand of sword will contained a strong intent to assault. However, that only lasted for an instant. Everything merged into Yi Futian's body, and countless strands of sword will wound around his body. The storm around gradually died down. Yi Futian opened his eyes. His body that levitated in the sky was as straight as a sword. Although it was a human body, it gave off the impression that it was sharper than any sword. The way of the sword nourishes the sword will. I wonder how strong my attack power is now, Yi Futian thought silently. Previously during the Battle of Dongyuan Pavilion, just one streak of sword will that wasn't even this strong could slay multiple middle-level renhuangs. Now that he was emanating sword will, he was surely a lot stronger and could kill a common middle-level renhuang with a single strike. Below beside the Dongyuan Pavilion, Helian Yu raised her head and looked up at the sky. Ripples were coursing through the Great Way Matrix. She knew that Yi Futian was cultivating above. Having followed Yi Futian for quite some time already, Helian Yu even knew the cultivation method he was using. Can he successfully cultivate using the method recorded in that scripture? A figure in white gradually descended from above Dongyuan Pavilion. Helian Yu looked at the silhouette and could sense Yi Futian's aura. Beneath his handsome features was a radiance that was akin to a polished sword. At that moment, Lianyo understood that after those few days of cultivation, Yi Futian's swordsmanship has gotten stronger. Yi Futian slowly descended beside Helian Yu. He smiled and asked, "What is the matter? How strong are you now, really?" Helian Yu couldn't help but ask Yi Futian as she looked at him. She had been curious for too long. Of course, it was only because they were already familiar with each other that she would ask this question in such a straightforward manner. Level 3 Divine Wheel, but only my Divine Wheel of the Great Path has been cultivated to perfection. Didn't you already see it all? Yi Futian grinned as he asked. I am asking about your fighting strength. Helian Yu looked at Yi Futian. I've always had a hypothesis. Last year, among the top factions on this continent, there was an evil faction, Senluo Manor, that was annihilated overnight. After that, a swordsman started cultivating in Senluo Manor. As she finished speaking, she stared at Yi Futian. Even though she had made some conjectures a long time ago, she still wanted to hear Yi Futian acknowledge it himself. Yi Futian saw the curiosity in Helian Yu's eyes. Likely, Emperor Helian's attitude toward him might have something to do with this. However, the fact that Helian Yu could ask him this question was a sign of mutual trust. I am going to cultivate at Dongyuan Pavilion now. Yi Futian did not answer her directly. He smirked as he strolled to the entrance of Dongyuan Pavilion. Helian Yu gazed at the silhouette of Yi Futian's back. Even though Yi Futian did not answer her directly, she already knew the answer. Helian Yu sighed deeply, slightly shaken. While she had guessed it initially, she was still shocked when she really obtained acknowledgement from Yi Futian. After all, he was only at level 3 Divine Wheel. How was he able to slay a high-level Renhuang? The Senluo Manor chief's level of cultivation was definitely on the same level as those of her father and Liu Han. He had always wanted to become one of the powers in charge of Dongyuan Pavilion. Still, because a few major factions joined together to prevent Senluo Manor from entering, Senluo Manor had always been excluded from Dongyuan Pavilion. No one would have expected him to be slain by Yi Futian alone. In that case, if Yang Dongqing really wished Yi Futian any harm, he would find it difficult to execute whatever plan he had in mind. However, she would also not remind Yang Dongqing or the Yang family about it. Using her father's words, even though they were allies once, they had joined forces because they shared the same goal then. However, since their stance and viewpoints were different, there was no need to be concerned with them. Previously, Yang Dongqing was unscrupulous when he targeted the Beigong family. They would not start a conflict with Yang Dongqing nor the Yang family, but there is still no need to remind him. Her father said that the sly old fox Beigong Ao of the Beigong family might also have foreseen some things. If Yang Dongqing made a blunder in the future, then he could only blame himself for his foolishness. Compared to Yang Dongqing, Beigong Ao was quite astute. He changed his stand at the crucial moment to support them in the past and stood on the side of the winners. Furthermore, he sent Beigong Shuang to Dongyuan Pavilion to cultivate. This head of the Beigong family was indeed an astute person. As Yi Futian walked into Dongyuan Pavilion, many people bowed as they saw him. Pavilion Master. Liuanian Sword Emperor. The numerous people who bowed were all practitioners who passed the trial and entered Dongyuan Pavilion. They revered Yi Futian, and there were even some who called him the white-haired Sword Emperor endearingly. Yi Futian would always nod his head as a form of reply. The Pavilion Master is really handsome and is without parallel. He is the most extraordinary and exceptional being that I have ever seen. No one can compare to him, someone said in a low whisper. Even when it comes to talent, he is also unrivaled. If only I could become the Pavilion Master's cultivation partner, a young woman said with a dreamy smile on her face. A few people shot her contemptuous looks. This boy-crazy woman, the belle of the Beigong family, is currently cultivating in Dongyuan Pavilion, and then there is still the elder princess of the Helian royal family. How can you even compare? Someone jokingly said. His unrestrained comment roused some laughter among the crowd. Ahem. A cold voice sounded out. Everyone turned to the source of the voice and saw an elder flipping through an ancient scripture. The fact that he was a Renhuang practitioner instantly silenced everyone, especially when they knew that they were disturbing his cultivation. However, he had already attained the Renhuang grade, so why was he still on the lowest floor of Dongyuan Pavilion? Yi Futian walked toward the stairway leading to the upper floors of Dongyuan Pavilion. Given his current cultivation level, the cultivation methods in the lower levels no longer had any value to him. Recently numerous people have joined Dongyuan Pavilion to cultivate, so Dongyuan Pavilion was quite crowded. Even though there was a limit to the number of people allowed in Dongyuan Pavilion, each floor still had quite a few people. With each floor that Yi Futian climbed, there would always be practitioners who would greet him as Pavilion Master. When Yi Futian arrived at one of the higher floors, someone shouted, "Pavilion Master." Somewhere in the distance, Yi Futian saw a feminine silhouette lowering her arms while in the midst of performing some action, turned her head toward him, and called out, "Pavilion Master Yi." "Ah, Ms. Shuang, you are here too," Yi Futian replied. Beigong Shuang nodded. "I have just entered the Renhuang stage and still have many questions regarding cultivation, so I have been staying in Dongyuan Pavilion, referring to ancient scriptures. Dongyuan Pavilion was indeed constructed by the great emperor. It's really all-encompassing. Indeed, one can learn a lot within Dongyuan Pavilion. Yi Futian nodded his head. Please continue reading then. With that, he continued to proceed to the higher floors. Unexpectedly, Yi Futian saw Beigong Shuang also stepping forward, following behind him. Is there anything else I can help you with, Ms. Shuang? Yi Futian asked. I would like to see what the pavilion master is reading in Dongyuan Pavilion and learn from you, Beigong Shuang said softly. However, if doing so would disturb pavilion master, then I shall not. Her voice was soft, gentle, and warm and made people feel really comfortable. Yi Futian thought to himself, the Beigong family really knows how to choose their people. Do as you please, Yi Futian said as he smiled and walked up the stairs. Even though Yi Futian said to do as she pleased, Beigong Shuang did not hesitate but rather closely followed Yi Futian up the stairs. Yi Futian felt a little perplexed. At any rate, Beigong Shuang was a practitioner who had already attained the Renhuang level nonetheless, he did not concern himself with her. He started reading the cultivation techniques that could be found in records in Dongyuan Pavilion. Beigong Shuang also quietly followed without troubling him. When Yi Futian finished reading a scripture, she would read it after. Whatever Yi Futian read, she would also read. This state of things continued for a few days. Even though Yi Futian wasn't too bothered by it, as time passed, he still felt baffled by her behavior. One day, he paused his cultivation for a while, looked toward Beigong Shuang, and said, Ms. Shuang, the cultivation techniques that I am learning are suited for my own great path, but they may not necessarily be compatible with you. Beigong Shuang nodded. I know. Yi Futian looked at her. While he was a bit annoyed, the beautiful face of hers made it impossible for him to really get angry at her. Was she really that dumb or was she playing dumb? It is just that fundamentally, cultivation should never be limited to our own great paths since all great paths are alike. In the few days that I have been following Pavilion Master Yi in reading these ancient scriptures, I have learned a lot, and my own cultivation has benefited greatly. Given this case, what is the issue? Beigong Shuang stated as she looked at Yi Futian. While that may be the case, would you not benefit more if you selected some volumes that were more appropriate for you? Yi Futian asked. I have ascended to the Renhuang stage not too long ago, so I really don't know what would suit me more or what I should read. Furthermore, Dongyuan Pavilion is so huge. Beigong Shuang looked at Yi Futian and said, since Father gives Pavilion Master Yi high praise, I too naturally believe that Pavilion Master Yi's insights can be trusted, so I decided to follow you to cultivate together. If Pavilion Master Yi minds me, then I can stay a little further. I will only go ahead when you have finished reading the scriptures. As she finished her sentence, she really started moving toward the side without any sign of displeasure, maintaining a rather nonchalant expression. Yi Futian could not find the words to reply to this nor rebut her. He smiled and shook his head and then left her side. He let Beigong Shuang be and did not concern himself with her again. Indeed, Beigong Shuang kept a distance from Yi Futian, but like what she did previously, she looked through the volumes of scriptures that he read. After cultivating for a few more days, Yi Futian left. Afterward, when he returned to Dongyuan Pavilion to cultivate again, he brought Xia Qingyuan along and had her accompany him around. Yet, completely out of his expectations, Beigong Shuang did not leave him and still followed him around. Yi Futian really wanted to know exactly what she was thinking in that mind of hers. Beigong Shuang's behavior even attracted attention from other people in Dongyuan Pavilion, and this even spread outside of the pavilion and became an exciting topic of conversation for many people in Dongyuan City. Stories of the beauty and the prodigy naturally spread the fastest. Furthermore, these rumors weren't constrained by the level of cultivation at all. The higher the level of cultivation of the practitioners involved, the greater the curiosity they sparked. In this case, it was especially so because the relationships were rather complex. The main characters seemed to be involved in a love triangle. This did provide some fuel for post-meal and post-tea conversation for the common folk. Although Yi Futian was a little bothered by it, it did enrich his boring days of cultivation to a certain extent. After all, cultivation was extremely dry. Time flew by quickly, and unconsciously a year had passed without Yi Futian ever leaving Dongyuan Pavilion. When the year 10046 of the Divine Prefecture calendar arrived, Emperor Helion, Yang Dongqing, and Beigong Ao visited Dongyuan Pavilion again. Yi Futian walked toward them in Dongyuan Pavilion, and the three people greeted him, Pavilion Master Yi. "There is no need for formalities, my seniors," Yi Futian said, laughing. "It's the first day of the year. What matters have drawn busy men such as yourselves to Dongyuan Pavilion? We actually made this trip for a specific reason. I'm sure Pavilion Master will know of it soon enough." Emperor Helion grinned. Yi Futian let out an expression of bafflement and surprise. The three major factions arrived at the same time for some reason. It seemed that this cause was something extraordinary, or else they would not have placed such importance on it. Yi Futian looked towards Emperor Helion, smiled, and said, "Senior Helion, please don't keep me on pins. I'm dying of curiosity." Emperor Helion smirked and said, "All right then. Say, has Pavilion Master heard of the Eastern Deity Island?" Yi Futian shook his head. Naturally, he had not heard of such a place before. Among the numerous continents in the Donghua domain, there are some continents that are the pinnacle of power, and there are others that are filled with wonders. The Eastern Deity Island is located on the Penglai continent, which is a rather unique continent in the region that we are in, Emperor Helion explained to Yi Futian. They all discovered that this Yi Futian seemed to know extremely little about the outside world. He was unaware of even the existence of the Eastern Deity Island. Where in the heavens did this freak of nature come from? Penglai continent, Yi Futian muttered softly to himself. The continent on which Dongyuan Pavilion is located had no name. Since there were too many continents to count in the divine prefectures of the East, typically, continents would be unnamed. To the entire divine prefectures of the East, a place like a continent would be a tiny region, hence there was no reason to give it a name. Emperor Helion nodded and said, "Penglai continent is at the geographical center of the surrounding thousands of continents and is hence extremely prosperous. Many exceedingly strong factions reside on that continent, and I don't mean factions like the Helion royal family, but rather massive factions that really have level 9 renhuangs leading them. However, the most important reason why Penglai continent is so famous isn't the existence of these top-tier factions, but rather the existence of the Eastern Deity Island. The owner of this island used to be an exceedingly powerful figure. It has been said that his cultivation level had reached the Emperor plane, so many people referred to him as Donglai Supreme Deity. He was also an apothecary grandmaster. Apothecary grandmasters are extremely rare in the world of cultivation. They are even much less common than blacksmith grandmasters. This has something to do with the elemental attributes of practitioners. Thus, this Donglai Supreme Deity was an extremely renowned figure in the past, with countless virtuosos often commissioning him to concoct elixirs for them. Alas, it was also because of this. He made some powerful enemies and was eventually killed. Emperor Helion continued to elaborate. Thereafter, the Eastern Deity Island was hidden from sight for many years. It was only until Dong Huang the Great unified the divine prefectures that the Eastern Deity Island resurfaced. Every decade practitioners from the Eastern Deity Island would proceed to the capitals of the surrounding continents to invite people to travel to the Eastern Deity Island to pursue their great paths. Coincidentally, it has been 10 years since they last extended an invitation, and so we have come early to wait for their arrival. Yi Futian nodded. So that was what it was. The divine prefecture was vast and endless, with countless varieties of life. Certainly, there would be numerous peculiar practitioners as well. Further considering the innumerable years of history of the divine prefecture and the multitude of influential figures, the fact that such a place existed should be highly possible and not at all unexpected. So what opportunities are there on the Eastern Deity Island? Yi Futian asked. Since they could invite people from thousands of continents over, there should be opportunities for cultivating the Great Path. There are many opportunities. The Eastern Deity Island has had years of inheritance. There was also Supreme Deity Penglai the Apothecary, so, of course, there are countless treasures and various opportunities for one to be enlightened about cultivating one's great path on the island. Hence, when the Eastern Deity Island is opened every 10 years, The Penglai continent would host a massive pageant for practitioners of the Great Way, and there would also be a grand trading convention, Emperor Helion continued. Yi Futian nodded his head in agreement. Although the strength of this continent did not seem great to him, at the very least, there were a few factions led by high-level Renhuangs and thus was certainly stronger than many realms among the 3,000 realms of the Great Path in the original realm. It was just that he had already caused such a large upheaval in the 9 realms, had set his sight on greater things, and had a high level of cultivation himself, so he didn't notice the existence of such an event. Nonetheless, he wondered how grand an event must be if people from thousands of continents attended at the same time. The divine prefecture was way vaster and more prosperous than the original realm. They could not even be compared. Furthermore, he had not even made contact with any faction at the pinnacle of power. The Eastern Deity Island should belong to that level. Still, he wondered about the strength of the most powerful figure on the Eastern Deity Island after the death of Supreme Deity Donglai. Will anyone from the Eastern Deity Island come today? Yi Futian queried. They should have arrived earlier. The people from the Eastern Deity Island have always been very punctual all these years, Emperor Helion replied. Well then, it seems like the Eastern Deity Island of today is still very rich in resources, eh? Yi Futian spoke softly. How much manpower did the island need to simultaneously send representatives to thousands of continents? Even considering that they made use of teleportation matrices, one could still tell that the Eastern Deity Island had numerous virtuosos. In the past century, the Eastern Deity Island had absorbed several practitioners with unusually high potential to cultivate on the island. In over 300 years, the Eastern Deity Island had opened its shores 30 times and attracted several influential people, so, of course, they would have an abundance of resources. Furthermore, the Eastern Deity Island now very rarely communicates outside of its territory, so very few people know how strong they really are now. Some people guess that apart from the Supreme Deity Donglai, the Eastern Deity Island may already have fully recovered its full vitality, Emperor Helion said. Yi Futian nodded. He had become a little bit more excited. In the past few years, apart from settling matters in Dongyuan Pavilion, the only thing he did was cultivate. It was time for him to experience the world outside. Anyway, it was also a form of raising his cultivation level. At this point, Beigong Ao turned his head and looked outwards from Dongyuan Pavilion. Right after him, Emperor Helion and young Dongqing also turned their heads. They've come, Beigong Ao announced. Yi Futian also stared outwards into the distance. He sensed a strong aura moving towards him. Indeed, like what Emperor Helion said, they were very punctual. A column of women draped in white robes were walking on air, mist surrounding them. They had an aura that bore some semblance to those of deities. They were certainly extraordinary. The people around Dongyuan Pavilion all raised their heads and looked up towards them. Different from Yi Futian, they all guessed who had arrived. The goddesses of Eastern Deity Island arrived. The Eastern Deity Island has come to pay a visit. Yi Futian looked towards the source of the voice and spoke loudly, "Welcome, goddesses." As he finished speaking, he saw the row of goddesses float straight into the airspace above Dongyuan Pavilion and swiftly landed beside Yi Futian. Yi Futian regarded the people from the Eastern Deity Island. They were all gorgeous women, in particular the leader of the group. It was as though she were an angel with otherworldly qualities who had descended from the 9 heavens into the moral realm. Apart from having a distinctive disposition, she also had exceedingly stunning features that could rival the top beauty of the Beigong family, Beigong Shuang. However, the two had completely different auras. It seems like the Eastern Deity Island did not only have opportunities for cultivating one's great path, it also had bewitching women. Yi Futian could sense the ethereal aura of the lead goddess that seemed to both exist and not at the same time. This woman had a similar level of cultivation to his, but her divine will might be unique. The lead goddess, similarly, was regarding Yi Futian. Yi Futian was at the front of the group gathered here, so of course, he would attract her attention. "Could I ask, which among you is the Dongyuan Pavilion master?" the goddess asked. Everyone looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian replied, "That would be me." The host of goddesses looked at Yi Futian and let out an astonished expression. The eyes of the lead goddess also flickered. The pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion was only at the level of a lower Renhuang. The Eastern Deity Island will be opened after 15 days. We came today to invite the Dongyuan Pavilion master to come. This is the entrance pass. One of this allows you to bring 10 people along to the island, the lead goddess spoke to Yi Futian. Right after, an ancient pass flew towards Yi Futian and levitated beside him. Yi Futian accepted the pass and said to the lead goddess, "All right, I will definitely go." The lead goddess nodded. "Apologies for the disturbance. We will be leaving now. Goodbye, goddesses." Yi Futian nodded. The goddesses then turned and left, leaving no trace of their presence behind. After they left, many practitioners standing around Dongyuan Pavilion were riled up in anticipation. Even if they could not step onto the island, they still hoped that they could at least go to Penglai continent to widen their horizons and witness the grand gathering of highly talented practitioners from various continents. Yi Futian watched as the goddesses left. With the entrance pass in his hand, he muttered softly, "Only 10 people?" In this case, he had no choice but to only pick 2 or 3 people from the 3 main factions to accompany him. This is the rule set by the Eastern Deity Island. Otherwise, there would be too many people swarming towards the island at once, Beigong Ao said. In addition, once you have arrived at the Penglai Deity Island, you really have to keep that entrance pass safely, and you should not easily let other people know that you possess such a pass. Yi Futian looked at Beigong Ao and said, "Robbery?" Beigong Ao nodded his head. The Eastern Deity Island allows admission only to those who possess the pass. Those who do not aren't allowed entry, regardless of who they are. Hence it is not uncommon to see fights break out over the possession of the entry pass. Every time this event occurs on Penglai Deity Island, there will always be a lot of contention happening. Setting aside the fact that you can bring people along and gain admission to the island with this pass, the pass also has a pretty high trading value. Yi Futian understood. That was to say, even if one did not need to use it, they could also seize it to trade for other items. The Eastern Deity Island, naturally, would not interfere with these scuffles because it was also a form of elimination. Although the passes are equally distributed among the various continents, ultimately, only the most qualified people will gain admission to the island. Am I considered among the 10 places? Yi Futian asked. Nope. You can bring up to 10 people, Beigong Ao replied. Yi Futian nodded. In this case, I only need 2 slots. As for the other 8 slots, Senior Helion and Senior Beigong can each bring 2 people. I'm sorry, Senior Yang, but you can only bring 1 person. I will surely compensate you for this unfairness next time. Of course, my seniors, you can bring more people if they aren't entering the Eastern Deity Island but want to look around the Penglai continent. All right. Naturally, Emperor Helion and Beigong Ao did not have any issues with this distribution. While they had some thoughts, they kept them to themselves and did not express them at all. When Yang Dongqing heard Yi Futian's words, he was stunned for a moment but instantly recovered. Nonetheless, he felt unhappy. Only his Yang family had to bring 1 less person? Were they even lesser than the Beigong family? Very well, Pavilion Master, please allocate spots as you wish. Yang Dongqing also nodded, his voice revealing none of the anger he was feeling. Since everyone is agreeable, please start making preparations. We will head there directly, Yi Futian announced. His sight briefly landed on Yang Dongqing for a moment before moving on. Yi Futian did this on purpose to test him. If Yang Dongqing had any ill designs on him, then this trip to the Penglai continent will be Yang Dongqing's opportunity to act. Having traveled to Dongyuan Pavilion, the 3 major factions have naturally already made sufficient preparations. After some matters in Dongyuan Pavilion were settled, the contingent of people departed in a grand fashion. For this trip, the 3 major factions each brought along people numbering in the teens. These practitioners had all achieved the Renhuang stage. Although technically practitioners in the Saint stage could also seek opportunities in Penglai continent, there weren't enough people to spare from Dongyuan Pavilion. Furthermore, opportunities for furthering one's cultivation was not even guaranteed for Renhuang-level practitioners, let alone their juniors in the Saint and Sage levels. Under these conditions, naturally, only those with the highest chance of success would be departing, and so these people were all Renhuang-level practitioners. In the empty space, the party of practitioners traveled majestically. They stood on a gigantic speed implement, whizzing through the air at an incredible speed. Yi Futian stood in the middle of the crowd with Xia Qingyuan at his side and Little Condor behind him. On the left and right were Emperor Helian and Beigong Ao, respectively. Meanwhile, Yang Dongqing stood with the young family members at the side. Pavilion Master Yi, this lass has caused you some trouble during this period, eh? Beigong Ao spoke to the Yi Futian who was beside him. The woman standing next to Beigong Ao was Beigong Shuang. Yi Futian glanced at Beigong Shuang and saw that she, too, was looking straight at him. He wondered if Beigong Ao was truly unaware or if he was just pretending. How can it be? Ms. Shuang is very dedicated to cultivation, and her efforts in cultivating have taught me a few things, too, Yi Futian replied with a smile. Indeed, she has been captivated by cultivating since she was a kid. Beigong Ao smiled and nodded. Since that is the case, then I shall have her contact Pavilion Master more often in the future. Surely this will also benefit her cultivation. Yi Futian looked at Beigong Ao. He could not find the words to reply. Emperor Helian slightly narrowed his eyes. Beigong Ao, you old fox, he thought to himself. Beigong Ao had always been very shrewd. Beigong Shuang was not only extremely beautiful, but she was also not underhanded at all. Furthermore, he had that she was also a cultivation prodigy and had been nurtured very carefully by Beigong Ao. Oh yes, I have never asked Pavilion Master Yi before, but with your exceptional talent, you must have a pretty solid background. How and why are you now in Dongyuan City? Beigong Ao asked curiously. At this moment, Emperor Helian, as well as young Dongqing, listened very intently. They were also baffled by this. Furthermore, Yi Futian did not even know about the existence of the Eastern Deity Island. I come from a land far, far away, Yi Futian casually replied. He did not continue to elaborate. Noticing that Yi Futian was not interested in continuing the conversation, Beigong Ao was clever on it and did not press any further. Perhaps this was the key to unlocking the enigma that is Yi Futian. The party casually talked about other topics, and Yi Futian took the opportunity to further understand the Penglai continent as well as Eastern Deity Island. Unwittingly, they have traveled outside the continent's territory. Yi Futian turned his sight forwards. Clouds and mist swirled around him, and the spiritual qi was as dense as deity mist, wafting about their feet. In his line of sight, he could spot another continent in the distance. Indeed, like what Yingqing said previously, continents were near each other. Furthermore, they were nothing like the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, where there was spatial turbulence between continents. In the Divine Prefecture, all the continents were like an entire body, hovering about in the endless universe as though they were in the realm of deities. Yi Futian and the rest of the party did not land on that other continent but rather proceeded on in the space above. As they traveled, they would often see continents that appeared as tiles floating about in space. Some levitated above them while others hovered below. It was quite the extraordinary sight. In the region around Penglai continent, there were already thousands of continents, and Penglai continent was only one continent in the Donghua domain. How many of these continents were there in the entire Donghua domain? Then, how many continents were there in the divine prefectures of the East? This number was way too big to be imagined, and the number of practitioners was also extremely huge. Among these many practitioners, he wondered how many influential and powerful figures would emerge. However, in the entire divine prefecture, there was only one great emperor. How powerful exactly was this great emperor? In a couple of days, while Yi Futian and the rest were still traveling in space, the number of virtuosos around them increased. Occasionally they would see a cluster of practitioners traveling through space like them towards the same direction. Seeing these, everyone understood that they were about to arrive at their destination. The Penglai continent had garnered the attention of thousands of continents. There was no way to count the number of virtuosos who had rushed to the continent. Apart from the invited factions, many practitioners from the outer realms would also come on their own accord to seek their own cultivation opportunity. This grand event only occurred every decade and is thus a chance not to be missed. Ahead, deity mist swirled around a large landmass. That would be the Penglai continent, Emperor Helion said to Yi Futian as he looked ahead. Yi Futian nodded. As the center of over 1,000 continents, Penglai continent was naturally extremely huge, its vast territory extending into the distance. Where is the eastern deity island located on this continent? Yi Futian asked. There is an independent region on the Penglai continent that is known as the Penglai deity region. There lies the entrance to the eastern deity island. It is also the gathering location for this decennial grand event. In the Penglai deity region, there is no top-tier faction governing the area. This is not because they are unable to do so, but rather because they intentionally created this power vacuum to make this area completely independent from the other regions in the Penglai continent. Every decade there will be a grand trading fair, Emperor Helion explained. Yi Futian nodded. The party gradually closed in on the continent. Finally, after spending 7 days traversing through empty space on their speed implement, they have arrived at Penglai continent. It was not the first time that Emperor Helion or the other 2 heads of the family had come to this continent, so they were familiar with the area and thus continued to make their way to the gathering point. Around them, there were quite a few people, who, like them, were heading towards the Penglai deity region. The people below would occasionally raise their heads and look upwards. As they looked upon the virtuosos flying by above them, ripples coursed through their hearts. Regardless of the continent, the world of cultivation will forever be shaped like a pyramid. The higher the level of cultivation, the fewer the number of people. There were many Renhuang level practitioners in the divine prefecture because the base number of practitioners is enormous, and numerous people have cultivated for many years. Relative to the Renhuangs, there are even more people in the lower cultivation levels. Naturally, Penglai continent is no exception to this rule. Due to the occurrence of this grand event, many virtuosos from various places have come to gather on this continent. Seeing the gathering of so many virtuosos motivated the hearts of many lower-level practitioners, who all silently swore in their hearts that they would put in even more effort into cultivation so that they might one day also be eligible to participate in this grand event. In the empty space above, a traveler heading in the same direction looked at Yi Futian's party and asked, "Are you all heading to the Penglai deity region convention?" Yi Futian and the rest looked over and saw an elderly practitioner seated on a gourd, letting off an aura like that of a deity. Beigong Ao nodded his head and replied, "Did you all come at the invitation of the Eastern Deity Island? Where do you come from? Coincidentally, I am also heading there. Why don't we travel together?" the elder said with a smile. "We come from an unnamed continent and are here to train." "How could we have been invited?" Beigong Ao replied with a faint smile. "Pavilion Master, I'm sure you still remember what we talked about the last time. The Eastern Deity entrance pass is extremely valuable. Many practitioners are not sent an invitation even though they are strong, and will look for opportunities to seize a pass from other people. This elder should be a casual cultivator, but his level of cultivation should be really high." Emperor Helion spoke telepathically to Yi Futian on the other side of the speed implement. Yi Futian naturally understood. He was the pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion, and only factions like the one that he was leading would be sent an invitation and given an Eastern Deity pass. When Beigong Ao intentionally hid the truth, he was guarding against the elder. The elder squinted his eyes, with a small gourd in his hands. He tilted his head backward and took a sip of rice wine from his gourd, sighed deeply, and continued, No, it doesn't seem like that. I am not that old that my eyes are blurred. 3 high-level Renhuangs, tens of Renhuang-level virtuosos. You must be from some powerful cultivating faction from some continent. You did not tell this old man the truth." "Oh no, we wouldn't dare deceive our elders," Beigong Ao said, his smile still plastered to his face. However, it was obvious that the smiles from these 2 people were very fake. The elder turned his sight to Yi Futian and asked, "Well then, what identity do you hold?" This is strange, very strange indeed. Given his experience, the elder naturally could, with just one look, tell that Yi Futian is the core figure in this group of people. He stood right in the middle of the group, and the three most powerful practitioners in the group stood around him. Furthermore, the few most beautiful women were also standing next to him. His status in the group was unquestionable. I am Yi Lionian, a practitioner from an unnamed continent. I don't have any status, Yi Futian laughed. Since Old Senior is also going to Penglai Deity Island and that we were brought together by fate. Let's travel together. Just as well, I'm feeling a little peckish now. Perhaps I might have a cup of wine from you. When the elder heard Yi Futian's very casual and unguarded reply, some curiosity sparked in his eyes. As he regarded Yi Futian, he muttered softly, interesting. Yi Futian actually agreed to travel with him, invited him to travel together, and even wanted to ask for wine. Very interesting indeed. Be wary of this man, a voice sounded out from afar. A group of people rushed over from behind. The leader of the group is a middle-aged woman who was giving off a bone-chilling intent to kill. She glared at the elder and said, "Return my Eastern deity pass." The elder glanced at that woman behind him and said, "Since when did I take your Eastern deity pass?" "You." Everyone stared at the elder. This old man obviously stole the Eastern deity pass, yet he refused to admit it. "What about me? At the very least, I am a lot older than you. Do you not know how to address me with a little more respect?" Indeed, once a woman becomes older, her temper grows with her age, the elder spoke flatly. The middle-aged woman's face was as white as frost, and she let out a wisp of a cold aura. Looking at Yi Futian and his group, she said, "Everyone, this old geezer stole my Eastern deity pass, and that is his motive for getting close to you. How about let's join hands and take him down? It is not wise to interfere in the business of others." Emperor Helion telepathically spoke, worried that Yi Futian may try to be a good Samaritan and help the woman. Of course, Yi Futian understood this. It wasn't that he was afraid of trouble. It was just that the elder didn't seem to have harmed anyone. If these were the hidden rules of the Eastern Deity Island, then they should settle it with their own strength, and there was thus no need for him to interfere. "We are still hurrying, goodbye," Yi Futian replied indifferently. He continued moving forward. The Penglai deity region was in the middle of the continent. It was shrouded by an incomparably dense spiritual qi. It felt as though one were in the deity realm. Legends had it that the Penglai deity region contained a natural matrix that drew in spiritual qi from the heavens and earth, a matrix laid out by the Donglai supreme deity in the past. This was originally the outer regions around the Eastern Deity Island, and it was part of the Eastern Deity Island territory. In present times, the Penglai deity region was unbelievably flourishing. With people from over 1,000 continents gathered here, the number of practitioners was unimaginably large. In the empty space, Yi Futian and his party were traversing the airspace above the Penglai deity region. In their surroundings, people were bustling about like a crowd of deities walking about in the air, making this Penglai deity region really seem like the realms of deities. Yi Futian surveyed the entire region and observed the practitioners that came and went. Some were elders who gave off deity-like auras, and some were beautiful women that could bewitch anyone with a look. There were also powerful figures whose auras intimidated everyone, and cheeky youngsters who paid no attention to rules of courtesy. There were even monks and nuns. Every time the Eastern Deity Island opens, there will always be many people in the Penglai deity region. You can find all types of people here, practitioners from the good faction, those from the evil faction. Basically, there will be a large number of practitioners of all types, Emperor Helion said softly. He instructed his people behind him, "While you are here, be careful and avoid getting yourself into trouble." Emperor Helion's subordinates nodded their heads. Among those from the Helion royal family who came, apart from Elder Princess Helionu, there were other royal descendants and virtuosos from the royal family. There were still a few days before the Eastern Deity Island opened, so Emperor Helion decided to remind them. This was not their home continent. On that continent, they were the most powerful people. On the other hand, on this continent, They would not even know the background of any person should they get into a fight with them. Furthermore, they might not even know who to take revenge on if anything happened. The divine prefecture was so vast. If their opponent left, where would they even start searching? Futian shifted his gaze below and saw many intricately built towers and houses, courtyards, and pavilions. It was a scene of luxury and prosperity. Furthermore, he also noticed that many people had laid out their wares for trade in the pavilions. These traders could not be underestimated too. Futian took just a casual glance around and realized that those traders were actually Renhuang-level practitioners. In fact, it was extremely difficult to spot someone who was below the Renhuang stage. The reason for this was simple: any weak practitioner would not dare take out any treasure to sell or trade. If they did and were targeted, they would have no means to protect themselves or their property. Is this how trading is done here? Futian asked aloud. Nope. This is just one of the forms. There are many other very famous trading areas in the Penglai deity region, Emperor Helion explained. If anyone had a very valuable item to sell or trade, they would trade in those areas. However, they would release the information beforehand to give interested buyers and traders enough time to travel to the trading location. The most renowned trading location in the Penglai deity region is the Penglai deity lake, and it appears only every 10 years when the eastern deity island opens up to the rest of the world. Common treasures are not even eligible to be traded in that location. Anyone who wanted to trade there had to first have their treasures appraised, then assessed if their treasure was of a high enough grade before being allowed to trade it in the area. Futian nodded his head. Upon hearing this, he was indeed intrigued and wanted to take a look around. After all, he did possess quite a few treasures himself. Well, let's go down then, Futian said. While people were hurrying about in the skies above the Penglai deity region, it was even more bustling on the ground. The party landed on the ground and walked on this deity realm-like land. There were no guest houses around, although there were a few inns that could only accommodate a few people. The fragrance of alcohol wafted from the sides of the pavement and pervaded the street. Apart from this, in this deity realm, the typical person had aesthetic features. When one cultivated to a high enough level, their bodies and auras would undergo a profound change. A woman would develop striking features, especially women who were born beautiful. They could be said to be very pleasing to the eyes. However, once they have cultivated to such a high level, the temptation of physical attractiveness would no longer be that great. Are you selling spirit herbs? Futian looked towards the pavilion at the side. There was an old man in ragged clothes standing behind his stall. There was only one stalk of spirit herb. It was completely crimson, and it caused the air around it to be quite hot. Futian could vaguely sense the will of fire contained within the herb. It was formed after being nourished by the will of a great path. Baigong Ao nodded and said. This spirit herb isn't of a high grade, so it should not be very valuable. However, to a practitioner at the Saint Plane, it would be extremely useful. Futian nodded his head. In the past, when he was still in the original realm, he once traveled to the ocean path in the secret zone in the Shangxiao Divine Palace to cultivate further, and so he understood. The party continued moving forward. While they did see quite a number of valuable items, none of them interested Futian. After all, he had seen much greater things, and thus, was not easily impressed. Why don't we go take a look at the Penglai deity lake? Futian said. The party continued on their way and came upon an ethereal mountain. Around the mountain, there were mattresses laid out and even highly skilled practitioners standing guard. Do you all want to go in with me or? Futian asked as he looked at Emperor Helion and the rest. I will also go in and take a look, Emperor Helion smiled and said. After giving out instructions to his people behind him, he just brought along 2 people. Baigong Ao and young Dongqing did the same. 11 people continued proceeding forward, and these 11 people were the same people who were going to enter the eastern deity island, while the others waited outside. At the stairway to Deity Lake, someone lightly bowed to them, smiled, and said, "Distinguished guests." Futian and the rest naturally understood what the person meant. Everyone who came here understood the rules. Yi Futian took out an entrance pass and asked, "Will this be fine?" "Yes, of course." The person smiled. "Please proceed." The entrance pass that Yi Futian retrieved was the Eastern Deity entrance pass. This item could be used to trade for things, and it could fetch quite a high price too. The pass also proved that Yi Futian and his party had been extended the invitation and were thus allowed to enter. As they walked upwards, they could feel that the region gathered the essence of the heavens and earth, and spiritual chi was concentrated to an unbelievable extent. In a luxurious pavilion, there was a deity lake, in which the aura of deities pervaded. Around Deity Lake, there were many extraordinary figures trading items. While there weren't many people here, those who were here had cultivation levels and auras that far surpassed those who were outside this area. The Penglai Deity Lake was 5 kilometers long. This pavilion inside was unbelievably extravagant. It was 100 meters tall and was like a completely different world. On the two sides of Deity Lake were a couple of stalls. There were quite a few people who were seated cross-legged on the ground, and arranged in front of them were some treasures, most of which were pretty valuable. "What is this?" Yi Futian stopped at a certain stall. Laid out on the ground were two mirrors, from which Yi Futian unexpectedly sensed a slight ripple in the Great Path, and even a few wisps of spatial will of the Great Path. These are the mother-son Yuanyang mirrors, mirrors that are bound to each other. When two people simultaneously refine the mirrors, they will be able to see each other and communicate through the mirrors even if they are separated by billions of continents. The stall owner exuded a deity-like aura and had an unusual air about him. He looked at Xie Qingyuan, who was standing beside Yi Futian, and said, "If my friend here and your missus lack these, they will be very useful to you." Yi Futian's expression shifted slightly. He did not know that such treasures existed. After all, he had never heard about them in the original realm. In the Divine Prefecture, blacksmith grandmasters cannot be matched by anyone in the original realm. In fact, they might not even be found in the original realm, and so many forging techniques have ceased to be passed on. If they had this item, it would make things very convenient for them. However, what caught Xie Qingyuan's attention was how the stall owner addressed her. She turned her beautiful eyes to the Yi Futian beside her and noticed that he actually did not deny it. "What is the price?" Yi Futian asked. "A 9th grade Renhuang implement," the stall owner stated his price. Practitioners in the Divine Prefecture aligned the grades of implements to cultivation levels, so there were 9 grades of implements. Thus, any 9th grade Renhuang implement was a top-tier implement. "It's just a communication device. Surely it's not worth that much?" Yi Futian said. Although this pair of mother-son Yuanyang mirrors is just a communication device, it is very difficult to forge them, and only blacksmith super grandmasters are able to do so. Even then, they need to be well versed in various elements of great paths and have to use very rare materials in order to forge them. Thus, the item is extremely valuable, and only powerful figures in top-tier factions could afford to use this, making it a symbol of status. "My friend, with just a look, I can tell that you are standing on the pinnacle of authority and that you have an extraordinary aura. Your missus here is also no commoner, she looks absolutely stunning. Only people like yourselves are compatible with the item. Furthermore, it would be difficult to avoid being apart from your missus in the future. Should you encounter any trouble, this item would make it very easy for you to communicate with each other." The old stall owner had a very glib tongue. Yi Futian just felt that it was a pity. If he had obtained an item like this earlier, he could have left one for Gu. Indeed, as he said, while the item isn't particularly useful, it is very difficult to forge. Treasures like this are quite rare. Since it isn't very useful, there aren't that many that are made, and only the core disciples in top-tier factions will need to use them. Emperor Helion telepathically spoke to Yi Futian. Yi Futian also understood the logic. "Nonetheless, you can try bargaining," Emperor Helion said. Yi Futian looked at Xie Qingyuan. He saw that she, too, was staring at him, and it looked like she wanted the item. "We've been together all along, so we don't actually need this," Yi Futian said aloud. Upon hearing this, Emperor Helion, Beigong Ao, and the rest thought hard about his words. While the two of them had been together all along, Yi Futian had never explicitly explained their relationship. This was the first time he had done so. In that case, were they really cultivation partners? A slightly surprised look flashed across Xie Qingyuan's eyes. She lowered her head, slightly nodded, and let out a very delicate and soft sound. Let's go. Yi Futian walked off. The old stall owner casually smiled and said, please do as you like, but there are a lot of people who came to Penglai Deity Lake this time, and they are all figures with very high status. There is only one pair of mother-son Yuanyang mirrors. If other people bought it, there would not be a second set left. Trading, fundamentally, was a psychological game. While Yi Futian expressed that he did not need it, he was really doing it to lower the price. Having been in the cultivation world for so many years, how could the stall owner not see through Yi Futian's mind tricks? While the lady had some intent to buy, she was a lot more concerned with what the man said. With one word from Yi Futian, she gave up on the thought. It was then up to her position in Yi Futian's heart. What a sly fox, Yi Futian thought to himself after hearing the old man speak. Indeed, the people here were all very shrewd. How about I trade cultivation techniques for this? Yi Futian asked. The old man shook his head. With his cultivation level, he could easily access places like the Dongyuan Pavilion, so he did not need cultivation techniques. As for the really powerful and secret techniques, the mother-son Yuanyang mirrors were not valuable enough, and he knew that. What about an 8th-grade implement? Yi Futian asked again. The old man still shook his head, shut his eyes, and said, since my friend here is insincere about buying, please leave. Old man, you win. Yi Futian turned around and walked to the old man. The old man revealed a smile and said, this old man can still read people very accurately. My young friend here looks like a very extraordinary person. I was certain that you could afford to trade in a 9th-grade implement. Furthermore, it's for the sake of your lady. Without saying anything, Yi Futian tossed him a storage ring. The old man used his divine consciousness to appraise the stored item, smiled, and said, no problem. It's a deal. Yi Futian received the mother-son Yuanyang mirrors, and gave one of them to Xie Qingyuan. Apart from Little Condor, only he and Xie Qingyuan came to the divine prefecture. After obtaining the Zimu Yuanyang mirror, Yi Futian and Xie Qingyuan used their divine consciousness to refine them on the spot. For an item that was so valuable, they naturally had to check it out on the spot. As expected, there was nothing wrong with it. After that, they put them away. Emperor Helion and the others looked at the two of them with a long and meaningful look. That definitely confirmed the relationship between the two. Apart from that, in their eyes, Yi Futian had become an unpredictable presence. A 9th-order Renhuang ritual implement, something that would typically be regarded as their family treasures, was actually used by Yi Futian to exchange for the Zimu Yuanyang mirror. With that, could they make the deduction that, to Yi Futian, the 9th-order Renhuang ritual implement was worth less than the Zimu Yuanyang mirror? Then, he was definitely carrying other ritual implements of the same level as him. Yi Futian had become even more mysterious in their eyes. Yang Dongqing glanced thoughtfully at Yi Futian. He was surprised that Yi Futian was actually that rich. Many around them also looked at Yi Futian. They had seen the trade that had just taken place earlier. Many people wondered about Yi Futian's identity. After all, a person who could so easily bring out a 9th-order ritual implement could not be a simple person. Young one, do you want to come over here and take a look? Before Yi Futian left the stall to continue his journey, someone called to him. No need, Yi Futian replied with a gentle smile. Then, he continued moving toward Deity Lake. Beams of light exuded from multiple locations in front of them. These were the divine light of the great path that came from treasures themselves, and they made the pavilion even more magnificent. It was like a dreamland. Yi Futian scanned the area and could see that the place was filled with dazzling treasures, and it was impossible to take in everything all at once. Then, at that moment, Yi Futian saw a familiar face. An old man sat there, drinking alcohol from a gourd. A surprised and somewhat curious expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. The old man he encountered when entering the Penglai continent earlier had actually arrived faster than him. Moreover, He had already set up a stall within this Penglai deity lake. However, what was made Yi Futian speechless was one of the items set up for trade in front of his stall. It was the Eastern deity token. "Young friend, we meet again," said the old man with a chuckle as he looked at Yi Futian. "How do you do, dear elder?" Yi Futian replied with a gentle smile. "I heard that you came here without an invite. If you want to head to the Eastern deity island, you will definitely need an Eastern deity token. Do you want one, my dear young friend? I can definitely lower the price for you since we are acquaintances after all." The old man's smile was so wide that his eyes turned into a slit. It gave a sense that he was a very shrewd character. "There is no need. While this young one is interested, I am unable to provide you with an item that is of an equivalent value." Yi Futian declined his offer with a smile. The two of them went back and forth courteously but without sincerity. All who saw their exchange on the side could easily tell that it was very fake. "That is all right." The old man did not mind. "Then," he said, "you are also an interesting and powerful character. We might have an opportunity to meet again in the future." "I look forward to it," replied Yi Futian. After that, he walked away from the old man. Shortly after Yi Futian walked away, a group of people stopped in front of the old man's stall. The one who led the group was a handsome young man with an exceptional aura. He directly purchased the Eastern deity token from the old man. As the young man prepared to leave, the old man laughed and said, "It is easy to tell that you are a rich person. You have an exceptional aura. I am sure you also have a not-so-normal family background, am I right? I am but a practitioner. What is the point of talking about one's family background?" The young man replied with a gentle smile. "True." The old man nodded. "But I have another Eastern deity token with me. Do you want to buy it as well?" The young man who was just about to leave suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned around to look at the old man, sizing him up seriously. The old man only smiled, squinting his eyes in the process. It made it feel like he was very cunning. This old man looked harmless, however, he was actually a hunter. A hunter hunts. Clearly, the old man definitely had more than 2 Eastern deity tokens with him. The implications of this. Who would not understand? Even Yi Futian, who had already left the stall, stopped his footsteps and turned around. He looked at the old man and suddenly remembered that the old man asked if he had the Eastern deity token when he was entering the Penglai continent back then. It seemed like his objectives were not that simple. This old man was definitely a ruthless character. Elder Thousand Phantasms. The young man shouted with a laugh after staring at the old man for some time. In that instant, everyone around the area seemed to have been stunned for a bit. Their gazes shifted towards them. So, it was him. Old Man Thousand Phantasms. Also known as Holy Hand Thousand Phantasms. This man could change in tens of thousands of ways and was thus nicknamed Thousand Phantasms. It was not his real name. As for Holy Hands, it was also a title given by the people in the cultivation world. Since this old man was an infamous thief, he was coined the title Holy Hands. As for his methods of stealing, they were considered perfect or, better yet, miraculous. However, his reputation was not as bad as one would imagine. The reason was that even though Holy Hand Thousand Phantasms was a thief, he never hurt anyone. He thieved but with principles that he adhered to strictly. He was an oddball who mingled in the cultivation world for many years, to the point where many top figures in many continents had experienced his specialty before. As such, his reputation was not minor. In fact, one could even say he was extremely well known. "Young Master Jun most certainly has a good eye," said the old man with a laugh. His words directly exposed the identity of the young man. In that instant, many of the people around the area were momentarily stunned again. Most of the practitioners who entered the Penglai deity region came from different continents and thus were not only not well acquainted with each other, so they could be said to not know each other at all. However, with regard to the top factions on Penglai Deity Island, they knew it well. Since they came to the island, they naturally came prepared. There was a particular clan that one needed to know if one were to arrive at Penglai Deity Island, and it was June. It was a very powerful clan name. The cultivators of the Jun clan had long established themselves as one of the top factions of this continent. They completely dominated the Penglai continent and were capable of influencing the other top clans within the Penglai continent. The young man's family name was Jun. Looking at his followers, it was not that hard to guess his identity. After all, among the top factions on the Penglai continent, there was only one that had the family name Jun. It was easy to associate them together. So, looking at the young man's identity and age, it was highly likely that he was the young master of the Jun clan, Jun Choyan. Many people looked over at them with excitement. The Jun clan was extremely influential in this Penglai deity lake area as well. They were one of the factions that controlled the area behind the scenes. Jun Qiand and Holy Hand, 1,000 phantasms appearing in this location at the same time. The Penglai deity lake definitely lived up to its name of being a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. How many Eastern deity tokens do Mr. 1,000 phantasms have? Why don't you just bring them all out and give me a price? I have some resources with me, and I'd like to help Mr. 1,000 phantasms get rid of a few of them. Jun Choyan understood clearly that there was no way that his counterpart would only have one Eastern deity tokens on him after learning of his identity. Who was Holy Hand 1,000 phantasms? He'd be ruining his reputation if he did not have at least 10 Eastern deity tokens on him. The old man smiled after hearing Jun Choyan's offer. He put his hands into his pocket and brought out a bunch of Eastern deity tokens. It was not a lot, but it was definitely not a few either, just 10 tokens. The cultivators in the surrounding area stared with their eyes wide open. This old bastard was certainly very ruthless. Since young Master Jun said so, I will be straight and give you my price, Holy Hand 1,000 phantasms said to Jun Choyan. Then, he mentioned the offer to Jun Choyan through voice transmission. After hearing his price, Jun Choyan's expression changed. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the conditions of the opposing side. Dear Elder, it is not easy to purchase so many Eastern deity tokens in bulk. Elder, your conditions have actually become more demanding when you are selling them in a bulk of 10. This is rather confusing for this young one, Jun Choyan said. That is fine. A trade requires consent from both sides, after all. If the young master is not okay with it, it is natural that someone else will take it. This old man can wait a while. I heard that recently, the other top factions on the Penglai continent are also looking for the Eastern deity token. I will ask them later. The old man's eyes squinted into a slit. His words made Jun Choyan's pupils dilate. His gaze fixed on the old man. This old man. Did he hear something? He thought. Naturally, what Jun Choyan said earlier was not true. The reason he was collecting those Eastern deity tokens was not to help the old man get rid of them. He had his personal uses for them. If the old man actually sold them to the other factions on the Penglai continent, it would be quite troublesome. Fine. I will take them all. Jun Choyan nodded and decisively agreed to the old man's demands. After that, he actually made that ridiculously huge payment. That scene made many around the area think. What did it mean for the future? Futian watched for a while before returning to search for the item he needed. He still had not found an item that he wanted. However, he saw a flower. It was a flower that was sealed in darkness. The flower kept opening and closing its petals, and the petals looked as if it was a face, and when it opened, it seemed as if it was going to devour people. What is this? Futian asked. Hell's Lotus, the owner of the stall replied. It has a powerful death aura and is extremely dangerous. It is a high-class Hell's Lotus. Even high-order Renhuang can use it to help their cultivation. Price? Futian asked. 1/8 order ritual implement. The owner replied as he looked at Futian. He was very direct. Futian looked at Xia Qingyuan and said, You cultivate the way of life and death. This can be used to help your cultivation. Refine it. Okay, Xia Qingyuan nodded. She did not decline. She felt a warmth in her heart. The 2 items that Futian traded were for her. Then, at that time, a voice appeared. Jun Choyan looked at the stall owner with a gentle smile and asked, Could you leave this treasure to me? Yi Futian squinted slightly after hearing his question. He turned around to look at Jun Chuyen. However, Jun Chuyen did not look at him. Instead, he was still looking at the stall owner with a smile on his face. Since young Master Jun asked, there is naturally no problem. The stall owner was also a practitioner from the Penglai continent. All right, Jun Chuyen paid with a ritual implement directly and went to get his item. Yi Futian said indifferently, "Could I ask what your intention is?" Jun Chuyen received the treasure and turned around. He faced Yi Futian and took his question with a smile. Then, he passed the treasure to Yi Futian and said, "Consider this my gift to you. Let's be friends." Friends? Yi Futian was slightly stunned. He was surprised. However, the guy bought an item and gifted it to him. Unfortunately, this likely meant that his true objective was not simple. Yes. Jun Chuyen nodded. There are only a few days left before the Eastern Deity Island opens. By then, who knows how many genius and monsters will step onto the island. I saw that you have an exceptional aura, and I believe that you are not some common folk. So, I would like to ask if you would accompany me after we get onto the Eastern Deity Island. Yi Futian finally understood after hearing Jun Chuyen's proposal. So, he bought and gifted this treasure to him to buy him out. So that he, after entering the Eastern Deity Island, would follow him. This also meant that, after they got on the Eastern Deity Island, he would have to follow Jun Chuyen. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.